Welcome back to Penang, Malaysia for the 2018 Alchemist Cup. Jesse Matthews here along with Jason Katz-Brown.
Indeed.
We are going to be providing coverage of board one for the rest of the day, and our matchup for today, or for this round, pardon me, today, is between Will Anderson. This will be his second time on board one, and he is playing the one and the only Nigel.
Well, we already have a bingo.
We do.
And it must be played by Will Anderson because it's horizontal.
Indeed. It looks like the player shots are frozen at the moment, but hopefully that will be corrected shortly.
Do you think that's an A? Or an I? Probably an A.
That's just Nigel.
I think we're getting there. Oh no! It's working. Cool. It's beautiful. Wow, this is like so wonderful. Kumar is crushing it.
Not yet. It's not complete yet. I still need to do some changes for like your scoring side. So is it I?
So if that's an I, then there is disunity with a blank as an S for a responding play.
Oh, but indeed, we can't see one of the racks, eh?
Oh,
I think we might need to move the.
okay. I can understand.
Cool, thank you.
Oh, so that'll be two bingos in a row then. Wow. So Will played either forgive or forgave. Nigel just played gibe or jibe, and if that is an I in forgive or forgave, then disunity would be coming down as a bingo option.
Surely an A though.
Probably an A, but if it were.
He has one bingo through the A, one bingo through the E. And yeah, we're working on getting the other rack into view. How was lunch, Jesse?
I had a lot for lunch. There was lots of delicious things to choose from, and someone put up a picture on Facebook of me enjoying copious amounts of.
Because Nigel used his own rack.
Oh, interesting. So Nigel has actually got his letters on his own rack, not on the one on the board. So that's why we can't see it. So that's Nigel adding some mystique. So we can't necessarily judge him. Nigel doesn't want to be judged. Jennifer, with the blank being an A, it's just more defensive is Jason's basis on it being surely an A, since forgive takes a couple of hooks on the end.
RNS? I guess you wouldn't really want to put an R.
Enjoy my spot of tea while waiting.
So the choices that Will is looking for a duncity, how would you pronounce that?
Probably, I mean, a dunk I thought is how you would say it as an adjective. I'm not sure. So, I mean, like, it doesn't make sense English-wise to say a dunkety, so it's probably a duncity. I don't know though.
Or unitedly. So a duncity is 70, unitedly is 64.
I got Nigel to use the official rack.
Oh, there it is. There are his letters. That's so nice of him.
Did he protest at all, Kumar?
I told Michael to take care of that.
Okay. Well,
I mean, the most amazing thing about that is Nigel had two racks Like he didn't even bother to take away the other rack. I wonder if Will is so. Jesse? Can you tell us more about Will being so good at the blank bingo spotting on Aerolith?
I don't really know exactly why he's so good. I just know for a fact he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he plays the challenges regularly on Aerolith. It's just Will is up there with, I believe it's Noah Walton and a small handful of other people that consistently solve a high percentage of the blank bingos. I don't know if they clear them regularly, but that's an inhuman feat that I don't think happens super often. But they're usually both consistently near the top. Dave Wiegand, I think, plays them as well and does reasonably well. But yeah, he's put in a lot of time to study the words and review them, and it shows, honestly, in all that he does in Aerolith. And in his games, he's not going to have a word knowledge miss when you're looking. It might be a strategic thing, but generally it's not going to be because of a word that he loses a game.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate how hard solving a wall of blank bingo alphagrams is.
It's daunting.
It's just, and it's a skill that is like directly correlated with how good you are at Scrabble, and that's why I feel like it's a great thing to practice. But then it's also just so impressive when you see somebody like Will consistently hammer them out so fast. And then it was all along his career a sign that he was destined to win many championships, and it was good to see it happen.
Yeah, because it's one thing to solve anagrams fast, and that's already something that's commendable when you can do straight up racks of letters and anagram them fast. But to have the blank mixed in there and still do it fast, that's a different type of visualization altogether.
Yeah.
Because you have to put the letters in alphabetical order if you're an alphagrammer with each one in the alphabet and spot the words quickly, which is quite impressive. So he's gone with Unitedly.
Do you think he would prefer that over Density?
He had that both lined up in his rack at one point. So like he was staring at the other one for a long time, and then switched to this one. Perhaps he was searching for Nigel's range before making the play and deciding on it, because it wouldn't be him being unsure of the word.
Yeah. The difference is 6 points, and you kind of think that having the Y and the triple word score, like a Density would put, like, that's kind of already giving up 12 points if they use that Y. So it's not hard to make the case that Unitedly is making up for the 6 point difference.
So I remember Will's first tourney. I had to teach him how to hold the bag up. That's funny. I don't remember his first tournament, but I remember playing in the Hartford Open. That goes back a long time. That's a tournament that Terry Kang Rao hosted. And he was in the top 10 in that. I think I made 9th or something like that, and I played him, and he beat me even then, and it was pretty clear he was going to be an extremely good Scrabble player. We knew about him because people like Matthew Bernardina told us about Will when he came from Boggle to Scrabble and said to watch out for him, and that's pretty much held true. So for Gabe, we're still assuming it is, and Unitedly, Will has a pretty sizey lead.
Nigel played Hode very fast, leaving UI. That was the best play by far. And wow, Will has lined up a double-double. That's a lot of points.
What's he got in his rack there? Oh, Eutexia.
Yeah.
Or Eutaxia, pardon me, with an A, because both work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else I would prefer. Eutaxia is a nice play.
Man, Nigel is not having good luck.
No. But, he's, oh yeah, it's Nigel's turn first, yeah. So, win for Nigel. That may not be the literal case in this round, given how he's drawing so far relative to Will.
Wait, did Will huh?
Oh wait, so Nigel's playing Eutaxia. Sorry, weird.
Oh. They just both had a lot of I's and U's.
Okay.
Cool.
pardon, guys, for the little confusion there.
Apple likes win as the best play, and then
So Nigel played Hode, Will played Win, and then Nigel played Eutaxia. Okay.
cool. That leads to a game that's a little bit more even.
Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
173 to 120. Will has a bingo lined up that. Do you know that word?
Which one?
Volumize?
Volumize.
Good word.
Yep.
How long has Will played Collins?
As far as Collins in excuse me, in Scrabble, it's only really been a few years. But to keep in mind, Will played Word Racer on Yahoo back when he was first starting, but he also played Prolific, is the version of Boggle that he played on Facebook. And Prolific uses a version of the Collins dictionary, so Will actually was already separating Collins and TWL for quite a while, because Prolific was where he would play the Boggle players. Yahoo shut down the ladders and then ultimately all of the games. On Yahoo Games, I believe it was officially it all shut down several years ago. But the quality of players and games and such was already kind of on a downhill slope, and Facebook came around, so a lot of the Boggle players migrated to Prolific, and Will played that as well. So yeah, he's unofficially been familiar with Collins words for quite a while, but really it's only the last couple of years that he played Collins. I believe his first time playing was in the U.S. Northeast. I can't remember if it was BAT. Someone in the chat will know for sure that is more familiar with Will, but he played in a tournament in the Northeast. It was his first showing, and he basically destroyed the field and won pretty handily. So it was known that he was going to be good in both books from that point on. And Will, of course, is rematching Nigel from earlier this year. Will came back from a couple of games down to beat Nigel in Niagara Falls. And I have to point out that both of them switched dictionaries after playing in the U.S. national, or the North American championships. They were both playing TWL when they were playing in the North American Championship, and then they switched to Collins. Both of them switching and not really having word knowledge issues at all. And in that case, it was Nigel, or Will, who came out on top for the Collins. So
this is a storied matchup here.
yeah, they have some history already, with Will being victorious most recently.
Yeah. So Nigel had Granita on his rack. He didn't play anywhere, so he made the next best, or the best choice of just playing AG off on Gag for good points and leaving a good leave. It's a good leave, but he has no places to play good words. But sometimes you just have to be confident that even though you're screwed now, you might be less screwed later.
That's fair. How many E's? Well, there's a lot of E's in the pool.
Yeah.
So
Well, not really. Normal amount.
There's 8, isn't there?
7.
7? Okay, so I'm just trying to think, if I were a Nigel, maybe I'm looking for an E for IDE with a strong rack, and then if I draw one, then I'm probably gonna bingo on that lane the next turn. But Will is going for a play that eats up that lane and makes it pretty tough to do anything in this board without an S.
Yeah. Yeah, his highest scoring play was inerm to the M, but that's no good. Eric is quite nice for defense.
Yeah, I like Eric for the defense for sure. It's been pointed out in the chat that the red ticker bar at the bottom obscures the Scrabble racks. That has been noted. I've passed it on to Kumar already, so you can continue to see the racks.
Eventually, we should have a cameo made by Kumar.
Indeed.
Because he's awesome. He is gone. Wow, Nigel. Man.
This is a tough spot.
Trying RT to Riot is a poor draw. doesn't really have any good options.
Yeah, I can't see anything that I would justify playing.
I mean, you can play an arm to the M. It's 24 and opens up more lanes.
RTG is not bad.
And the only other idea that Huckle has is just dropping the R.
So it looks like he has played Ryant. I was thinking something with Airy there. I couldn't justify anything in my head, but as far as equity goes, keeping RT and scoring, it's certainly one of the static simming options that's higher.
Mm-hmm.
So EILNRRZ for Will. And then for Nigel, it is lobster without an E and with another T instead. So Tré is going down on the board.
Oof.
I can put the rec there,
Man, it's crazy to see Nigel have bad rack after bad rack.
Mm-hmm. And Will is continuing to score quite well.
It's also weird to see Nigel have bad rack after bad rack and also not have scoring plays. Because he's so good at finding scoring plays out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
AKA not missing any play ever.
Pretty much. If the A stays, says the chat, Will have Alarian next turn.
Oof. But Nigel has no plays that score above 26, and that would mean that of his first 6 plays, only 2 would have scored above 26.
Mm-hmm. Which just goes to show you, we have the age-old rule we think about, you're trying to score over 20 and ideally close to 30 on each turn on average if possible, but sometimes you just can't. As we're seeing with Nigel, you just got to work what you got, which is not much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he's playing Bloat. The A did not stay for Alarian, but Bloat's one of the higher candidate plays, so it's not surprising to see. So I spoke with Nigel near the end of lunch. We chatted a little bit in the playing room about some of his latest adventures, some of his biking routes that he's done in the last little while. And I asked him, what does he do when he's not traveling for a tournament? Like when we know, for example, when he went to Niagara, that he did a biking trip with Josh Sokol and with Jackson Smiley to and from Toronto, going down to Buffalo.
Company?
Mm-hmm. For one of the directions.
I want to join Nigel on a bicycle trip.
You should ask him. He's willing.
Oh, wow.
So they did a bike trip together in one of the 2 directions. But when Nigel's not traveling, I figured, well, what do you do when you're not traveling? What do you do for a bike route? So he says he just goes to different parts of Malaysia. So something like maybe KL down to Johor, or maybe he'll do KL to Singapore if he wants to do a longer day. And so he was just chatting a bit about how he does the bike routes. I also asked him, because I heard a rumor that I asked him about Spanish. And he said he didn't quite have enough time this year to learn it, reasonably for the championship. So I joked and I was like, Nigel, you only had 9 weeks last time, it's not like it was an issue then. He's like, no, but I needed a bit more because Spanish has over 600,000 something words in the dictionary, and he knows. He already knows how many words are in there. And matter of fact, they stated that French had 300,000 something, and that was tough enough already. So so he said he was planning on, assuming he can get his ducks in a row and things make sense, he is possibly going to go to Panama next year to compete in the Spanish World Championship.
That'd be
so
amazing.
that would be dictionary number 3.
Wow.
So stay tuned for that.
Wow.
But that is the latest from the one and the only Nigel Richards. What else can we mention? Just for those who weren't here earlier, I do have to mention that this broadcast, including more of the pieces that you see now, all in place that Eli Dangour, the president of WESPA, has graciously donated to make this work for the tournament. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Meantime,
Nigel,
back on the board. Go ahead, sorry.
Nigel Nigel had 3 O's and then ERST, and you played TOO, opening up a triple lane. I don't know. I guess why not? Yeah. Poor guy. The conversation I had with Nigel so far is he asked me what did I think of this commentary job, and I said it was absolutely wonderful and I loved it. And then he was like, Nigel said that's the last job in the whole world he would want. You couldn't pay him $1 million to do it, to be the commentator. That's cool.
Yeah, I think that's fair game, because we know with Nigel that he's talked about he just enjoys each game as it unfolds and likes playing it, but watching it, yeah, it probably wouldn't be the same for him, just because he thinks about the game so differently, you know, with us getting upset and going on possible mood swings, you know, when things don't go our way. It doesn't happen to Nigel. He just treats it like a game, even if he loses a final, which has happened more recently this year. It's just like, he just shrugs it off and moves on to the next one. So I guess if you're able to keep that, you know, even keeled and all that, then yeah, analysis wouldn't really seem that fun to you, because you're just waiting for the next game to happen. I don't know. I enjoy commentating, but I'm just trying to think, if I were Nigel, why would I say that it would be the last job on earth I do? But I think it's really just, he just enjoys playing each game.
He also doesn't like things that I like.
That's true. We do know he's contrarian with some of those.
Yeah.
He doesn't like Quackle either.
That's right. That's why I would like to go on a bicycle ride with him, because it's something that we both like.
Except it wouldn't be your preferred method of transportation, because you're more about the roller skates.
Yeah, but I couldn't keep up with him on roller skates.
You think?
It depends on the surface of the road and in
downhill slope.
Yeah.
Jennifer mentions Adam Logan's commentary in Kenya last year was great. I actually don't think I got to see that. That's cool. I forgot he had done that.
Did he do the whole time?
I don't know. I actually don't even remember. So I mean, Jennifer would know better, because I know she was following along with Evans. Well, Evans went to play, and Jennifer flew as well, so she was there.
Nigel drew a Q, and he again has no play that scores more than 24. This is crazy.
What is this?
What is what?
Am I seeing the spread right?
You are.
Nigel is drawing bad things every time.
He's drawing very poorly.
He just played QI for 11. Poor guy.
So Jennifer says it was Adam's first time commentating, and it was just on the finals. He did the 7 games between Moses Peter and Akshay Bandarkar.
Wow, I would like to listen to that indeed. I bet
That's
he would
cool.
be such a good commentator.
And then he actually, during the Canadian Nationals this time around, because he wasn't in the final, he did step in to do a little bit of stand-up commentary in front of the room. So there we don't really do a live broadcast of it the same way as here. It's just there's usually a board that we put tiles onto or project from the next room, and I did one game with someone, and then Adam would do a different game with someone else. Josh Sokol joined in as well. So yeah, it seems like perhaps Adam doesn't mind doing a little bit of things like commentary now.
That's great.
And yeah, Zev, I would agree. It is a shame that the game is quite lopsided.
Will Anderson is crushing it though. He's making every perfect play. He has the next perfect play lined up on his rack of Jealous through the OU. That'll be
a nice
48.
score.
Yeah. I think that the level of play so far has been the best consistent level of Table 1 play I've ever seen.
So far it's been quite good.
Yeah. Like, not there's been some mistakes, but I think every game there's been one player basically making all the right moves. And usually that player's been winning.
Yeah, and then like even with the errors that have been made, maybe only one I can think of that was egregious so far, and the rest were just maybe not the best play. So yeah, the quality's been pretty good.
Yeah.
Jennifer is sharing about David Webb and Adam. That's funny. That was clearly not the right play. I can actually picture Adam saying that very quickly, but whenever I see something like that was not the right play, I have Kenji's voice in my head because I can hear him saying it. He didn't add the E. It's just without the E.
Oh, I wonder why he didn't have the E. Maybe we'll do it next turn.
Hello, Lila. Welcome to the broadcast. I recognize that username. That is your old Yahoo Literati username.
Whoa, old school.
Yeah. And then do we have the unseen tiles graphic anywhere? That is a good question. I can ask. I'm assuming it is on standby, waiting to go in that corner in the bottom right, but I'll double check.
I'll should flash the crackle.
Cool. Oh my god, Nigel has plays that score more than 30. If he burns... yeah, Modem could be good.
So we don't have the unseen tiles graphic. Kumar decided to put on the Quackle screen just so we could see what it was for the pool on the right.
We will get that.
And we are going to get there, says Kumar.
Sweet.
Other memorable interchange was David saying, Adam, are there any bingos here? And Adam responding with, Quackle doesn't see any bingos, and I don't see any bingos, so no, there are none. It's like, I would have to agree, that is badass confidence, and I wish I could say that with certainty, more than maybe a handful of times. Jennifer, that is Lila Crotty.
Who's that?
You don't know? She's one of the organizers for the New Orleans tournament every year. That's in January.
Ah, cool.
And Austin is engaged to her daughter.
Cool.
Yeah. So Lila is on the stream, and she says she wanted to let people know we'll be looking for remote commentators for the Crescent City Cup in January. So that's the big event in New Orleans. Thank you, Lila, for passing that on. Yeah, that sounds like a fun gig. If I don't get to make it down, I'm not working, I might just sign up for that. I'll keep you posted. So last play was Deems. So we have 12 unseen in the pool, and we've already had one game where Nigel didn't break 300. And I'm thinking, I mean, he should hopefully be able to break it this time, but the possibility of not is actually real.
Yeah. How much is he going to score next turn with AEOPRSY?
Well, a decent amount. I mean, he's going to know that Jealous has, the option to hook the E on it, but he doesn't really have anything double word score that'll
Or
work
a
out
Y.
that well.
You can put a Y on Jealous too.
That's true, jealousy. Well, you can do puh and something in the top right. Or maybe like PO and then PL something for the L and Jealous to score a bit, but yeah, it's
Oh, we can play Yorp. Yorp and Puh.
Yorp and puh.
That'll be lots of
That
points.
just sounds like one of those onomatopoeia sounds. That's just fun.
Yeah. Indeed. Michael Tang, do you have any words for the audience?
Well, I hope
Come closer.
audience like it.
You're not on camera yet.
It's just a little bit of a lag.
Okay.
He's
There
there,
we
and
go.
then he'll be in the
Yay.
middle shortly.
Yeah, I think I'm very happy with the outcome. It is closely contested after 4 rounds.
Yeah.
So everyone has won. Every team has got a point. So I hope this will set the trend for this tournament.
Yeah.
We tweaked the format, and let's see who's going to win this Alchemist Cup.
Yeah, we have a fun story as well that Michael alerted me to, and that was with Sohaib, with Tarek. You heard about this, right?
Which one is that?
Oh, Tarek Pervez, he had a little challenge he set up for Sohaib, and that was if he could beat one of 4 players in this tournament, then his ticket to and from Dubai for his next event, Tarek would cover it.
Whoa.
Wow. And
So
who
one
are
of the
the
4.
four?
So there was Nigel Richards, David Eldar, Adam Logan, and then I think Ganesh was the 4th player. So he beat Adam Logan this
So
morning,
he
so
got
he's
one
already
free ticket.
gotten his ticket.
Wow.
So
Awesome.
It's a really cool story, and Sohaib, for those who don't know, he's 16 years old, and he won his category at the World Youth Scrabble Championship this year, and he's already making some waves here.
Oh yeah, I think he's really holding himself up against the best in the world. I mean, he is playing against a top seed
He's
today.
playing Ganesh right now, isn't he?
No, I'm not sure. Yeah, he is playing Ganesh.
Yes. So he's got a tough day today, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
held his own so far.
Oh yeah, yeah, cool. So yeah, I think we are still trying to make the stream better. So I'm sure Kumar is working really hard. So by the end of the day, it'll be a much better looking stream.
And then tomorrow it'll be all ready. So
Yep, and then we will be calling in guest commentator tomorrow.
Who do we
so
have?
So we have Kenji,
awesome.
and then we have Chris Lipe.
They're both coming in at different points. of the
Different
day?
point, yeah.
Okay.
Different point of the day according to the time zone. So so any of the we would like, because we got 4 more days. So I think it's just to create a different chemistry. So
Yeah.
we want to throw different elements. So go out to do like a live cutover, you know, against the results. So we are trying to improve the coverage. So any feedback from anyone, please feel free to suggest, and every feedback is taken seriously.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Okay, I shall leave it to you.
Thanks for the latest, Michael.
Thank you,
Much
Michael.
appreciated. So you heard the man. If you have any feedback you'd like to provide so we can make the stream even better, please pass it on, and we'll do our best to incorporate it.
I forgot to send the link to my parents.
They want to watch too, yeah?
Absolutely.
My folks kept on asking me to post it, so I finally put it up before games started this morning.
Nice.
Jennifer says, I suggest you move the camera on Nigel's side so that the black pole isn't in the frame. Okay, duly noted. I'll pass that on to Kumar.
I wonder what Nigel is thinking about. He's thinking about
He's probably thinking, damn it, Will, foiled again. 12:30 Texas time. Yes, we know it is late. So we have Nay that's been played down in the bottom right corner as opposed to Noi.
It's because APRS is an absurdly good leave.
Rebecca suggests,
you
how
know,
about a
PRS.
little name tag / plate next to the clock with the player name? Sometimes it's hard to see whose turn it is and which rack you were looking at. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's a good
idea.
suggestion, Rebecca. Thanks. I will ask Kumar about that, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, poll is fixed.
Yes, I see. Thank you.
Whoa, cool.
So look at that. With some of the suggestions, guys, we can fix that in real time. So Kumar has already
Wow.
taken the black pole out of the shot of Nigel. Thanks, Jennifer, for that suggestion. And then Rebecca, Kumar has heard your suggestion. That's why I said it out loud, and we'll see what we can do to incorporate that.
Whoa. Nigel has a bingo.
What is his
It'll probably
rack?
be blocked, but oh, it's not going to be blocked. This is huge.
So he's blocking the D for bingos down to that. Sensible.
Oh, never mind. It doesn't fit. Oh, sad.
No bingo? What were you thinking?
I was hallucinating an extra spot under AB for
Oh.
doppers.
Yeah. perp. Perp and puh in that spot. I was thinking derp for half a second, thinking about the derp comics. Derpina and Derpet.
Wow, Nigel found the best in game.
Are we surprised? Of course not.
No.
So it looks like this time around, Nigel will break 300.
Yeah. Fortunately, he's so good at always playing well, no matter
Even when he's getting cleaned out.
no matter what his record is, whatever it is, 2 and 3.
Not using his right.
Yeah.
It's his superstition, right? He uses his right. He has to use his right.
Could be.
So it's always that. So he needs his right and his blue tiles.
Is there a way we can let him use his rack?
No. If he uses his right, we wouldn't be able to see the tiles. Nobody would be able to see the tiles unless we go out and get 2 more cameras. Yeah.
There aren't enough cameras already. There's so many in here already.
You could have a special Nigel camera over your shoulder.
The Nigel cam.
Yeah.
We should have a subscription service to that.
Yeah.
And
You could make him wear a GoPro.
the GoPro. Be pro like Nigel. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot to to say about that game except good job, Will. Poor Nigel.
Yeah. Neither player could have played any better. They both played basically perfectly.
Briefly after Eutaxia, if Nigel had drawn a bit better, he could have easily gotten back in the game quickly, but it was not meant to be, as Will continued to draw and score well.
I mean, after Eutaxia, Will's rack had a U and a V. The only problem is it also spelled volumize.
Yeah.
And then Nigel was
So,
pretty
Zo, I don't even know how to pronounce DSO, but that goes down. Optimal endgame. A solid handshake, and in this rematch of Scrabble Titans, Will has come out victorious again.
It's on a roll.
I didn't even get to see what Ed exchanged.
Oh, it exchanged?
Yeah.
Crabcat says exchange 00, keeping Etna's.
Good play.
Those exchange 2 vowel things is always a debate that a lot of people have. I'm in the school that you should almost always be exchanging double vowels rather than playing them.
I agree.
I was going to say that's one of the things that I heard from you a while ago, Kenji. Exchanging the 2 vowels in nearly every case.
There may be some cases where it's not worth it, but if so, they're I'm in the school that you should almost always be exchanging double vowels rather than playing them.
I agree.
I was gonna say that's one of the things that I heard from you a while ago, Kenji. Exchanging the two vowels in nearly every case.
There may be some cases where it's not worth it, but if so, they're very marginal.
Mm-hmm. So I'm guessing that Resonata or Radneys is best, even though Tanya scores one more
Tinius.
point.
I think it's
Do you see any merit? Which do you prefer, Kenji?
Taking Kenji offline, so maybe second by Kenji does.
Oh, wait, why are you taking Kenji offline?
You're bringing Chris back now.
Oh, oh no.
I can say bye to him.
Oh, Kenji, you're getting kicked off by Chris Slape. What are your thoughts on that?
Unless he's already gone.
He's already gone! Oh. Oh, I feel very sad for Kenji.
Didn't get to say goodbye. It just makes me think of the Sam Smith song. He's way too good at goodbye. So good he doesn't have to say it.
But I didn't get to hear if he preferred Paenias or Resonata. And I feel like he would have interesting thoughts. Cool. QIs. I think your cheese is a clear choice.
Cheese is always a clear choice.
Hmm.
At least for me,
Mm-hmm.
not for you.
Cheese is fine. Ooh, here's a nice double available. His rack is CLLRUYX. And he seems to have missed cruelly for 48.
I'm team Cruelly here for sure.
Mhm.
Keeping that X to score with after.
Yeah, even Locks was maybe better than Cox. I'm not sure.
Nigel's got a cute little play here, which he's already lined up. Nevi.
He wouldn't have had much after cruelly, eh?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wow, hello.
Hello,
all right.
Chris
It helped.
Slape.
This is me.
Oh, Chris, like, what do you think about having kicked off Kenji off the screen?
Yeah, Kenji's all right. He's got a lot of good insights about the game.
Yeah. Do you also?
I don't know about that, but you know, hopefully
sure
I can
you-
be entertaining.
Yeah.
That's a good loaded question from you, Jason.
No, I'm sure you do, and you can also be entertained. This is going to be great. What are your thoughts on the game so far? This game or other games?
Pretty straightforward, I think. Let's see. Let me kind of catch up on what's been going on. Yeah, Cruelly would have been cool, but
Yeah. Here, Quackle
So
instead of
far-
really, Quackle prefers Yule, just leaving ELRS for 14. Some other options were YU. It's also swimming well, leaving ELRS, or Merly or Molly.
yeah, Yule sets up.
And picking up the tiles, good to go in just a few moments. Expecting a really high quality matchup here. Nigel's reputation precedes him, of course. And then Evans, the current Collins champion in North America.
Good matchup. I'm sad that we won't have Evans available to comment on Evans' game.
That would be funny if he could duplicate himself and
If he
come
just
join
like
us halfway through.
made his play run back. Oh, that would be cheating, wouldn't it?
It would be. He'd be able to see Nigel's rack.
Funny if he could duplicate himself. If he just join us halfway through, he can't just play right back.
Wow, we have 2 New Zealanders in a row. This is exciting. Nigel going first. The this land of catnip seems to be the best play. He's playing so slowly. I wonder why he's playing so slowly.
Josh Sokol says, Nigel looks adorable. I feel like he's been looking more displeased with people lately. Jackson smiley. James Curley says, I've noticed that players from other countries tend to shake hands before games, but we in the US and Canada don't do that. Not sure why. It's probably just a cultural thing. I don't know if it's any intention to be offensive or not offensive. I think it's just perhaps something different with the way the game has evolved as far as expectations in different countries. Yes, Nigel and Evans, Aaron Bader, very exciting. Basing on Evans' rack. It was actually ridiculous how lucky people are getting on their first turn. Well, you have to be good too. And as I saw, Bisnaga is the anagram. Looks like that's the one that Evans is going to go for. Yes, and Aaron Bader's pointed that out. Bisnaga works as well. Lucas Freeman says, I remember when Evans first beat Nigel in 2010. That was a great game.
Can you tell us more about what made that game great?
Yeah, Lucas, feel free to add that into the chat. Jackson Smiley says, I was just eating some curry and was like, WTF, how is Jesse quoting me from around the world? Blame your fellow countryman, Josh Sokol.
No, buying's the word? There's the third enneagram now. Buying.
Nice. I forgot about that one.
I guess, do you think Evans played Biznaga instead of a basing to be more... I don't know, I guess
Lucas says, Evans just took some great risks, showed no fear of the beard. Yeah, that is a fair assessment.
what? Oh, cool.
You can't play scared against Nigel, you just gotta do your thing. Easier said than done, of course, when you're playing easily the best player of all time. Doesn't really make mistakes. Jeremy Hildebrand, hello. This is the second game of the day. As Jackson said, missed Lyris Freeth beating Esther Ahrens. The Twitch feed went off. Twitch feed is off. We're live, but Twitch machine got unplugged. It
Maybe it
says.
just needs to reload.
Okay,
No, I think it's okay. It's okay. Sorry. We just had to reload our window. Nigel played frame, which just seems to be the best equity play. Straightforward. Oh, it's another double V rack.
We have a double V rack in a Nigel game, and this time it's not Nigel with the double Vs. Last time that was a subject of a mind-bending set of plays at the start of the game.
Oh, that's right. And then before that, we had a rack that had double Vs, and there was a votive play.
Mm-hmm.
That was so weird. And we've talked about it at length with other people at this tournament.
We have a double V rack in a Nigel game. This
I've
time
made
it's
no
not
progress
Nigel.
in understanding what was going on with Nigel's play.
Yep.
Kid. Before 8. The more we talk about it, the more confused we become. Moved is a good choice. The only other real choices were just play Vav, but move is good.
I think moved is fine.
Although in the sim, dumping the V's with Vav sims very well. It seems to be winning the sim.
Evans is holding on to a couple of premium tiles now. He's got Q and the X. Trouble is, it's also along with that other V that he hadn't got rid of yet, so it'll be a little bit clunky here for the next turn or two. Fortunately, should be able to score a fair bit regardless.
It moves. I guess the reason that move might not sim as great is it opens up some quite big spots with the hook of a moved or underneath parallel. So for example, Nigel could play cards for 40, making unmoved, scoring 40 points with it.
That's what he's going to do. Cards holding on to GD. Jennifer Lee suggests perhaps Quena or Quena. I don't even know how to say that. Maybe Quena.
Yes. How are you?
In your suggestions, doing fairly well in Quackle at the moment, Jen. Quid is also fairly high up. Quid, I imagine, is doing well in part because it holds on to one vowel, but there's something to be said for Quena playing through a few more letters.
Oh, this is the wrong rack, sorry. Kumar points out there's a lot of vowels in the bag, which is correct. Kumar, come over here. You should be our guest commentator for a little bit. Okay, we'll have to physically pull him over tonight.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Rex was suggested briefly. Aaron points out that it is indeed quite risky, just because of, not just because of the Prex and Grex hooks, but because of the lack of options as far as developing your rack goes. Interestingly, Evans has opted for Xenon, placing the X and double letter score, playing for the O and unmoved.
That seems. That's the next best play, Pablo thinks, behind the Queenas and Queens. Pablo thinks that Queen wins about 63% of the time, and Xenon wins about 61% of the time. They both seem good.
Chat says, interesting to see if Nigel will jump on Grex and take a bad leave.
I mean, he can score almost as many points. He can score more points playing through the F of frame, right?
Yeah, something like Duffer, I think I would go for. Alexius here says, Wub, name a more iconic trio. Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of that.
I think I would go for
Another strong play, especially given how many vowels are in the bag, is Fug alongside Frame, making D-E-R-S. Yeah.
I just got Duffer lined up.
Anything?
Now Fudge. The options that are high on the list.
Yeah, for some reason Fudge is like Fudge putting the E in the 4-score lane sims very well. That just seems bonkers. And
Nigel's gonna do it. No fudge is given from Nigel. Well, literally a fudge given, but figuratively, no fudge is given. As he blows that.
what?
Yeah.
Well,
You see you?
it's also showing.
No, I just turned it off.
Eyes would not have the bonus to do that.
How is that?
Bye. Have fun.
Cuckle was bad, but I am
Fun then.
clearly missing something. Also, how does Evans not have anything to go there? That's so sad. Oh my gosh.
Aaron Bader says Zerg rush. Zerg, of course, not being valid, but nice. I like it. Chris Freeman says Evans' face, laughing my ass off.
This is. Yeah. He deserves to make that face.
He has such crazy tells sometimes, it's hilarious. Zev says, please ask Nigel about the fudge play. Well,
I mean, we don't really get to ask him anything because he
we don't usually get much information out of him if we ask something like that.
He
but
only comes into this room to fetch his bicycle,
yeah.
which is over there in the corner.
Yeah, we can take a shot of the Nigel bicycle on my
Yeah.
iPhone and show everyone the cycle of choice. Nigel
Yeah.
Richards. I predict stocks in that company will go up. Aaron Bader says asking Nigel about any play is useless. If you want a straight up answer, yes, it is. I agree. Jennifer Lee says Evans looks like his brain is short circuiting.
Yeah.
Physics says, I'm guessing Nigel's bicycle is all pink and has a gorgeous woven basket. Not quite. Jason, you'll need to move that further off the screen. It's being captured on the feed.
Okay. I'm looking at the details of this cockle sim. I'm just comparing fudge versus fug. And the results kind of make sense. I mean, they sim very close to each other. And Cockle thinks that if we play fudge, then Evans will score about 7 more points next turn than if he plays fug. And since fudge scores about 6 more points, that explains why they're about even. You're scoring 6 more points, your opponent might score 6 more points, but then later on you're gonna have a little bit of a better lead. Well, that sounds they're about even. I still don't know why you would.
Randy says, I always assume Nigel rides his bike in silhouette in front of the moon with an alien in the basket. Nice. I like that. In brackets, that was Chris. Nigel and I chatted about his bike, so I know all about it. So Chris Lighton is watching. Amazing. Hello. Welcome to the feed. Dodge City says, Evans looks like he's just going to let his clock run down. Channeling his inner Jesse Day for this round.
Is anybody on the chat one of the people who was riding bicycle with Nigel around New York?
Josh Sokols and Jackson Smiley both rode in one direction with Nigel.
Wow. Can we hear stories about that trip? Because that sounds magical.
I'll have to get Josh to share. He's the more active of the two in the chat right now. Go ahead, Josh Sokol. Tell us about your cycling adventures with Nigel Richards this summer. So
Some-
quid is
some-
the best of the options that aren't exchanging.
Yeah, somebody suggested quid in the chat. Seems.
And the other are some forms of exchange. Interestingly, RZ is the preferred leave if you're going to change.
The bag is more than half vowels. That's probably why keeping RZ is quite good. You're also closer to 0.
Yeah, I think 0 is probably the big thing there.
There's 50 seen unseen tiles, of which 20,
Wow, very interesting play.
29 are vowels.
Evans has gone for Vug for the G.
Oh gosh, why would you? Oh, don't always playing so scared.
Well, he's concerned about a setup, and when it's Nigel, I mean, that
But
is
what could he be setting up? The J?
J or a Z possibly left over.
But
from
he
this
has the
round.
Z.
Or pardon me, is the Z. Okay, but I mean, like it's because it's Nigel. He's concerned about a setup, and that's in his history. It's fair. I mean, even if the probability of it is not so high, it's still Nigel. Evans has managed to pull a few vowels, 2 O's, to manage his rack. Nigel had lunkers set up to play through the E on this turn. That's of course not going to go down. Funk is an obvious scoring choice. There's also Nook through the E and Fudge at the bottom, scores a fair bit. Both with the same letters as a leave at the end of the day.
Yeah, and those leaves are really good, even though they're 4 constants, because at this point the vowel is significantly more than half. The bag is significantly more than half vowels. So Nuke looks quite nice.
So Evans has got 2 O's to manage some things here. And Fosey is a standout choice.
Do you think he missed Fosey?
I'm thinking he missed Fosey.
Whoa. Our nuclear engineer has suggested that nuke means nuke.
I would trust him.
Yeah, Woozy is not so far behind Fosey. Huckle thinks that Fosey wins 64% of the time, Woozy 60% of the time. You still gotta think it's a miss.
Nook in this spelling is Scots. We're seeing some of these Scots words the last couple of rounds. I'm liking it. Alright, so Lanks from Nigel. Scores a fair bit. Q not O on Evans' rack. Kumar, do we have mod privileges for Jason's account yet? Okay.
Evans has some choices here. You could play the Q with QAT for 32, leaving III. You also play IWI through the W Woozy, setting up his S. But you gotta start planning for the bag, and the bag is currently all vowels and blanks and T's. And so if you play EV, maybe draw a T, play cats for a lot. You could always play cat next turn. Nigel's probably wondering how in the world he drew 3 consonants from that bag.
Jennifer Lee says the bag isn't accounting for the 3 T's on Nigel's rack.
Well, I mean, Evans can't account for that either, so that's why we always look at the general unseen tiles.
Aaron, the Q hasn't gone anywhere. The rack has been typed in correctly on the screen. That is actually a Q, that's not a no.
Oh, I love the play of Evie. Great work.
We give you a PDF that is formatted to be sent to a printer. So it's not the exact same as printing a PDF and then having that, but I believe that's the way this works. You get a PDF. It's got like some of the what they call like an edge bleed and stuff like that on it. So it may not be exactly what you're looking for, but it's sort of optimized for the printer.
It gives Nigel.
It's the idea.
Third is a fairly standard play here.
Yeah, whereas he had almost nothing. Well, before he had FYRD. Would have been his other option, leaving his 3 T's, but.
I'd be tired of looking at QI by now. Third, then QI, then Evans Mingo's good game. Well, we'll see.
We'll see. Evans.
We'll see. Third is the right play. QI should go down in the top right, and then after that, what gets drawn and what happens. That's unquestionable. Likely.
Yeah.
Control the flow of the game from here.
I mean, Nigel's leave of STT is like quite a good leave when there's so many vowels in the bag.
He's drawn quite well, actually, I have to say.
Mm. This is an exciting game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Evans has a Y now.
any good ideas for Nigel?
For Nigel, that was certainly synergic, much better than it was before.
Yeah. Should he play? Should he try to play off OT? Should he just try to play off?
Well, how many of the vowels are left?
Many.
Lots of E's. So he almost isn't really going to be, worried about using an E if it is something involved in the best play. That's 8.
Yeah, there's out of 33 unseen tiles that are not blanks, 19 are vowels, which is an insane percentage.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great point that the E is not a good tile to, like, doesn't just, yeah, 8 E's in the bag, so playing the E is
There's
makes a lot
plenty of
sense.
them. So a
Yeah.
play like I see File, F-Y-L-E, that's reasonable. It scores
Yeah,
well.
that's quite a good choice.
Aaron Bader suggests Meet, Ren, Da, and ST. It's decent.
Yeah, definitely decent. It sets up that S.
Nick Epanovsky suggests blowing up the rack a little bit more with State and Iwis, etc. Jackson Smiley suggests Olpe, O-L-P-A-E, and that's an overlap on top of Bisnaga. That is
Ooh.
nice. And in fact, Nigel has that lined up on his rack at the moment.
Ooh.
He's going to play it. Nice play.
Ooh.
O-L-P-A-E.
That's very nice. That's very nice.
And that wasn't even on the list before of the static options, was it?
No,
But
but
it's shooting right up to the top.
yeah.
Along with Meat and... Yeah, Meat actually from Aaron earlier is right up there with Olpe, but Olpe has just overtaken it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess in that situation, the evaluation becomes like as many constants as possible and as few vowels as possible. Because the interesting thing about that bag is the constants in the bag were terrible. Like there's a B and an H and a J, more L's, PRS, TWY. It's like you're not even going to draw any good consonants.
Evans is playing Harry, not wasting too much time. And someone said that Nigel has trajects for the C and catnip.
Evans maybe should have played Raven over the fuck.
Joey Kraftchick watching says Raisin would have blocked trajects, as Jason just mentioned. Yep. And there it goes. So, I believe someone mentioned about 10 minutes ago, and Evan should just fill out the slip. Yeah, this game is not over until it's over.
Oh,
And
great point.
Biotex is blocked for Evans after trajects, as Alexi points out.
Great
Most
find, Alexi.
unfortunate. Aaron mentions that Nigel's paying close attention to the vowel consonant ratio based on that play of Olpe, and I would have to agree.
Olpe was so nice.
And there's still 6 E's that are unseen at the
Wow.
moment. And the board is just about dead.
Yeah.
There's the T in catnips, there's the L in Lanks, and I guess the S in cards, so there's at least one more turn after this Evans could possibly bingo. And oh, just to add insult to injury, Nigel has roulette through the T in catnips he's pulled out of the bag.
Ooh.
And as always, he's already lined it up.
If he wants to play something like BO or HO under 2x, that would
That would actually block it.
keep him in the game. But he Might be loath to do that. Given that
In this case, it would save him. Evans is counting the bag.
Another interesting play is Meath, M-E-I-T-H, from the M of a moved. Because he needs to keep scoring, otherwise Nigel could outrun him. And that makes kind of a more higher scoring lane from the H. Current vowel watch is 12 out of 19 non-blank tiles or vowels.
Jeez.
The situation is not changing.
Vowelitis is all set to kick in.
Should probably play BO, right? Like BO under trajects.
I think that's fairly reasonable. Though he might be paying close attention to playing an E, just given how many are left.
Yeah.
But what could he really do? I mean, Maith, as you mentioned, but beyond that, all the good options involve is O.
Yeah. Sim is a fan of Meath and BO. I mean,
Renjam asks, why not Ho to set up the B underneath of Joe? I mean, it's certainly reasonable. That's, I think, part of why it simulated well in Quackle. But Bo, I think, just as far as potentially bonusing in the future, getting rid of the B is a little bit better.
yeah, especially when one of your lands is a bingo starting with S. And he's not going to be able to play the B underneath job and still win, because the game might not. Well, yeah, the game might last so long. And it's true that the B is useful for bingoing to the L with like a bull words. But Quackle in the sim thinks that MEITH is number one, winning about, well, and then Bo, then Job.
Nice, Evans. He's played Bo, which is, I think, a good choice, and will take out Roulette as an option, so that's going to save him from a certain defeat.
He still has a choice. What's it going to draw? What's it going to draw?
There's the important part. What does he pull from the bag? I guess an E and then something else. Oh, he pulled OW. Showiest.
Whoa, showiest.
Well, that's a nice turn of events, assuming that stays open.
Would that be enough? Oh, God, he's only down by 30. Whoa, what a game.
Nice. Yeah, Bo just saved his butt. This game was over otherwise.
And it was well considered. Yeah.
Alexi says, watch Nigel magically block it. Well,
yeah.
That would be some block.
Yeah, what are his options, eh?
See, the interesting thing is, if you're Nigel, you have to start thinking about how many E's are in the bag. Bo suggests that Evans doesn't really have that many, if any at all. Not having an E is improbable, but I think Nigel can peg him at having a low amount of E's, possibly one or none. Meaning there's lots of E's in the bag. what do you do with that information?
But you're saying that he thinks Evan has a. Oh, I see.
Because Nigel has to consider what Evans likely has in his rack. So what
Mhm.
could he have if it's not E's? So you can narrow it down.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So that's considered in how he makes his decision. Because if you're into bingo, usually it involves an E or maybe a couple.
Mhm.
But you can safely deduce that Evans is not holding very many.
Right.
Because he has no reason to block when he's behind. And in this case, Nigel knows that his roulette was blocked, but Evans is probably not trying to block. He's likely just trying to score and manage.
Mhm.
So, from Nigel's perspective, there are E's waiting for him. And yeah, the nice thing is, as mentioned in the chat, Evans has how for a ton of points in the spot he just played in if showiest were to be blocked.
Or even just OW if he needs to adjust the timing.
Except with all the E's, I would actually probably be a little more preferable to Jow and Wet to get rid of one, just because there's still so many E's to draw. Again, it depends on what Nigel plays and what's left, but I'm immediately thinking about using an E. Because if you make a 2-tile play and pull 2 E's, that's going to hurt you. Unless you have an L or something for Steely.
Yeah. What do you think Nigel will play? Yeah, good. Yeah, in the chat. What does Nigel do? OE is a good choice. There's some other longer options too. Like, I didn't even know this is a word. Let out? Making JOL. And then the highest scoring play is Lorette through the T of Catnip. That scores 28, leaving U. The U leave is a pretty good leave here.
Someone is suggesting that Nigel could possibly play neat down from the M and unmoved.
But he probably doesn't want to set up an S hook. On that.
So he's playing underneath. He's playing long. E Luthor takes out an L lane, goes after a possible blank. And Evans is going to get to play his showiest. We have a game. I love it.
Yeah, Luthor is. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, good play. That's
So
fun.
Nigel's pulling vowels. There's an L, P. Huh? That's actually pretty balanced. E. E. Oh. Nigel's pulled 4 of the last 6 E's. Wow. Evans has the blank. Wow. Wow. Nigel did not pull the blank. Wow. What a game.
He has so many eyes.
Wow.
Wow. Whoa, who's gonna win?
Evans, I think, has actually stolen this at the end. Wow.
I'll hold off looking at the Quackle here. Does anybody see any winning lines for Nigel?
So someone's mentioned Senora for Evans at least, if Joris is good. Josh Sokol says Nigel is so damn unlucky. Wow. He's had a bit of a tough go in some games this tournament, and yeah, this one bit of a twist. Pies he's playing. 27 points. Gives him a 17-point lead. Nigel has 4, so 9. Evans just needs to score 9 to tie, 10 to win.
He can do that.
I think he can do that. And he's just going to go for something super safe. Arrow works perfectly fine to accomplish what he needs to do. Spread doesn't matter, he just needs to win.
No, his highest scoring was Ariel underneath of showiest. Oh, that was going back and forth to the very end.
Zev Kaufman says, this is how Nigel loses games. Yeah, sometimes it comes down to the very last play. I mean, that's an amazing twist for Evans. Missing the E's in the bag, pulling what he did after Bo. Bo was absolutely key because it blocked roulette, which would have driven the nail in the coffin, and the pull after Bo was just amazing. Great game.
I mean,
quite impressive.
Not often that WO is the dream draw.
Yeah, that's a rare dream draw. They're quickly scoring the tiles up.
And the most geeky mathematician extremely happy.
And Carmel Dodd Superfan, I have no idea where King Bong is. I was hoping that we could entrust you to that. We'd love to see a return of one of our other favorite Scrabble groupies from last year.
So Joey made an interesting choice. He decided to play off 3 consonants early in the game, which might be a bit worrisome because there's so many vowels in general in Scrabble, and early in the game there is a statistical likelihood of picking up more vowels. But we see that Nigel played IE, so Joey knows already that he's got a mittful and maybe not as great a likelihood of picking up a lot of vowels, and he did pretty well there. Now that's an interesting choice, and I'll tell you why. It's fine to hook the Y onto and to triple it both ways, absolutely fine. But Yao has an anagram, Y-O-W-E, which some might think would be possibly less volatile than sticking that O there. What do you think, Conrad?
I think in a sense, this is slightly more volatile in that a bingo may score more points, but because the W isn't going to get tripled every time, on average it might score a bit less, but I think you're seeing the volatility here where with an M and an E and a Z and a Z and
oh, he did that for me.
Yeah.
I'm Canadian, so you're going to hear a lot of Zs today, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Sorry. So I think the reason why this is far more volatile is that W only takes an E or an O after it, whereas O takes a mittful of letters. So what if you have I's and A's on your rack and you can't even go next to the W? There's a greater chance of that happening than not having something that goes next to an O. It's almost completely impossible not to have something that will go next to that O. So Nigel made an interesting choice, and you're going to be hearing this the entire time that we annotate. Nigel is like, what? We often don't quite understand why he does what he does.
And yeah, we will try to figure it out. Sometimes we'll have an idea. Sometimes we will just sound like idiots, and you can tell us that. Tell us what you think, and we'll try our best.
And I'm going to ask our lovely quackler. We have the lovely Miss Sarah today with us. Hello, Sarah. And I'm going to ask you to try to put the letters in alphabetical order if you can. They are. Not on my screen. Oh, I thought it automatically did. Yeah, I think there's a setting for you to do that.
Sorry. Yesterday it was all going automatically.
It was all going automatically. So bear with us, people. We're going to have a little bit of growing pains in the first round or two. We might be talking to people here in the studio with us. And we actually welcome you to give us your feedback about what you're seeing. If there's something you like, please let us know. If there's something you don't like, let us know, and we might be able to fix it to your liking as the day goes on.
But you're stuck with us. So. Yeah.
All right. So Nigel has not done his usual of picking 3 bingos straight in a row. For people who don't know what a bingo is, I'm not sure what the level in our audience is, so we're going to be talking to people who are really knowledgeable at Scrabble and some who aren't. So please bear with us. We're trying to accommodate everybody. So in Scrabble, do you know the reason why we call it a bingo?
It's what was just written in the rules.
Really?
Yeah, and I think in the rules made by Mattel, I don't know if I can say that word, no, made by Mattel, it says bonus. That's why they
Bonus.
call them bonuses throughout the world.
Yeah. So we call them bingos here. And often by this point in the game, Nigel, actually, I was going to say he scored a lot, but he's actually struggled in a lot of the games that I've been able to watch of his. He struggled in the beginning with some very heavy racks, either all consonants or all vowels, but somehow miraculously the ship rights itself, and he ends up typically winning the game.
So USC will be happy to know we are actually downstairs in a different room this year. I might snort into the microphone a little bit too much, but beyond that, we can be noisier, and there's less background noise.
I can move my microphone closer to my. There we go. Oh yeah, now I can hear myself too.
And Aaron, I would love to show more pictures of my hat. Thank you. Maybe it'll turn into a meme or something.
You'll have to explain what it is at some point, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just being like a hipster designer tool, something or
so
other.
DSN is designer?
It's a design and manufacturing shop in Austin, Texas.
Okay, so the MF isn't what mother.
No, it's MFG is in manufacturing. It's a fabrication shop. They do some really cool shit. So I don't know if anyone sees the very large bingo here for Joey. I assume he won't make a mistake here if you catch my drift.
One of the things that we'll be doing is asking you not to use computer programs to shout out answers. Anyone could look up an answer on a computer. What's far more fun is if you actually pretend you're actually sitting at the board without a dictionary available to you, and you can look, like not as intelligent as you would like to look. I'm gonna often make mistakes, and I transposed or I didn't read the right letters right, or I thought there was a bingo there that wasn't. So we're all in it together. Let's try to do this legitimately and pretend that we're sitting across the board. Now we know that fire takes an R. So one strategy would be for Joey to, it also takes the S obviously, and it takes a D. One strategy for Joey would be to try to find a word that not only hooks the fire with either the R or the S, but then triples that F, preferably the G, not as preferably, but you're always trying to maximize your score. You have to determine, I'm going to be opening up a triple lane by playing along that line 14 that you can see at the bottom. Is it worth it? Am I going to get enough points that what I'm going to give back is going to be worth it?
As a result, though, I think we're seeing Joey's just made a fairly big gaffe. Since
I think so too. I mean,
gaffers was the best play.
Yeah, and there you go. More. So that's exactly. I got the strategy. He got the word. That's why we're your team today.
Well, I trust you to find the words when it counts, but I think this is kind of a fairly common theme you'll see a lot, where Nigel will never miss any plays like this. So it's really actually quite surprising that he did. It's not a hard word. It's something he would know. And then a pretty sweet play from Nigel coming back with Meserion. It's
very, very nice.
A lot of points. How about 57? Yeah, 57. I like that number.
Now, that's something that I often see among earlier players, Conrad, people who are just learning the game, and I see them extending words a lot, and they find that to be very satisfying. It's not something we tend to do as often in Scrabble. It's something that we're looking forward to make the cute play, but in this case, it's entirely worth it, considering Mies is worth 15 points just on its own.
Well, I think the best play of the tournament was one of these that happened in Division 2 a couple days ago. Ology was on the board, and the opponent extended it with astrobiology as a bingo. So, one-up me, one-up anything I haven't seen, or that I have seen in a long time.
Well, I would be remiss then in not commending one of our co-presidents, John Chu, who extended my uterine to extra-uterine at a Canadian championship or a club championship.
Yeah. The word that was missed was gaffers, Gaffers. That would be like, one who makes a gaff or a mistake, I'm assuming. So it was kind of
we were supposed to be getting definitions. Is that going to happen today? It's coming. It's coming. Oh, my goodness. We don't want to give you all of our great stuff right away.
Yeah, we're hoping we are new and improved from last year. Now we're, it's a growing process 1 year at a time.
So here's an interesting situation. Number one, Nigel actually put the bingo on his rack in order, which I don't know that I know him to do that.
Yeah.
But he had it before by sticking the O over I in Isley. O-I is a word. But now Joey has given him a place to play it underneath jive, but then he opens up a triple triple down row A. So my hunch is he's going to play it there on 14.
I think so. Well, Aaron, tell me how I was wrong. That's just what I thought it meant, but I just know the words exist. I don't know what they mean. It's a math game, man.
Yeah, guys, if you want to come up with definitions for us before we get our definition. Yeah.
What's a type of tape?
There you go.
But apparently in Ziziva it's defined as an old man. So, welcome to Scrabble.
There we go. As expected, he's playing it along row 14. He's responding with Joey's bingo with another of his own. And some people might have said, wow, Joey, why did you play jive there? You're opening up the double letter down to the triple. But, Joey's got another bingo. But sometimes, you got to do what you got to do to get. He had such a heavy rack with CHJV. He had to get rid of 2 of them and preferably the V and the J. So that's what he did. But look what he picked up right away.
Oh, yeah, Aaron, I have heard that before. You're right. I wouldn't have thought of that, but...
Multi-talented man. Is that you, Rashad? Okay, good to know. You learn a lot about a person by the name he calls himself.
So it's like Aaron, for example. He does physics for a living. Who would have guessed?
I'll be giving you updates on the Collins game, CSW. We have 2 crackerjack players. Evan Borofsky is an ex-Canadian who now lives in Michigan. And he is just tearing through the field. I think he's up by 2 games.
He's up by 2 games. And, I think for those of you who are joining us for the first time or don't remember, there are 2 dictionaries used in Scrabble based on the trademark holders, be it Hasbro, and who works with Merriam-Webster in the U.S., as well as HarperCollins, who works with Mattel worldwide. So when we refer to CSW, we're referring to the International Lexicon, which is also represented here. But the game you're seeing right now is the word list, similar to the official Scrabble Players Dictionary, which many of you are probably familiar with. So far, this is a pretty solid game. It's pretty classic Nigel, where you draw a bunch of bingos. Giraffes, Arnado. Now he's sitting on another one with urinate, and a few other things.
Oh my goodness! Look who he's picking.
And
wow.
he's basically losing.
That's right. I don't know how well, Mazirion was really. Sometimes he picks like magic, and we go, God, how does he do it every single time? But you know what? Just before all that magic happens, he often makes a play that it's like the tile gods go, and it was good.
Yeah.
And then they just reward him for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I guess Weibin here is right. Joey is actually kind of winning by a fair bit after he bingos again, but you would still think...
oh, we weren't updated.
Yeah, we weren't updated, but
there
still shockingly close for what you might expect at this point in time.
So through the sea, it's anuretic.
Kebab would have been a good play, but apparently spell with an A, it's an even better play in this case. Good find, though. Tasty find.
And here he comes down the anuretic. He's not even going with anything else. It's these are what we call 1-pointer tiles, right? All the tiles on Joey's rack are worth 1 point. These are the bread and butter of any Scrabble player. When you start playing and you start studying in earnest, this is what you study. This was a retina rack.
Yeah, it's a very high probability, and I think you're going to see Nigel wow us with his not so high probability bingos in a sec here.
So through that L, Joey had Antlier, more Antli,
yeah,
and Retinula and Tenurial.
I think he would have considered maybe sacrificing a couple of points there. As it turns out, it would have worked out even worse for him. But unless I'm making up words.
But I think it was the wrong choice to do anuretic, and I think now we're seeing 2 mistakes with Joey with the bingos because he has put that A next to the triple letter with the X unseen and the E as well underneath it. He's opened up 2 very big spots for X's.
But since we knew Nigel had apodoses coming, well, I don't know how many of you knew that. I still have a little bit of Scrabble game left in me. So I knew it was coming, but if he had played Antlier through the L, apodosis would have scored. It would have been a double-double. Would have hit 2 double word scores at once. So,
but
well, welcome, multi-talented man.
If he had played Tenurial, he wouldn't have gotten the bingo at all.
True. Welcome, multi-talented man. Thanks for showing up. Feel free to reach out if you've got any questions, but we'll be here all day today and part of tomorrow.
The clock got moved so it's hard to see. Oh dear. We'll take care of that. Want everybody to understand that, well, I think you can kind of figure out whose turn it is by the fact that their clock is running down, but just in case, for whatever reason, you don't see that, you can see over you see 14, 47, 46 right now, you'll see there's a red light over the numbers, and that will tell you that it is that person's turn as well. Thanks for letting us know that the clock was a little bit moved. That's very helpful for us. Sometimes we don't get to see that as well.
I love that we've already got a fairly worldwide audience here. I see Hubert Wee, I think a multinational champion from Singapore. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hubert. But also Weibin, also from Singapore, who's won all sorts of things over the years as well. Good to see you guys here. Guess you guys are... I guess we're on the East Coast, so it's actually a reasonable hour there. How does Nigel draw so well? I don't know. In fairness, he has not won nationals since 2013. I think we might have the longest streak of any country.
We have our first definition. Obviously, what was played was the plural.
Yeah. So we tried to listen to some of the feedback you guys gave us last year, and slowly but surely we're working on some cool stuff. So we should be able to show you some cool definitions this year, and hopefully elucidate some of the craziness that is the Scrabble dictionary.
So that's very interesting that Joey played hop, because he has a really fabulous Q word without a U, which is QOPH. It scores a ton. But look at this board. There are 3 U's open, 2 of them next to double word scores. So Joey has absolutely no need to hope to play cough somewhere to find a place for it or set up a place for it, because he can easily use that Q, the U's anywhere on the board.
Now, if any of you are drinking right now, I think you should think about and consider Joey Malick's tiles and think about what his next play might be.
If this is an alcohol-related word, I'm completely not going to get it.
I think you know the word.
Oh, liquored. Oh, he's got liquored. I thought there was, like a cute brand name or something.
Nah.
Yeah. He's got liquored. You see how that worked out? You see?
But we'll see. I don't think it's going to get taken.
No, he's got 2 places. They're kind of close to each other,
no,
but
it only...
yeah, so he won't get the better one because, that's just how it works.
It doesn't fit in the other spot. Like, Nigel just intuited that he
Why not? Down here.
No, it doesn't fit.
Q-U-O...
Liquoredn.
You're right.
So, this is part of what it takes to win a Scrabble tournament, is that kind of, great timing. I mean, it was also a great play.
Intuition and...
just for some context here, there was liquored, Liquored, which I don't think I need to define for you guys. And it was blocked by Nigel's play because ODAD is not a word.
To give you an update on the CSW game, with Dave Wiegand playing Evan Borofsky, it is Evan Borofsky 206 to Dave Wiegand's 153. Evan having played Dooming, although apparently the best play was Moondog. Moondog. He also had the opportunity to actually use both blanks without bingoing. He could have played Tosing, making the blank an O. He had both of them, an O and an I, down to the triple for 79 points. Decided instead to play Yuts. So that brings up the discussion of how much is a blank worth. And we often say a blank is worth 40 points. If you can get 40 points by playing it more than you can for any other play, it's worth playing. In this case, he would have used both blanks. But the argument could be made he's going to bingo on the next turn using both blanks anyhow. So why not get the 79? Because sometimes you'll use both blanks and you'll get 62 points, and it's just crying shame.
Yeah, it's too much of a good thing. There is a such thing as too much of a good thing in Scrabble. The benefit is always just that your opponent doesn't have that good thing. Interesting play here for Joey. For those of you who want to look for a kind of a cool play here, an interesting debate between his top 2 plays. I didn't even know one of the words because I believe it was added in 2014, but I suspect Joey's going to play quad for 32, which he is. Turns out he had quadlin through the other U, or doiled, D-O-I-L-E-D, which I think means crazy, or maybe I'm just crazy, and that would have scored a ton of points.
So I think we can go back to the tile tracking now, once we get a definition up. Tile tracking is really important, especially as the game's going on. That's a new feature that the beloved Rashad has put for us this year, so a big round of applause for putting up reminding tiles. We have scores, we have the clock, we have clear views of the racks. I think we've come a long way since our early days.
Yeah. And so there were 8 tiles in the bag. Now there are 5 tiles remaining in the bag. And it's looking good for Joey at the moment. He may be able to temporarily stop Nigel for a bit. The score is currently 409 for Joey, 348 for Nigel. That should be updating in a sec. So 409. This is not the best timing for a rack like this for Nigel. Looks like he's going to play a gag down at the bottom. Really, Nigel's just kind of going for what we would call an out bingo.
So Sarah, what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to go up to Quackle and hit Ask Championship Player. You've been doing that? Excellent. Fabulous. Oh, that's why the answers are changing. Perfect. Good. Whew, we got a fly in here. I can't afford to get bit again, I think. I have no more. I got bit 2 days ago and my whole leg blew up. So if I get bit up again, I think I don't have any more real estate to get blown up. Interestingly put, Carmel. I think that's a compliment.
I think that's just a wonderful, wonderful compliment from our, well, I don't know if we can count ourselves as Carmel Dud Superfan's #1 fan, but, you know, we're hanging in there.
Well, I do like cats, so I'm sure that's all she meant.
Yeah. We have lots of cats here. Meow. Yeah, I'm perfectly happy without a bunch of meme cascades going on at, what time is it? 9:35? I'm from the West Coast, so it feels like it's 6 a.m. probably.
All right, so somebody's asking about the punishment for making a false word, a phony word on the board. So it's a bit of a complicated answer because we're using 2 different sets of rules. In this particular game, the onus is on the player to get the word correct. If Joey plays right now a word that is incorrect and Nigel chooses to challenge it, they will go to the dictionary, they will be shown that the word is incorrect. Joey will take the tiles off the board and he will lose his turn. And then it will be Nigel's turn. In Colin's play, the onus is on the challenger to get it correct because there's only a 5-point penalty for getting it wrong. You do take your tiles off, but you only lose 5 points. You get to play. You don't get to. I mean, sorry, if the word turns out to be good, and you don't lose your turn, then you lose 5 points, but you get to your play right away. You can't. When you play somebody like Nigel, when you get to this level, you really can't afford to lose a turn. Even one lost turn could cost you the entire game. So it's a bit more forgiving in Colin's play. And they have a much larger dictionary, so to some extent it's actually a godsend because it's just impossible to know all the words.
Yeah, people usually just say hold before they challenge a word, but it can be kind of fun when people, this is at Doom Sakura, basically you can be very animated in the way that you challenge words. Had a few people be like, oh, get that shit off the board or something.
So everybody can see that Joey has diluter on his rack. I don't know that he only has the U to play. Well, he's got URET in anuretic to play through and the MU in mulches. That's about it and the F in giraffe, so that's about it.
Yeah. I think the thing to keep in mind is that the blank and the X are both unseen to Joey. So I think really what he's thinking is how can I block that whole left side of the board? And especially also considering that XI spot next to EX and TI in the middle left of the board.
How do we decide what boards to use? 18 USC. The board looks different. I don't know. These are supplied by our sponsor, right? By Hasbro, I think. I don't think that's anybody's private board.
I don't know. I think someone just put the board out.
It might be a private board?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear Rashad talking. Okay, so he feels that the boards are a little too shiny, so this might be a sponsor-supplied board. And the tiles are what we call pro tiles. So if you buy a game in the store, you're going to find that your tiles are, for the most part, wood, and they are grooved, so you can feel what the letter actually is. We call that brailleable. And we have a rule now that you can't use those tiles. You have to use these pro tiles, which are silk screened. You can't feel what the letter is. You can't run your finger along it and surmise that it's, let's say, an I or an L or an X. And when you turn it over, it's actually empty on the other side, so you can't actually pretend that a tile is a blank. And also, if you see in the second F in giraffes, there's actually a logo on there, and that's a great way to let the person know that it's actually a blank. So in your games, you're going to just have a blank tile. It's just going to be empty. In ours, there's always going to be some sort of cute logo or a picture or something, and that is to know that you can't pretend that you have a blank. You can't just turn it over and pretend that you have a blank.
Yeah, so like people don't actually look at the board completely straight, and I think for our abilities right now to capture that and adjust it, this is kind of just how it's like in real life. So there are a couple of people who are blind who play Scrabble. They will usually have someone who draws tiles for them, and it's always worked out just fine. I think there's just a certain set of rules we have where you have to tell the person who's drawing for you and keeping track of score for you what to do, but it has definitely happened. I don't think we have anyone at this tournament with visual impairment, but it's in the rules for sure.
So right now the championship player is suggesting that Joey simply dump the U to play Vug along row I, and the rack leave, and we'll talk about that as the day goes on. We'll talk about what rack leave is, and you want to balance your rack as much as possible in order to improve the possibility that you're going to bingo. But what Joey has decided to do in this case is to, even though there's 3 T's on scene and he's kept a T, so I wonder why maybe perhaps he should have played Trude instead of ruled. He's decided to block Nigel, and that's the Nigel effect, because there's always the worry that he's going to find a bingo.
Yeah, but I mean, he successfully blocked everything.
Yeah.
And it's going to be good enough to win
well,
the game, it looks like.
He didn't block the U, and if we can turn the board around, in Anuretic, he didn't block the OX play or AX play for Nigel, which will score enough, but Joey's always going to be 20 points ahead, and then it's going to be his turn again. So
yeah. Well, I think that was his goal. I think he has to concede the fact that if there's something from the K he doesn't see,
he's going to play.
That could be the game.
He's going to play Toxin for a lot.
The tile next to Joey's N is a blank on one side and a T on the other side. He has EINT blank and multiple places to play them, like a kitten or something.
Yeah. So Joey's going to play out right now, and the game is over, or he can play time.
Hat! Hat! Define hat. Hat has been defined. Hat!
Let's get a...
Oh, it's Sam Rosen. Hello, Sam Rosen. You are a wonderful person. Everyone, please say hi to Sam Rosen. That's
hi,
all
Sam Rosen.
Hat.
Noah, Jesse, and Nigel should be starting shortly. We're basically right at the time where the next round is supposed to
we
start.
We get to watch Jesse and Nigel?
We do.
This is exciting.
Mm-hmm. Rodeos is going down. Cesar, you have a special connection to this word. I believe the exact wording is, none of this would have happened without rodeos. yes, we do have Nigel back on table 1 finally. It was pretty hard to pass up this matchup given that this is a rematch between the 2 finalists at the World Scrabble Championship, so naturally we had to bring them back. It's a chance for Jesse to get some revenge. But he did actually win against Nigel a number of times at the World Championship, just Nigel, of course, coming out a little bit higher in this case with a few more wins. Let's see. Chris Hawkins says, random question, is that tabletop textured or is it flat? That is a random question, I would have to agree. I'm not an interior designer, so unfortunately I can't really tell just by looking.
It looks to be like a white version of this.
Yeah.
Which is really both. It's like a pattern that's, I guess, very wrinkled. Flatness.
Yeah, that's a beautiful overlap by Nigel playing Meiotic on top of 6 letters.
Indeed. Wow, that blocks all of Jesse Day's bingos. Unsurprisingly.
Yeah, it's a bit tough to bingo after that's already happening.
You had earlobes double.
Earlobes would have been very nice.
Past. Now, Jesse Day has very little. You could play like BISE through the IS of on the board.
The immediate thoughts in the chat are, oh, he's going to burn time here, I think. And Jeremy Hildebrand says he'll waste time looking for 9s. You have so much faith in my fellow Jesse.
I mean, even spending 45 seconds on playing rodeos is leisurely.
I guess the only question is where do you place it, right? If you're going to spend time, that's probably why, but yeah, I'd probably get impatient and just play it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Sokol points out that Nigel has KidVid lined up through the ID.
Cool.
The question is, which of the 2 KidVids do you play? Because they both have some interesting implications as far as next moves.
Yeah. And the bottom KidVid sets up your own letters a bit better with that H spot. I almost played KidVid. That was one of the highlights of my career.
I think if you're Jesse Day and you see Nigel play KidVid a little bit lower down, you start to think if he has the X or the Q, since Nigel is known for these setups. It would be a pretty hard. It'd be pretty hard to not play in that spot and take it out if you're Jesse after Nigel does that.
I feel like Nigel's setups are usually way more obvious, so I'm not sure.
Kumar, can we move the camera down a little bit? The letters are obscured with the repositioning. Jesse is going for an attempted 9 here. He's trying storable.
Oh no!
And Nigel will do what he does, which is turn it around, take a look, say hold, and then challenge. I've never seen Nigel insta-challenge anything. Usually he just holds it like this, waits for a little bit, and then just finally pauses the clock and says, challenge. Which he just did.
Simon Quackle prefers BISE through the IS. Which, I mean, that's a huge blunder because you're such a in good shape to bingo after any play here.
Jeremy says he's flipping to page 376 of his mental picture dictionary.
Yeah.
You know, that's actually not even that far off. We got some insight from Howard Warner yesterday on Stream Briefly about the way that Nigel would make lists way back in the day. He preferred to write out all the words by hand into columns and memorize them that way, and just essentially find them in that grid.
So let's see if...
Now the issue is, does Kidvid give Jesse anything in either of those positions?
Yeah, it gives him better rolls. So now he can't play Kidvid.
So he's dropped the K, it looks like, possibly? What is he doing? Just playing Kia?
Kish?
What are you doing there, Nigel?
Yeah, so he can't play Kidvid because that would give better rolls. Could he play Vivid?
He's just played... Interesting. Nigel's played Kid.
What?
Okay, this is one of those things where only Nigel.
What?
That hurts my head.
Wait, and why is... Oh, this is Bizarro. Why is he not playing the E? Wait, what is happening? Whoa, this is weird.
So, Nigel could play Kidvid now and set up his X.
He got an X? Oh my gosh, he got an X.
So now it actually would be a setup if he played Kidvid.
But Kidvid, you can't play Kidvid because that Kidvid makes no sense after playing Kid. If you're gonna play neurotically one turn, you need to play neurotically the next turn also to have it be coherent.
But yeah, I can't really figure out Kid. I don't get that at all.
Let's see, Jesse has an interesting thing to reply.
Oh, he drew the blank?
He hit a
blank.
blank.
Oh, jeez.
Jesse probably thought that Nigel was setting himself up and got to poke that.
So Vivid would go down through Ibis in this turn.
I feel like Nigel's the only player who can make weird plays that are optimally...
It has to be correct. It's just why.
Because people misinterpret why he played it.
Allison posts in the chat, does buys make sense as a response to Kid, or were there better plays and Jesse was thrown off by Kid? We were saying that a possibility with just playing the B Allison is it doesn't give Nigel any easy places to play a 7 after if you think that Kid is a fish to try and play a bonus the next turn, whereas without that information then you would probably just play BISE. But yes, it is possible and likely that it influenced his play. Remelads has been put down by Jesse Day as a double-double. But yeah, Cesar says, can someone explain Kid? Yeah. I wish I could. Kidvid doesn't allow for, someone mentioned it doesn't allow for Abseiler or Veterals, as you said. But still, why not something like Kia instead?
Yeah.
And yeah, leaving Kidvid as a possibility is what I thought as well, Josh. This is already a very, very entertaining game. Wow.
Yeah.
Nigel's lined up hula on his rack.
Interesting. So he's passing up. What? Why? Why would you play hula over like HUH? I guess he's still.
This is the head explode part of the day.
Yeah, I guess the H is useful. I mean, H is a great tile.
Nigel has hexed lined up for somewhere on his next turn. Meanwhile, on Jesse's side, he has got counting minus an O. And Jeremy Hildebrand says, I think Jesse will have a bingo in the next Collins update. Was that how you're describing it now? I wasn't sure if that would be a verb regardless of the update or not, but how would you even define that, Jeremy? I'm not sure how I would. Would it be to say hello in Australia? Because it basically is.
And so, I guess Nigel played hula to set up hex for 48 alongside it. That's very useful. And since he drew the ED, you can play hex for even more.
Kumar, the commentator screen is frozen. Okay, that looks better. Thank you. I think I want to show Kid to Jesse after the game, because you know Nigel doesn't ever talk about what he has and what he's got in his rack. I just want to see what Jesse does looking at that position.
Yeah. And I guess, so none of us have any ideas, right? Nobody in the chat had an idea. I don't have an idea. You don't have an idea.
Well, they're saying possibly that Nigel maybe was hoping Jesse would just play buy so he could play Vivid in the next turn to unload, and if he didn't get that, he could play Kid Vid. That's someone else's thought.
But you...
Josh, Nigel does talk some about what he has. He just doesn't talk about why. He doesn't usually explain his whole thought process, is what I was getting at.
You're giving up 10 points. I mean, Kidvid doesn't score that much more than 10 points to begin with. It's not like setting up Kidvid is not an achievement. Yeah, so we're simming Jesse's rack right now. Quaggle seems to prefer induct or anti-gun or canting.
Yeah, canting, not the other word.
Yeah.
So he's put down induct, hits the clock, good play.
Yeah, I think one reason induct is quite strong is the bag still has plenty of vowels. And
Nigel wastes no time putting down hexed to the right side of remoulades. That's going to score a lot.
54. Yeah, Hula was really well motivated.
Looks like the clock has been paused to check the score.
Cool. Okay, Jesse, what can Jesse do? He can play Yogi. Up
Yogi
in the upper
scores
left.
well.
Goey is probably preferable though.
I think I'm a little bit more partial to Goey.
Such a what I'm.
Cesar points out geogeny is on the rack. It just doesn't have a place on the board.
Good spotting. I guess he's considering yoga in the lower left, yogi in the upper left. The score is he's down by 10.
He's choosing yoga at the end of the day here. Just a quick shout out to Ili Dangur sponsoring this live stream for the Alchemist Cup. Thank you for that. We appreciate you investing into Scrabble.
We appreciate you.
Nigel is playing Pauseful through
Whoa.
USE. Nice.
Whoa. That is a very good play.
That's the best play by far, according to the static sim. Probably with the evaluation as well. Very nice. Now we're back over to Jesse Day. He's got Engorge on his rack.
Yeah, good drawing. It was interesting last play. You could have kept either EGN or EEGN. You can make an argument for both. There was only 4 E's unseen to him, so that's a reason to keep 2 E's because you might not be getting many more of them. But at the same time, G doesn't really go that well with E's. And if you're not going to be bingoing, you might. EGN's probably better overall from that, taking that into account.
So here comes Engorge. Interesting. There were 3 potential placements for that.
All of which are
dangerous.
Dangerous, yeah.
I think at the end of the day, I'd have a harder time picking between this and then Engorge and EL. The one to the right of Induct I would certainly never play. But this one, this one or the other one, I'd have a really hard time picking. Which do you like?
Oh, gosh.
I think I like the other one a little more, even though the E is in such a dangerous spot.
Oh.
Just because of things like this.
Yeah. Also the Q, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you play it making EL, you're taking out that huge Q spot. But the game's so even that it's not just, yeah, and so I think since you're going to have second crack at everything, you'd have to take away the most. I agree with you. EL would be the place for me. Award for 46 brings the game to almost with an even 2-point difference. Oh, and Jesse has so many eyes.
I think that's Nigel, actually.
Oh.
Jesse Day, I believe, has the Aerostat minus an R on his rack.
Oh, you're right, because Nigel had so many eyes in his leave. So much to think about.
As has been pointed out in the chat by Josh Sokol, just because it's Nigel, the possibility that the A has been placed there on purpose for a Z will cross his mind. I think, I don't know, I hear that and I agree that setups with Nigel are always a factor, but award to me just looks like you're just taking points. There's no obvious alternative play, at least with those letters.
Yeah, but he still might want to. I think his best play is mostly take it out. His best plays look to be from the D of hexed. You can make dato or data, and that would take out the spot and leave you the best leave you can score, leave you can have while scoring.
Great match, 2 points between the two players right now. And it looked like he was considering playing Tay and Ta and AR for just a second there. But he pulled back. Jeremy Hildebrand points out G's, J-E-E-Z-E in that spot would be deadly. Yeah, cannot disagree. So Jesse is concerned with that spot and is opting for Toya, holding on to an S. Interesting. Keeps a nice sleeve, certainly. He's got an S on his rack. It actually looks like he is doing a setup on the Master of Setups. And he would have G-Ats in that spot next turn.
Oh
or
my.
James. Actually, James is a Collins only play. Shout out to James Leong. Wow. James.
Yeah, that's quite a nice inspired play.
Nigel making a nice play to take that spot out of Figo. F-I-G-O. Yeah, the setup master knows a thing or two about setups and correctly takes out that threatening spot.
Yeah. Yeah, from Jesse's perspective, I'm not sure about Toya. I like that he's making things happen, but he's giving up 7 points compared to playing the same letters with Dato. And given that there's not that many other places to play on the board, it's likely that Nigel would play there, either with his own huge S play or something like Figo.
So Nigel has Mirza and AR on his next turn on the top left for a fair number of points. Jesse Day is going to look to score well with his J, and he is going for Jet Sam on the top left. Trying to see something for Nigel to fire right back.
It's a good spot.
have an E for Jezeel.
Could we show the unseen letters? Maybe next to Nigel.
Jesse Day's draw is not looking super good there.
Ooh.
Looks like he's grabbed the Q.
Ooh. Yeah, from Nigel's perspective, the Q is huge. Although it's a lot of ends too. What would be your strategic considerations here?
If I were a Nigel?
Yeah.
If only. If I were a Nigel. Well, in this position, Jesse Day is taking about a 50-point lead. Having the J in really the only obvious scoring spot is a concern. I was just thinking about Jesse's setup last time, but Jetsam really gets rid of all the letters that Nigel would have been concerned about that turn, so it's not much to read, but he's gone for Riel. Interesting.
Whoa.
So he's definitely setting
He's
something
setting up his
here.
case A. He has a case A. Oh gosh, he has the
So
only.
he's got Maze next turn. Ariel and Maze.
He set up. Oh, what a setup!
That's nasty. Oh.
But he. Ooh, he had some other setups too. Quackle's favorite in the sim was MI, alongside Jetsam setting up the Z for Zit.
And then, as has been pointed out, Oriel works as well, and Jesse does have an O, so he can destroy this.
Ooh.
I think the nice thing about Riel as well is that when you're dealing with the left as a setup, J is still open on the top lane to score with it's like a JA, JE kind of word. It's very interesting.
Oh gosh. Yeah, so MI wins the Quackle sim, but the sim didn't even have Riel.
Put it in. Let's see if it shoots up. There you go. Riel shoots right to the top.
Wow.
Riel is dominating.
Wait.
It didn't even make Quackle's list of static suggestions, but when added in, shoots right up. So Jesse is playing brown.
Why didn't he play bow? Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Huh? This game is so bonkers.
So Jesse's drawn fairly well to that. He's drawn EERT, just the Q, messing up his rack there.
So I guess, Riel wins the sim. I guess part of that is because Quackles won't block the setup if it has an O.
So Nigel's got Azyme lined up in his rack to play down from the N in brown. Or Enzyme. Scores have been requested after the last move. Jesse Day is at 352 and Nigel is at 304.
What? Yeah, why did he play brown? He was in great shape after bow.
Mm-hmm.
What would Nigel even played after bow? He could even play bows if he wanted to.
So unseen to Nigel, since it's been mentioned in the chat, is 12 unseen tiles, And of those, there are 2 E's, an I, and a U for vowels. The rest are consonants, including the Q.
Yeah.
And a play like Brown, I mean, like, Nigel's already going to wonder why he didn't play the O for Oriel, but...
He must have missed Oriel.
Yeah.
That's, wow, oh man.
But Brown would be unusual to use up your very last vowel, especially for a play like that. So Nigel will probably deduce that Jesse has at least 1 vowel on his rack. So Nigel's got to be cognizant of that when playing.
Do you think he'd play MY, making Brownie, leaving... Oh no, he can play AZYM, leaving
AZYM.
1 in the bag.
He had that lined up originally.
Yeah, timing-wise that seems perfect. And then if he draws the Q, would he be...
There's the I in induct.
Sorry, was that anything else though? If he draws the S, he could play something good.
If he keeps the N, would he have Chin anywhere else? I'm not seeing it. So Nigel is opting for enzyme. So he's going to empty the bag.
Interesting.
So Jesse's going to have no choice but to play QI on this turn if he has any hope of winning. So the issue now is, can he win after QI if you put that in, Jason Katz-Brown?
Whoa, some tie letters have appeared on Nigel rack. What do I mean? There's Souk also.
Souk, yeah.
Oh, the moment of truth. Crackle's working on it. So he plays Souk and then, or oh, I guess you can threaten QIN and Jester. Should he play QIN now? Yeah. What about yeah? Huh.
So Souk wins 100% apparently, and so does QIN.
Yeah. Yeah. So how would Souk go?
Well, you leave enter left.
So you threaten like retine. Should we play it out?
Entire / re-rent has been pointed out through the R and engorged. And then Nigel would play Jaunt as his ideal play. And then Tenter would work as well if he played Jaunt. Okay.
So that wins by 6.
So Jesse has 4 minutes and 15 seconds on his clock to figure out this endgame. That's it's a little better than usual.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going for QIN, which is one of the 2 wins, because it sets up reset, and it also leaves Reist and Toyas on the next turn.
And Jester.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful.
Have a good night, Allison. Thank you for watching. Oh, he picked it back up. He's not committed to QIN
yet. I think Michael Tang might have gotten his. Michael Tang's been on the lookout for the game that defines the tournament.
This one is a pretty amazing game, I would have to say.
Yeah, it's a bit more bizarre than awe-inspiring, though.
Yeah. You're quite welcome, Allison. Appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. I love all the back and forth we have with the people watching.
Jesse is recounting, or not recounting, he's retracking, it looks like, based on pointing his pen at the board to really make sure he knows what Nigel has.
It's
And that's fairly important in this tight endgame here.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he will be using all of his time again.
Yeah.
Cesar points out he probably sees souk, but isn't sure that re-rent is a word. Yeah, that's fair. That is possible. I consider that as well.
Did anybody have any theories about enzyme?
Jesse is putting down chin. Looks like he's worked out that the endgame will win for him, but he still hasn't hit the clock. There it goes. Good job. So that is one of his 2 winning plays in the endgame. So in this rematch of the World Scrabble Championship final, assuming all goes to plan and routine here, it will be Jesse Day. Nigel naturally playing his best possible play after Chin, which is Jaunt, leaving himself TP. Jesse Day playing his setup of reset to finish the match. Nice game.
What a game.
Josh Sokol says, enzyme is possibly because Nigel needs to score more and threaten the J play to counter the Q. Timing is more irrelevant in this endgame, he says. Okay. So that's a 4-point win for Jesse Day over Nigel Richards.
Wow.
That's a great game.
You get to see Jackson again, who was great in the first game, and you get to see Nigel Richards, who's great in every game. So, win-win.
And we're going to bring Conrad back in because it looks like they're about to get started.
Outstanding.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Strudel, I'm sorry that you have to leave and go to class, but we will have all of these games up on YouTube later, and you'll be able to catch up with all the action. And then there's always watching the game during class, but I didn't say that. Alrighty.
Yeah, I definitely played a lot of Scrabble when I was in university. It's kind of how I got through it at times. Used to have like 20 or 30 games going on Facebook Scrabble with one of my friends. And I'd be like, oh, sweet, class is over. Fortunately, I graduated.
Got in the way, right?
We got there eventually.
Now, I think it looks like Nigel's looking to play Twirled, but did Twerk make it into the T-W-E-R-K?
Not how you spell it.
No, with an E, though.
Oh, with an E? It's Collins.
No, not good. Yeah.
I think it's Collins.
So remember, Nigel has to, even though he doesn't have the E for twerk, but Nigel has to remember that a lot of words that are available to him using the other dictionary are not available to him in North America. And to make things even more complicated, I don't know if you know this, but Nigel just went to the duplicate Scrabble Championships in Mont-Tremblant, Quebec, where he won, I assume, since he went through 7 games of duplicate Scrabble without making a single error.
Wow, he won Classique also, right?
In French.
Yeah.
Did I mention French?
Oh, yeah. So if you're familiar with the BuzzFeed articles about the New Zealand dude who wins French Scrabble without speaking French, this is him. He's also the best English Scrabble player, and he'd probably be the best any Scrabble player if we found other Scrabbles to Scrabble. Yeah, so...
Do you know what we're going to be doing during the lunch break? Are we going to be putting up some videos?
Yeah, we're going to be, I think, playing a couple of videos from last year. Some of the exciting games from the 2017 Nationals, which you can also find on YouTube.
Right, and we asked to make sure that there was some sort of banner up that would let you know that these are not current games. These are from last year. So if you see any games happening after the next hour, they're going to be from last year, not from this year. To give you an idea of standings, in this division, Nigel lost his last game, as Conrad mentioned before the break, 328 to 515. So he retains first place with 1816 plus a whopping 1,683. The next person behind him is Ori Swift, who we just watched lose. And he's at 16 and a half, 17 and a half, so a full game and a half behind Nigel, and only a cum of 507. But coming up from the ranks, I'm going to go check on Matthew Tanicliff, because when you look at how they're doing in the tournament, they're color coded, and if it's red, you've lost a game, and green, it's you've won. And I suspect Matthew has a crap load of green in the last 10 games, because he's now at 16 and 8.
I would say so, yeah. I think it would be really funny if Jackson played Writhed here also. It's not the best play, but he would certainly win, like, novelty points, creativity points, or lack thereof.
Now, I'm not sure if he's got tired to have a message to us, or he wants to play somewhere, which my hunch is he's going to play odd next to Writhed.
I might play Hurried.
Oh, that would be the best play.
Yeah,
he should do that.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's playing here. I think the
he's
idea.
Tired?
No, I think he's just trying to do what he thinks is going to keep the board open most long term, because he's already losing to Nigel. But I think against Nigel, really, he's got to keep scoring points. But you know, we'll see what happens from here.
Let's see, I'm going to check on Matthew. And in his here's all that green. So since round 20, so 21, 22, 23, 24, he's won 5 in a row. He had lost 2, but then he had won 3 before that. So sometimes that's a strategy in Scrabble, that you just lose a bunch of games early and work your way up at the end.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it happens.
How's Chris doing? Chris is our other co-president, and he was right up there for the longest time, but it looks like he's got lots of red. So he's now slipped to 19th place, and I think he was up to 3rd even at some point. That's got to hurt. It really, really sucks. I've been in that position. I actually was in first place after, I think it was in Phoenix, and I was in first place going into game 3, day 3, and then I just hit a wall of people hitting 500, scoring 500 and more above me.
So definitely an interesting play from Nigel here, playing off 6 tiles, throwing the board wide open.
You're not like it.
Doesn't have too many big plays there, just Nigel does love this concept we call turnover, which is playing lots of tiles off to try to go for more tiles. I don't necessarily think that his logic is quite that shallow, but he does like to go ahead and turn things over and start with a new rack.
Well, it's also very, very early, and this is the time now. He's already played off one of the blanks, but there's still one unseen, and there's 4 S's. So playing off a lot of tiles early in the game is a strategy, but when you have A and T, E on your rack, with that VU, the tendency is just to play off the VU.
Yeah, and an S isn't very, very useful here.
It's not useful on this board other than to start off of HE.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that Vonter was a good play here. It's just, it's not necessarily something you would expect to see all the time.
And we'll see how Jackson not playing Hurried is going to change the game, because not only would he have scored a lot more, he also would not have given Nigel perhaps this opportunity to get rid of that VU combination and to replenish his rack and pick up an S, pick up blank, whatever. So you can see that just like the butterfly that flaps its wings and it affects the climate thousands of kilometers away, same thing here. Missing one word early in the game can change the entire complexion of the game.
So for Jackson here, yeah, it's seeming like Ditz seems like a pretty straightforward play. He could go a little crazy and play Ritz, trying to set up a big F. Again, you know, losing against Nigel, it's pretty normal to want to really increase variance or randomness to try to get back in it. But I think it's early enough where making the standard play makes sense.
Now I haven't said anything, but actually Nigel does have a bingo on his rack, which is not playable. I don't know if people see it.
I think it was mentioned at one point.
Was it already? Okay, I'm not following
Yeah.
the... Okay, perfect.
So it looks like Jackson's going to escape there with Ditz. No Etaimons.
Now, most mortals would immediately think to stick that Y on Ditz to make Ditzy. So, but doing so will then expose row 8 for a comeback. So it will be very... Oh, and Jackson can't catch a break. He keeps having these stem bingos, racks. Now he's got satire, but he's got a J. Let's see if there's anything he can do with it. Now, yom is interesting too. Now, Jackson will know this, but it's a Hebrew word, and the plural for it is yomim. It does not take an S. And that's interesting because Nigel has an S, and Hay doesn't take an S. So often he'll do stuff to set himself up for the next turn, and he's not set himself up for an S play, which is interesting.
So yeah, it's interesting because it's a short term. It's a nice defensive play. Longer term, it's going to be very easy to put a letter on that triple letter score next to DO, which is going to do, as we say, fork the board in two different ways for Jackson to hopefully get himself back in the game. This is kind of an unfortunate spot for him, though, not having a bingo here.
And you can understand why he played the M. I mean, he saved a nest, I believe, right? And
yeah,
who knows, you're going to pick up 3 vowels. But now, boy, you wish he had that M back.
Yeah.
So not that many letters actually hook onto the YO.
Yeah. Penalty for a word that doesn't exist. If your opponent challenges it, it comes off the board, and you lose your turn. I like moneyest. That would be a good word.
Moneyest.
That rack was money.
It was more. Mine was moneyer.
Yeah.
But moneyer is good, but it takes an S.
Yeah.
Bonier is good. You can spell it Boneyer. It's fun that when some of the new words come out.
Yeah, but they're always based on like old words that haven't been used in like
I guess
500 years. So like, what's the point?
500 years.
Never ask Scrabble players to talk about like dictionaries. It's a really unfortunate subject to talk about. In terms of what does Jackson do here? I think he kind of needs to play a bit of variance here. Yes, you can add an S to Vanter. He's really just got to risk like going for a bingo next turn, I think, and try to take points while he can. So I think there's something to be said for playing JEU for 20.
It's so hard to blow up this rack,
But that's what I'm saying is it doesn't fully blow it up. It's kind of just playing on the odds of drawing a bingo. You could play Ahi for 11.
Too bad he doesn't have an over dojo. Yeah, jest is a good possibility if you wanted to score some points. Playing Nigel is always it's really a culture unto itself. And it makes you sometimes do things that you wouldn't normally do. It makes you doubt yourself more than you normally would, because his word knowledge is just so legendary.
So Jackson's gonna kind of toe the line between leave and points now, playing Jerd, keeping a good leave for next turn, keeping the T for they, which is kind of the main spot to play a 7 right here.
I always find it annoying when my opponent plays a letter that I need in order to bingo.
You're not in the right spot.
Estrone would have gone down. Yeah, not in the right spot. The other bingo in Nigel's rack besides Estrone with the OE at the front is ecotones. So, most mortals, I think I'm going to start most of my sentences this game with most mortals would probably think to get rid of that OE double and open the board. But he's up by a bingo, 73 points. He can wait. This is one thing I've noticed about Nigel. He is patient.
He's very, very patient, yeah. He held on to an X for an entire game earlier in this tournament. He didn't actually win the game, but that's kind of terrifying when Nigel plays OE. You're like, oh crap, well, this isn't good. He's gonna bingo soon.
Well, the thing is this, and then what it forces, and he does, and he even says, he likes watching to some extent people squirm a little bit, like look what I did, but often what happens is they'll try to block him, and by doing so, they'll actually give him a better place to play. I see it over and over again. So we see Jackson picked up a mitt full of E's. He's basically playing off what he picked up after playing Jerd.
Yeah, most mortals, Twitch chat mortals were mortals. Everyone's a mortal compared to Nigel. So Jackson quickly plays FEE. Totally makes sense as a play. And Nigel is going to do what he does best, and that's score a lot of points.
And am I correct that he would not have had the bingo had not Jackson blocked that spot?
I mean, row.
Oh, it would have fit. Okay, I see that. But he would have opened up in retaliation row 1 with the O right underneath the triple letter.
Yeah.
So, you see, it's just an unbelievable sequence of events that happens over and over and over again when you play Nigel.
And then, as you can see, Jackson's rack now, he's got some bingos and
Octaves, avocets.
yeah. So
And can he play them?
where are we gonna play him?
Shockingly, not available. Mind you, they went to fit off his Wii either.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so frustrating sometimes. Like, he's played Yum, he has an S, he hasn't created an S hook, yet he's able to score using his S and you aren't. It really. Did I get a drink? No? Oh. But it's also part of the blessing of playing Nigel, because it really forces you to think outside your box and to really start thinking of different ways to approach this game.
Yeah, this is really just kind of a not great situation for Jackson. Presumably he'll play for a bunch of points, but
well, it's
he's going to have to...
completely annoying to have bingo after bingo or almost bingo and then to finally have one and then there's nowhere to put it. So he's going to have to find a way. Can he do... No, he doesn't have an eye for evict, but the best thing for him to do right now is to try to open up the board going across to the triple on row 8. That would be one good, very good thing for him to do. I don't know if it's the best, but it's certainly a good thing, and I don't know that I see anything except to play Eves.
Yeah, so Dope, to answer your question, you can't resign in games, which honestly sucks to me, because you have to use up so much brain energy in games that don't necessarily matter, because we use point spread as a way of breaking ties. If you ask me or certain other people, I think point spread should be abolished from Scrabble. I think it's stupid. And I think that resigning should be allowed because it's a very tiring game. That said, most of the time, because we use point spread, which is defined as how many more points you've scored than your opponents, you can't resign because we wouldn't be able to keep point spread a thing.
Well, I don't know. Has there ever been a situation where people have tied to win the tournament? There must have been.
Yeah, there was one last year, a couple years ago. It happens every couple of years.
It's also
they've tied even on point spread.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, happened a couple of times.
I love it when you go to a tournament and you literally do not move in spread at all. It's like you finish 9-9 and your rating stays the same, and you might as well just have stayed at home and saved $500. But
yeah, bingos do not. The bonus points do not multiply. It's just the flat plus 50. My guess, is Ovate and Weist here or something. Score, open another lane. It's kind of...
Oh, there's an example of one of those unexpected hooks.
Yeah.
No, avocet, there we go.
So, as Jackson's going to play AVOCET here, I definitely understand the logic. He's trying to make the board wide open, keeping an S, making it certain that if he has a bingo next turn, he'll be able to play it. I think it's a little bit offensive right now. I don't think he needs to quite do that yet, but there's definitely a pressing sense against Nigel where you want to do that.
We seem to have a difference in score in our Quackle versus our game by 10 points, and I'm wondering if someone can check into that to make sure that our score that we're broadcasting is correct. Someone's wrong, and they both look exactly, the boards look exactly correct. So let's check into that one. We'll let you know if that is the up-to-date score.
Any thoughts on the Collins game that's going on right now that we swear we were actually going to try to broadcast this time, but they just got ahead of us and just went ahead and got started.
I'll give you some scores.
Not our fault. Can't blame the streamers.
Well, I'll just jump right to turn 21, and I see, we actually have a close game. Evan is up 403 to 381. Stefan had played Lucens and Paretic, and Evan came back after Paretic with Colliston. So those are the only 3 bingos, or bonuses, I guess we should say. Just like when you're watching, tennis, in Britain you say nil, right?
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Expo's down.
So for the moment here, Jackson is starting to mount a comeback. He did have to use up both an X and an S.
Oh, that's okay.
But I think it was well worth it.
I think that's actually perfect because there's nowhere to stick an S on this board. Let it be where he can reach it.
Can definitely be useful. It's also in a hard spot to block for a lot of points. I think we're probably going to see Nigel now use the T hook on Wheeze.
Yeah, where he's going to play a cute right now. So I imagine that the score is not up to date. No, it's not. So I think we're just getting that checked out for you. What we have on Quackle is, before this turn for Nigel, 233 to 191. He's about to add 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 63, 34 points. So, okay, he's at 267 to Jackson's 191. So he's catchable. But Jackson had that Q. He did pick up a U. Oh, and he picked a blank. Yeah. Oh, okay, we've got ourselves a game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think he can bingo with this rack right away, which would be awesome. If he got over 100 points to that S, that would be a huge turnaround in a short time.
Jackson has Quullik spelled out. That would be an interesting play. But that's not how you spell. You can actually spell, I think it's Quullik is the word. Yeah, Steve, I thought Tyke was kind of interesting too. He's had a really large lead at that point. It seemed like maybe he could afford to leave the board open for a turn, but I think he's just thinking long term what the board's going to look like, saving the T for Weist himself with only one T remaining already at that point. He's kind of got the hook to himself. So I think the idea was pretty much short term, block the triple, and capitalize on the points next turn, which is exactly what he did.
And he undoubled a lot of letters. I think Quirk might be a possibility.
Yeah, Quirk seems pretty safe. I hope he doesn't try Quullik. Yeah. He had it spelled out, who knows?
Can't play it to the K?
Oh, you're saying Keats through the E in Avoset. I think the idea was that he was going to get Weist the next turn for a bunch of points, so he could keep it and keep the S. Just longer term was going to work out better. And I think, having the lead, you can afford to sacrifice a few points. Sam, it doesn't look like Stefan has a win. That would be pretty impressive if he did.
Oh, did Evan just pull ahead, eh? Or was he ahead?
He was ahead with the bingo,
okay.
With the Bing.
He's been doing that a lot. He's been picking up blanks late in the game and getting, one of those stabbed in the heart bingos late in the game where it's very hard to come back from.
So it's looking like maybe Nigel will go for Faena in the top right here. Does a nice job of mostly obscuring that S. And kind of what he wants to accomplish right now. It's going to be
pretty quickly, eh? Look, he's got 16 and a half minutes. So he's playing really, really quickly. Faena, yeah.
I think that's pretty normal for Nigel. He's usually only got, or still has like 12 minutes on his clock. Usually when he and I play, we've used like 12 minutes each and the game's over.
It's like, okay.
I mean, that's a lot of it. When you get to the top levels, being able to generate the list of moves you want to play really fast, writing down the tiles they keep, how much you score, any other considerations. That's really what...
And it goes to what I was saying earlier. If you really know the dictionary well, there's there's not much to consider. All right, so hand gliding. That won't fit. I don't know if he had, oh, he's ready to go. He's ready not to play a bingo.
He deduced pretty quickly that there was no bingo there, so he went for some points.
Even off the U? No, nothing. Very good. He had nothing to that S either, and nothing to the E in Avoset. So he made a very quick decision, and it was the correct one, and he scored some points. He kept himself within shooting distance. Seizable is about to go.
Victory is quite seizable for Nigel right now.
Abseis is what he has on his rack, but nowhere to put it, so he's going to play seizable very quickly.
And Jackson sitting there with all his G's is just thinking G G G G G G G. It has been anything but a GG. Actually, he's going to get a bingo down.
Goggling? No, what's it?
Logging is going to play. So at least he'll still.
Oh, it does go down.
Yeah, he'll still be hanging on. The game's not over yet.
Yeah, but he really needed to bingo without Nigel bingo.
Yeah, exactly.
And picking up those S's. Loggings is also good, but he can play logging over seizable. There we go. He's about to do it, and it's the right thing to do to make the board far more volatile. Because he needs to. He's going to go ahead though, isn't he?
No, he's
he's
down
already. They've already
100.
added.
Yeah,
Okay, they've
so
already added the score. Okay.
He'll only be down 20 or so after this, but
they haven't put Nigel's score in yet. Nigel has 359.
Yeah, so being down 20, he really needs Nigel to get kind of a terrible draw. And as we'll see, looking at as Nigel turns over his tiles, that not great, but certainly not bad. Could be worse. It was looking bad for a sec, as you'll see him turn over the first 5. Were all vowels, but yeah, but PM.
So we're not up to date on scores yet, right? I guess it's coming. Okay, well, so the score right now is 359 for Nigel to 339 for Jackson. So Jackson's just down 20 points, but it's not his turn. And oh my goodness, he picked a good rack though. And can he fit delete? No, it won't.
No, I don't know if anything's gonna fit. Just have just the right amount of space in between those words to.
Yeah, I know.
So if you're Nigel here, like really, you just need to make sure you're closing off that O. There's not really anywhere to bingo.
He's playing really, really fast. Now he's chosen not to play Ami. So he's setting something up. He wants to come down or across.
This is one of those Nigel plays that, like, we're totally stumped. It doesn't make any sense to me. And yet he's done it. Why he wouldn't do, like, say, polio is the first thing I saw. I don't know. I mean, I know he's setting up Oma, which is, German for grandma or whatever.
Well, Jackson can play it too, and there's,
Yeah, I mean, look.
As far as he's concerned, there's 2 A's left in the bag, so I'm not sure what he's thinking. Is there anything that can happen underneath seizable that's worthwhile?
And to also know immediately that there's no bingo that can be played to the L. Like he's leaving a bingo lane open and everything.
So Nigel has 378, not 359, just to let you know.
So if there's a Kenji or someone out there who wants to like elucidate why that play just got made, I'd love to have my brain blown because I am stumped.
Well, he can get payola now at hitting nothing.
Yeah.
He can play. And at this point, I don't think he's worried too much about rack balance. It's just about scoring, and play scores a ton of points. So Jackson definitely has to play there, and everyone knows Nigel at this point and his setups, and this is definitely a setup.
It's just weird to me that he'd leave the L open unless he immediately knew that there was no bingo to the L. Which, look, I've been near the top of this game, and I wouldn't have been that sure, certainly.
With 42 tiles in the bag, I ascertained that there wasn't a single bingo that was playable.
Yeah. I don't know.
The question is, does Jackson play on row 15?
I mean, I think in a lot of ways
like land or something,
he's kind of forced to do it, or he just goes all in on a bingo and just opens the board up elsewhere and goes for. I mean, like you can play for like a couple points at the top and just go for one bingo and go for the win. That could be.
Well, it's not like he can play like Lee there and set up a hook for the triple row. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one thing, Nigel's setups are usually very obvious. If he makes a play that looks like a setup, it usually is a setup. He doesn't really try to hide it, and it's kind of nice, honestly, because he's an enigma otherwise. So Jackson can feel pretty confident in playing down below here. With he has land spelled out, which is I think the most points he can score here. Kind of risky with some vowels left. I don't who knows. I'm still totally befuddled by Nigel's play.
He can also go underneath Seizable and without even trying hard play something like Dita. But I think that would be crazy. I think this is clearly a setup. Remember, in a game like this, he's going to score 30 points, let's say. He's going to be within less than 10 points of Nigel. You want to also bear in mind what you're keeping on your rack to play. Playing land saves IT for QI, and even though it's not a lot of points, when you're in a really tight endgame like this, 14, 18 points can make the difference between a win and a loss. So he's taking his time. This is, remember, we talked about that exquisite turn that could decide the game, and I think this is it for Jackson.
Ryan, you could be right. That could be what he was going for, and just
what's that?
Blocking right early and setting something up. He immediately knew the only bingo remaining was right early. I don't know, or something ending in ly.
All right. Well, we'd love to interview him afterwards and ask him, but I don't think that's going to happen. Unfortunately, he's notoriously tight-lipped.
Yeah. Yeah, we always think like Nigel's just up to something and he knows what the best thing was, but like, what if he's wrong?
And you know his answer anyhow if we interview him. Why did you do this? You know what the answer is? I was just having fun.
Yeah.
He really loves to have fun playing the game. He finds it interesting, all these setups.
If we could interview Nigel, we would. Nigel will not let us interview him.
Yeah, and if you did, it's honestly, it's really, you'd rather have your nails pulled out. I mean, he doesn't answer the questions. He just wants to play with you like a cat with a rat, or a mouse. Like, no, it's painful.
But he is really fun to talk to.
Oh my God! Without interviewing, yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Played against him all over the world. We've had all sorts of funny discussions.
He's a really nice guy, and he's got a wicked sense of humor. So he's just delightful. But he really hates it being interviewed, and so he just makes it miserable for you.
So if you want to talk to Nigel, you're just going to have to show up. If you're in Singapore or Malaysia or Thailand, that'll make it easier for you. He lives in Kuala Lumpur, but tends to come stateside once a year usually.
I wouldn't say he's never wrong. Somebody wrote he's never wrong. We've seen a few games where he's he
denialize.
Oh,
denialist.
That's. I thought he got over doing stuff like that. I guess.
Well, it's a 9 which he hasn't studied, so that's fair. Like
there's
he
a
thought,
reason why he hasn't studied it.
And you see the look from Nigel, who is.
Well, he knows the bingo that's in there.
Yeah.
It's disentailed.
Nigel is currently just bringing everything up in his head.
Well,
just
the thing
making
is
sure it's not a word.
He knows that there's a bingo in there, probably, right? It's a 9 that has it's a 9-letter word that there are 9 tiles that have a bingo in it. The question is, does he know it as the word, or does he know it just as the list of letters?
I'm going to interrupt you. It's Collins.
Ooh, interrupt me all the way.
I knew there was one in TWL, but I did not know. This is like the ultimate challenge. Can Nigel challenge off the Collins only 9? This is, for us in Scrabble Land, this is like... This is like what we live for. This moment of, can Nigel keep the 9s apart?
He's turning to page 994 in his mental dictionary. Give him a minute. That's so funny.
And the thing to keep in mind here is probably if Nigel just lets it go, he's still going to win. So it makes it even harder, knowing that if he challenges it, he's giving up. Oh my goodness, he did it.
Screw up once.
He did it. This is, for those of you who are not familiar with Scrabble, this would be like, I can't even quantify. It would be like throwing back-to-back perfect games in baseball.
All I know is when Jackson comes out from this game, we all high-five him because he earned it.
Yeah. I don't know if Jackson knew that that was even a word, but
Who cares?
holy,
We'll pretend he did.
holy cow. I mean, we'll probably chat with Jackson after this game because Nigel sure as heck isn't going to talk. But so I guess to try to elucidate why this is so important, there's 2 Scrabble dictionaries, one that has more words than the other. Yeah, and you know, most people only play one dictionary. In Nigel's case, he manages to play both dictionaries and be the best at both. He also plays in French as well, so he really keeps 3 dictionaries together.
And he's turning out to be the best in French too. So.
Yeah, and he's the best in everything. So in this case, he managed to know that in this dictionary, the word that was played was not a word, whereas in the other dictionary, it is a word, also being a 9-letter word. You don't play 9-letter words that often, so not that many people really learn them. So the fact that he's able to keep both dictionaries apart, and even at the 9-letter level, is truly, truly amazing. And I guess that's the significance. It may not seem that significant, but it.
My son, who's
trust me when I say it is.
My son, who's moderating, points out that what did he play? Denialist.
Yeah.
Anagrams to it's Daniel.
Mm.
So,
And that means, yeah, for
Oh,
people who don't know your last
my
name.
last name. But you also might ask yourself, you know, with someone such as Nigel, he's won everything and he's won it multiple times, and then he's challenged himself with the French dictionary and I have talked to him about it. He goes, I thought it would be fun and a challenge, whatever. And he's now twice conquered that. So why does he keep playing? Now it could be a reflection of he just enjoys it, but I think it also is that unlike other games, and I guess, well, maybe not chess, but every game is different. Every single, it's like a snowflake. You never get the same tiles. Your opponent never gets the same tiles. Scrabble is endlessly fascinating. No matter how much you win, there's always more to learn and more fun to have.
Yeah, and dualism, to answer your question, basically, yeah. He remembered that a word that most people don't even know in the first place wasn't in that dictionary. Nigel, let's just use a stupid basketball analogy. Nigel could basically hit, 90% of his shots from behind the half-court line. I know it sounds stupid, but he would make Steph Curry look like he doesn't know how to shoot threes. Just to keep using like terrible sports analogies. I could go on all day. I'm more of a sports person than can't say than a games person because I play Scrabble, but yeah.
Yeah, it's very special for us to be having him, even though like it's the same thing in tennis when you have somebody who's just dominating all the time and you're living in the era of this person, then you're never going to be as good as them. But it's a pleasure as well to have that kind of excellence and to give you something to aspire to. And also to learn from. One of the things that we do as Scrabble players is we go over to crosstables.com where people can actually put up their games that they've played. And sometimes when I'm just lounging around and my mind needs some stimulation, I'll just go over to some games and I'll go through each turn and I'll think, what would I play, and then see what the person plays. And sometimes they like to really teach and they'll actually say, this is what I was thinking and this is why I think this is the best play. And so there's all sorts of study opportunities available to you outside of just playing the game.
And Brian, if that's really you out there, thanks for watching. Come back.
Brian, we miss you.
I know I left for a few years to go start my career, thinking about really making a comeback, but we'd love to see you.
And I'll give you an update with what happened in the Collins game. Looks like Evan started to pull away yet again in the endgame. Yes, and he made a play that was 100% a winner, and he ended up winning 430 to 410, or it's almost over, so he's going to win by whatever, 10, 15 points. So Evan back on the winning side again, and hopefully after lunch we will bring you his game.
Yeah. So it's not Jackson's turn anymore. He played a phony word and it came off, so it becomes Nigel's turn.
So Nigel has decided that whatever damage Jackson can do along that bottom left quadrant is not sufficient enough for him to bother blocking it.
Most likely, Nigel just found something that he could possibly hit that
Absolutely,
maybe
that's
none
what
of us
happened.
maybe none of us
Absolutely.
found, and we feel like idiots because I don't even know what to tell you. And I kind of love that about watching him play. Is I'm just humbled, left and right.
Now, what would be extremely interesting is if Jackson had played something like land. I wish we could, have an alternate universe where that happened.
Yeah, I think like longer term it would have been more interesting. Shorter term, we had a fun moment.
That's all we can hope
we
for.
we had a Scrabble moment, guys.
We're just
So,
nerdy,
yeah.
geeky people who just
Yeah.
get our jollies where we can.
Well.
All right. So time is starting to be an issue for Jackson, who's down to less than 4 minutes, with still some tiles in the bag, and but I think that was his chance to really catch up and maybe make some possibility of catching Nigel if he picked some really bad tiles. But he went for it. Why not? He went for it. He wasn't in a position where he was. I think he was going to lose. I think we all think he was going to lose.
He would have been in big trouble. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great find to begin with because Jackson doesn't play that much Collins, so he probably, I'm guessing, didn't know that it was a word. He just made a very reasonable guess.
So too. I think so too. Him, yeah.
That said, it turned out to really, put the onus on Nigel. Yeah. So, I guess in Jackson's position, it's can he come up with something to give himself a potential win? I mean, there's the very obvious situation of fishing off 2 tiles on the top left. He just needs to come up with a guaranteed, place, like a 2-tile draw. And since he knows what tiles are in the bag. He knows that it's L, R, R.
Yep.
So, he's trying to come up, is there something I can do such that if I draw one of those combinations or one of those letters such that I can play all my tiles next turn,
But he better start looking through that IS again, because there is nothing in terms of except through that S, possibly. So you'd have to save the IN.
Yeah, so Evan beat Stefan by about 20 points in the Collins game. So, I mean, yeah, it's and to think how hard it is for us to try to cycle through all these plays, it's even harder, over the board. You really have to, it's hard to stay focused, to be working that hard, just nonstop. So, I think what he's looking at doing is putting the A above the I in Jerd maybe for Trindle, hoping that Nigel didn't draw. A blocking play, one of the R's, which he didn't. We know that won't work out.
Is he
Nigel
looking to
can
play
block.
Taj, maybe, do you think?
Possibly. I mean, I think he's probably going to open
He has to open it. He has
something. No, he's okay. So Jackson's going to kind of concede here.
That's conceding the game. Even though he catches them up quite nicely, it's Nigel's turn. No, it's not happening.
Yeah. And so basically what Jackson was really trying to figure out was, is there something he could get with that L in logging such that if he opened the top left part of the board, he could draw a bingo in either spot. And I think ultimately he didn't come up with anything. And at the end of the day, because point spread matters, he didn't want to needlessly sacrifice more points to Nigel. So I think if he had found something, he probably would have gone for it.
So we're about to give you a score. There we go. So you see it's not doable for Jackson. If he had played off just Taj on top, the first 2 tiles he picked out were RR. I don't think he would have had anything.
So some opportunities here for Nigel. Play Pina, setting up or leaving Ditzy and Wei for his outplay, or Wei and WOP. Seems like a
Yeah, he's going to play Pina down on 15
Yeah,
and
it
save
seems
Wei. Yeah, I mean
pretty likely.
And I promise you, if anybody's actually quackling this game, that will be the optimal choice. He's
Yeah.
really good at that. Physics, don't worry. As we said, we're going to be on YouTube later after the videos are processed, and you'll be able to watch it later. Just
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we'll be missing out on your erudite commentary, but we understand you have to go.
But if nothing else, you can always stop the nuclear fusion for a minute, and the world can wait, and then you can come watch Collins, right? I don't know how many Collins games we'll be playing this afternoon, but I think we'll be doing
At least one.
At least one. Especially since we tried to do it here, but again, don't blame the streamers. It's not our fault. Yeah.
So Jackson's down to 50 seconds, so he's playing quickly. I mean, he's got 1-pointers. He's not going to score a lot.
So after this game, we're going to bring Jackson down to talk through Denialist and some of the other stuff. Again, no chance you're getting Nigel to come down here. If someone out there gets Nigel to come down here, I will personally buy you a 6-pack.
To come down here or to talk?
To come down here,
here, we can put him into a burlap sack.
Yeah, to
you know?
come down here and to chat with us. 6-pack on me, or dinner, I don't care. But yes, he has to actually say things. So yeah, all that aside, we'll bring Jackson down here.
Oh, where is he going now? He's not going out.
Oh, he knows that Jackson has no outplay. And this is the kind of thing that, you know...
It's like a cat and mouse, I'm telling you. He's like playing with you with his paw.
Yeah, I think that, you know, most people would figure that out eventually. Like, you know, hopefully you don't play too fast and you realize, oh, I can get more points because you see saving Ditzy as the outplay now. It's just amazing that it's just so natural. For us, it takes a while to think through this stuff and eventually be like, okay, I think if I play AWE now, my opponent can't go out. And then I can play Ditzy, whereas Nigel's just like, yeah, I know this is right. I don't have to think about it.
Well, I don't know if any of us would have seen Train necessarily for Jackson to play. And it's almost as if he went and said, okay, well, Train is the best play in terms of scoring the most points and getting rid of tiles, because he could get the same 18 for Knit and Choir.
Yeah.
But I'm going to imagine that he's going to play Train, and then I know that he has no place else to go, so I don't need to play Wei. I could just play Awe, and then it's like he figured that all out already.
Yeah, it's possible that he saw it as one of the potential plays. But really a fun game, all in all. I mean, Jackson made a great effort to stay in it after he got kind of shafted at the beginning with some unplayable things. Yeah, I don't know. It was really fun for us. It'll be really fun to ask Nigel about Denialist later. Not because he's going to have ever had any doubt about it not being a word, but I just love to hear his responses, 'cause he's going to come up with something silly. And then I'll try to report that back later, because it's just, I mean, he's just so funny to talk to.
But it's actually really amazing that there's just a 50-point difference pretty much in the game, and Nigel had the 3 bingos to Jackson's 1.
All right, so Dave Wiegand, to start the game, he's got Zulu. Yes, this is one of the words that I definitely miss when I've gone back to playing TWL at the Vancouver Scrabble Club. All of the words in the phonetic alphabet, they work in the Collins Dictionary, and Zulu is one of them. And case in point, that is why Quebec works in Collins as well, because that is what is used for Q in the International Phonetic Alphabet.
Interesting.
So otherwise, to us in North America with the TWL book, Quebec would be a proper noun. And yes, Rebecca Juliet works as well. That's for the same reason. That's because that's in the phonetic alphabet is J. And X-ray in Collins, similar reasons. Basically, if you go through all of them, those words that look a bit weird to some people, that's because they have the phonetic spellings. So Nigel playing Quirt alongside through the second U in Zulu, pardon. And yeah, it's quite useful, Rebecca. I would have to agree. We had to learn the phonetic alphabet for training when I was starting as a flight attendant, but I actually had to learn it for my previous job as well when I worked on the ground for a different airline, because often when you're giving reservation codes over the phone with different letters, it can get a little bit confusing. So yeah, they're certainly very helpful. He goes by Dave for short.
David Weekend, Dave Elder. Do you think he's spending time choosing between Chris State and citrates?
You gotta wonder. It looks like he's got Chris State lined up at the moment.
Chris State seems perfect for being defensive. Like it doesn't put vowels anywhere. It doesn't have any hooks.
Only thing with Chris State is it leaves the I in a juicy position.
Oh, and the X spot, right.
And unfortunately for Dave, that is going to fire right back at him.
Wow. Interesting.
Chris Hawkins says, looking forward to round 45. U.S. is playing Nigeria and Australia playing rest of the world. Wouldn't it be awesome if the tournament was still undecided and at least one of the matchups was crucial? Yeah, actually, Michael Tang has mentioned that right from the get-go. He is really hoping that this is not decided before round 45. What he wants is for at least 2 or 3 teams to be in the running, even at the very last round.
He talks about that literally every day.
Yeah, that's his dream. He wants drama. Michael loves the drama.
He also has achievable dreams.
Joel Sherman mentions Styric and Zulus was the exact same score as the 4-timer.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that's true. He probably was thinking of that.
And it avoids the problem that we saw unfold here, just giving away that easy scoring spot. I mean, probabilistically, it's not super likely after Zulu and Quirk, but it's still there. If you can choose between the two, certainly.
Yeah, that's a great point by Joel. I wonder if Dave was thinking about that, because I don't really see any merits of playing Chris State over Styric.
Chris Hawkins suggests Fun, but that's not going down. It will be... Oh, you're looking at Nigel's rack for his turn, I see. Boy for Dave Weekend, and yes, Fun is an option that's available there. Very juicy spot for it now. Although Fawn on its own in that spot that was just created, I'd consider ERR.
Another idea last turn was Pierce or Piezo.
The big spot for Fun is in the bottom left, actually, if you were to do the OEH, but instead Nigel's going for Fawn, keeping ERR. About a 6-point difference there between Fawn and Fun as far as pure points go. The question would be the difference between ERR and RR as far as points for leave, and then winning percentage. All that combined, Quackle showing it is pretty close.
Yeah, I think that E is worth 6 points.
The chat asks if Frorn, F-R-O-R-N, is valid, and yes, that is valid.
It takes an E.
Mm-hmm. And we're over to Dave. Something like tiger looks okay.
Indeed.
Yeah. There we go. Nigel has literally drew mare. Mare, the keyword to Evans Clinchy's wild victory over Ricky Pernomo.
You got more of that story, right?
I got to hear little bits more and more between the first time Andrew Fisher came in and a little bit over lunch, and Ricky himself decided to tell us a little bit about that story when we were on our lunch break a bit earlier. And a few times when he was describing it, I thought he was done, and as if he read my mind, he's like, "I'm not finished," as he kept on talking about all the different ways that he managed to blow the game. Joel Sherman points out D. Wormer would be available for Nigel with an open O.
Ooh.
And we're seeing Chris Stated and Drew.
Oh, I didn't know that hook. Very nice.
If there is a man I would trust to know it,
Yeah.
it would be him.
Yes. It would be those two.
Both of them,
Both
actually.
Of them, yeah.
Dave won U.S. Nationals against Nigel. I think it wasn't 2005. It was the more recent one. Was it 2009? I think it was. I think of his TWL North American Championships, but he had to play Nigel an absurd number of times, like 4 or 5. And
oh, he won the last 3, right?
Yeah, he had to win the last 3 to win, and he actually did.
And Nigel missed Agaratum, or didn't play Agaratum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this matchup has history.
Lots and lots of history. Probably our easiest choice
Yeah.
of all the ones that came up.
What did you hear?
It's hard to ignore the points from Mercy's. There's certainly other ones that have better leaves that are only a little bit less, but looking at that, looking at what it does for the left side of the board, because the problem you have right now with Zulu is, of course, it does take the A and the O underneath, but you're not going to go anywhere to move that board to the left. The left side of the board is fairly restricted at the moment, aside from plays from the G, E, and R and Tiger. So playing left with those, or something like Mercy's, would open up the left side of the board again. But Dave is ahead, so.
Yeah. The eye leave of Mercy's is pretty good, actually. Here, there's only 3 eyes unseen. There's plenty of good tiles in the bag. So unless you, then the alternative is semi, making fawns. That's 5 points less, but keeps ER. And
Dave has got Mercy's lined up on his rack, seen in that spot through the sea. Nigel's doing that look away thing when he's got a nice little rack. Just waiting for his turn. Bored. He's probably already found the best choice. I got to chat with Nigel a bit in line at the buffet lunch today. He had come in just a little bit behind me when was going in to start to get my stuff. So I
Very
picked up a
kind.
plate for him from the stack and handed him one. And
Oh, what a nice man.
he looked at me and he said, "Terima kasih,"
Oh,
which I thought was super sweet. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I wish I knew what to say in Malay. I say,
You were-
"You're welcome."
you
And,
taught
and
it.
he had just taught me. And it was just
Yeah.
like, it escaped my head. And he's
Oh,
like, "Oh, just
no.
say sama-sama." He's like, and that was fine.
good.
So, and I was like, okay, so what do you mean by that? And he's like, well, it means same. So that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
And then he went on to explain what terima kasih actually literally means, because it's
Mm.
used for thank you.
Yeah.
The way he described it was, I believe he said, sending lots of love. Maybe you can confirm for me.
Yeah,
Mm,
I can say that. Yeah.
isn't it literally like receive, give?
Terima kasih meaning that is receive love. Yeah.
Receive love, okay.
I'm receiving love. Please receive my love.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember exactly how he described it, but yes, there you go. We have someone who is very familiar with Bahasa who is confirming what terima kasih literally translates to. So yeah, got to talk to him in line, and he was talking about some of his upcoming adventures. He's going to take 6 days to go home from this tournament on his bike.
Oh, really?
He took 3 to cycle up from KL. He's decided he wants to visit the eastern part of the country.
Really?
And take his time going back down to KL. So
Whoa.
a little bit more time exploring, and then he invited me. He was like, "Oh, you want to come with me?" And
I
then,
want to come with him.
maybe you can ask if you have time. You never know. He mentioned, that I'd be welcome. It's like, I have to fly home. I have flights I have to go and work this week, but perhaps for another tournament, perhaps for Panama. And he smiled and he said, "Yes, maybe."
Oh.
Because he's thinking about going to Panama.
Wow.
And that's going to be for the World Spanish Scrabble Championship, if he studies enough for that. Because as I mentioned earlier this week, he is seriously considering learning all 600,000 plus words in the Scrabble, Spanish Scrabble dictionary. So anyway, all that to say, if you want to go cycling with him, he's very welcome and to the ideas related to that, because Josh and Jackson went with him this summer. Alexi is here, says, "JKB, please remember terima kasih and sama-sama. You'll use that a lot in Indonesia." Referencing you going to Indonesia
Yeah.
very
Oh
soon.
no, I know that. I know
You
that.
already knew.
Saya suka belajar bahasa Indonesia.
Ooh. We got a little round of applause from the tech booth over there.
He is,
Very good.
Ariane is way too nice. I guess we missed Nigel playing the best bingo, but that happened.
That tends to happen.
Ooh, Dusky.
Dusky's nice. Alexi is here, says, "Wow, good." That's 2 bits of approval there. You got it from our tech booth and you got it from the chat. Very good.
Oh, masih. Yeah, Dusky looked like the best play as well. Ooh, Nigel gets to play a New Zealand word.
Awato.
Awato. Good play.
I can't remember. Is Awito, is that the alternate spelling of the same thing?
There's 4 spellings.
And with the H's as well, yes.
Yeah, all 4.
The specific definition is the so-called vegetable caterpillar of New Zealand. Wow, I didn't know what it meant, but I knew it was a noun. That's cool.
Vegetable caterpillar. It's a delight.
It's not a caterpillar at all. It's just some fungus that grows inside something and looks like a caterpillar. very disgusting.
And look at that, we have our resident data entry man, Barry Harridge of Australia, correcting the definition.
We're surrounded by the experts we need.
Indeed. little bit away from home for us as far as our most familiar cultures.
Weekend has some scoring options. They leave a lot of eyes. Like you can play Toj, parallel to Watto. Seems nice given that there's well, no, there's 2 eyes left. Not sure which other options are appealing.
It's certainly right up there. And yes, Rebecca, that is another spelling. Both AWATO and AWETO take the H in the same position when you are adding in the alternate spellings.
Yeah, given it's a tie game, should Dave play for a bingo or should he try to keep scoring? Like, there's lots of bingos to be played through the letters of Earl. Bingo to the Z. Oh, who takes an S in the British book? Oh, it doesn't. Never mind. Sorry.
That's
a
I
lie.
don't recall that.
That's a lie. I don't know the answer to the question of whether you go for points or a bingo. Do you know?
I think part of that is stylistic. I mean, there's some people, you know, it's like the Kenjis of the world who are going to say it's always, well, I don't know if he'll say it's always this, but they're going to heavily favor one answer, I think. Looks like Dave has decided on this day that fishing is the option, and as far as the fishes go, this is one of the better ones.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you, yeah. And it'd leave us, especially because there's 6 A's left, and an A goes well with those EGINT.
Chris Hawkins says, only one tied game out of 850 games so far, statistically unlikely. How do you feel about that, Jason Katzbrown?
As somebody who has never had a tie in a tournament game, I think that's great. Sounds about right to me.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, it seems pretty normal to me. I'm not going to say in most endgames, I'm just going to say in some. When you have, say, a 1-point loss or a tie or something really that marginally small, quite often at least one person has missed something that would have changed that in one direction or the other. So I think it actually is fairly normal to have maybe just one tie.
What you're saying is true, but that doesn't mean there should be a particularly small number of ties. I've actually wondered what is, yeah, if you have computers playing each other, what percentage of the games are ties? I'm curious. Wait, also, Graft is a really weird play. What?
Nick Ivanovsky says, genetics on offer at the moment. Yes, Dave Zrak, I believe, just needs that E in Earldom for genetics.
So I guess Nigel must have played Graft for defense. Because he had some other, like he had a lot of overlaps available for higher numbers of points, but I guess he really wanted to play to cluster up the Earldom area, and as well as the S to the ohms lane. Makes sense.
And here comes Dave with genetics. I need some of the weekend genetics to get my gameplay ability to an all-time high level. I am jealous.
I don't think it's genetics.
I think there's a whole lot of prep.
Spending a lot of time.
It's true. There is a lot of time put into. And he's pulled a blank. That's nice for him.
Ooh, he's able to blank and very good things. Do you know that Australians pronounce asphalt really weird?
Asphalt?
Yeah, isn't that weird?
I've actually heard that in other places before. I personally don't say it that way, but I've heard it a fair bit. So, for me, I would think saying it that way myself is weird, but hearing it is not so weird for me anymore because I've heard it actually a fair bit.
Oh, interesting. You're so well traveled.
So are you. I just happen to travel as a job. And before that, I had an addiction with using points from credit cards to get flights in first-class airlines. So, been a few places. But you've traveled a lot too.
Does Nigel have a chance? I'm hoping so, but...
Vandy or Vanda.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Keeping... Oi. Oi. Aussie, Aussie. Rebecca points out Pahlavis for Dave Weekend.
What is Pasha? Right?
I don't see where that would play though. Am I missing something? Ah, yeah, it doesn't play. I was gonna say it. Don't think I'm crazy. Well, not in this case at least.
But I mean, Pacha scores 48.
Pacha's a nice score.
Any ideas what Nigel's thinking of when he plays Vanda? He must be thinking of something useful for his OY that he left over.
And there he goes, Pacha.
Do you think we'll see Yowie and then Callus?
Let's see, where are you looking here? 14J?
I guess he really wants... I guess he needs to assume that he'll draw the blank?
So he's going for Buai. Peter Armstrong says, Jason Katz-Brown played Pashalik on me once.
Yes! That was fun. Thanks for letting me get lucky on that game. Ooh, Nigel's threatening Dewey.
Dewey will score a bit. Peter Armstrong says he doesn't think he knew Pashalik at the time, so you taught him a new word.
Oh, exciting.
Aaron Bader, hello again.
Yay, hello. Do you think Dave will find his only bingo?
I hope.
I didn't know that word. Do you think that word's new?
Solual?
Solutal. Or maybe it's always been British. I don't know. Oh, he got it. Good finding. Whew.
Chewy for the points. Nigel already has it lined up.
Is it me or is there a V missing?
Hello, Chucksy. I'm not sure who you are, but welcome to the stream. Hadn't seen you type anything until now. Joel Sherman says, I suspect after post-dive, Dave has vowed not to miss anything else the rest of the week. I suspect so. Chris Hawkins points out, quick game. Yeah, it's 4:20 here, and that leaves us a good 20 to 25 minutes before our next round. Olo Cake asks if he is on hold. I suspect not. It's Nigel.
Yeah.
Despite Josh Sokol's claim to the contrary a few days ago, I don't think Nigel ever holds if he's not going to challenge.
Right. Yeah.
Natalie, that is an excellent question. In fact, I will tell you momentarily. Up next is David Aldar of Australia versus Ayorinde Saidu from Nigeria. We have it listed as 4:30 on the website, but I believe we did go at 1:45 as our start time this afternoon, so a little bit of time following the conclusion of this game.
There's some food here. Would you like some food? I'll bring it across.
What have you got there, Barry?
I've got something from
I think it's kue.
Kue.
some more clay and other things.
Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa.
yeah, coconut rice
Whoa.
into it. Oh my. So much goodness. Barry, you are too good to us.
Well, no, that's Adriana did that.
A gentleman and a scholar.
Look at these colors.
Natalie says, I am in bed when Chris Hawkins asks what time did you go to bed. We got some dedicated fans in the UK watching. Aaron Bader says, maybe I can catch a bit of the next game before heading out again. Is this the last day? This is the last full day, Aaron. So tomorrow there's going to be 6 games to conclude the event. This is the last day of 10 games.
What do you think Nigel's thinking about?
Perhaps looking for a way to stick Dave and then play Dewey or something. I don't know. I don't see any way of that happening, but perhaps looking for a stick.
Yeah, maybe trying to block Babin? Does Dave have anything nice?
Aaron says, tomorrow I have to transport to the airport to head home, so probably can't watch much, but there are videos on demand. Yep. Joel having some fun with the definitions bot, asking about the definition of sleep and then of natural. I don't know what sleep is like. There are short naps and long naps. I don't sleep.
The one here is Ben for 20.
And Dave is going for the disconnected Baven first.
Crackle thinks Baven is a point worse.
Chris Hawkins says after this game it'll be 15-8 in the head-to-head in favor of Nigel. Yeah, Nigel with a decidedly positive record, but today, on this day, it is Dave Wiegand with the victory.
That's why you play the games or something.
We have, it looks like, Conrad going first?
I think so, yeah.
I thought Nigel drew first. Anyways, let's have a look. Yeah, it's Conrad with 2 U's and a port. Kind of like dumping the 2 U's. What do you think, Jason?
Quackle recommends that, yeah. It looks good to me.
Brett, what do you think?
I don't necessarily like the P. I'm not a massive fan of P. But yeah, given what he's keeping with it, I don't know. It depends on my mood on the day. I certainly think I'll be changing with that rack.
And Nigel on his side has oilier and an E.
I'd be changing here myself as well. Because my opponent's giving me a free dip into the bag. And they're going to score, what, a couple of points?
Conrad on the other side of the board has drawn all consonants to his ART leave. He's picked up K, P, J, and T.
Quackle much prefers keeping AOPRT, just exchanging the 2 U's over any other exchange. So it thinks it's about a 1.5% win percentage better than keeping APRT.
Nigel's opted to change EIO.
Nigel has an interesting, well, it's not quirk, and I think other people have noticed this in the past, but it particularly hit me in a game I played with him at the Worlds. Even if the move is obvious, he will sit there for a good minute and a half to try and work out. So he had a game-winning bonus. It was the only rack that he could have that would win the game against me. And when he sat there for a minute and a half, I thought, well, he can't have it. So he must be trying to come up with a better solution. No, he had it. So I just had to sit there for a couple of minutes while he sorted out the best play.
Yeah, actually, we mentioned that a little bit earlier today, I think, that regardless, Nigel takes a little bit and eventually puts it down. And similar with the challenge, when he holds, it's never an insta challenge. He holds, waits about 20 seconds or so, then pauses the clock, and you're dead.
Yeah, who was describing that to us? They were describing that, like, I guess it was a Kenji when he was looking at the catalog of Nigel's annotated videos, that he would always line up the play and then look at it for 45 seconds and then make it.
Yeah.
And the theory was that he just did the same thing every time so that nobody could read anything out of anything.
Yeah, that was basically the theory. That he tries to look like he's doing the same thing no matter what.
But I personally don't think he's trying. I think he is genuinely just trying to play the best that he can. I think one of the things I like about Nigel's play and his approach to the game is his focus is on playing the best he can. Now that sounds obvious, but a lot of players' focus is to win the game. And I think he just gives himself the time to make sure he's playing the best move available to him because he enjoys playing the game well. The rest of it is academic. He just happens to win a hell of a lot as well. I don't think he's got any sort of ulterior motives behind his plays usually, except occasionally when he does phony. I wonder if he's deliberately trying to game his opponent, but he's never going to give us the answer to that.
That's also been covered when people have said during this last couple of days, why not just ask Nigel about a play? It's like, oh, you're not going to get a straight up answer ever. Yeah. And yes, Peter Andronowski, it is true. Another friggin' update, as you say.
Tempted to play something like text with the rack that Conrad has at the moment to completely box up the board. I notice Nigel tends to just default to creating boxes early on. Sometimes I like to play along with him.
I think Oxter is probably the standout play too. Oxter for 44.
Well, if you want to get scoring about it, I suppose that's an option.
Conrad does enjoy playing defense. That's one of the things that, given Conrad's one of my closest friends in Scrabble or otherwise, I know a little bit about the way he plays, and I know that he is insistent that even in call-ins with more words and more options available, it is very possible to play a defensive, if not outright close board. So if he chooses to, he does go for plays that can score and close the board. So I wouldn't be surprised to see text here from him.
Yeah, but if you play text, even on that text is even worse than Oxter. Even the defensive text, like you're not creating a closed board so much as you're creating a board that is great for certain letters like the S and the A that you don't have.
I think Oxter was probably was the correct play. Well,
yeah.
Also, obviously, he's given Nigel the floater. But.
Yeah.
So here we go. We should take spread bets, I think. How long will Nigel take before he plays?
Right.
The only bonus. Oh, I think he's deciding to speed play it.
Well, that was the proper 45 seconds, right?
That was close to 45 seconds, yeah.
I mean, I basically agree with you, Brett, that he does. He savors just playing well and making the best play each time, regardless of the outcome. But I think also he recognizes that the performative aspects of playing Scrabble are sometimes just as important as like what play you end up making. And I think he's decided that doing the consistent timing every time is important to him playing optimally. Or rather that is part of playing optimally.
Conrad lacking the O for pogrom to that rack.
And for pure points, it's hard to ignore Moped alongside Ruralite. Slightly better leave option like Gem and M. That's a 15-point.
Gumdrop's quite sweet.
Yeah, Gumdrop's cool. considering that now.
I've only watched a few games that Conrad has played of CSW. I believe he's still primarily a TWR player. Has there been any situations that we've seen so far from him that maybe word knowledge or being able to discern what's where has caused him any issues in this tournament?
Actually, Conrad has switched to Collins now as his primary book. That happened in the last year or so. That I know for a fact. So, word knowledge as far as just differentiating between the books, that is a non-issue for this tournament for sure.
Well,
I mean, finding words is one thing. Yes, he would admit that he's perhaps, not word finding ideally, but the confusion, no, that's not an issue.
Even if you've only been playing for even switching over primarily the last year, you'd still have issues, right?
No, but Brett's asking specifically if it's like switching back and forth between them, if there's an issue related to that, and that I would say no, there is not.
I think often it's not so much the words, it's the reflexes that you automatically think, oh, well, there's nothing I can do down there, and you forget the word in your new dictionary. And a lot of players, I think, will play to their gut immediately, and then they'll reason through. But it's good. I mean, all right-thinking people play CSW, so it's good. On board.
No bias there at all. Conrad's got remaking and rearming and all sorts of options here.
Nigel starting to play Nav, which seems the fairly standard option here.
Yeah.
Peter Andronowski asks about positioning of Nav to make Vor as opposed to that position. Any thoughts, Brett, if you're choosing between the two, why do you go with this one over that one?
I think I would like to play to the left if I felt that Conrad maybe had fished off a couple of tiles in the last go and was very close to a bingo rack. Because I'm creating a counter play for myself down the left-hand side. Conveniently, I'd keep the end for the now move hook as well to maximise my score down there. But in this situation where we don't really have too much information about what Conrad has kept, we assume he hasn't got a blank or an S because moped plus blank or S like to have something. So Nav is perfectly good. On the right-hand side, restrictive. I think it scores the same.
Yeah.
Conrad jumps to just over 50-point lead with that play.
These are the kinds of situations I'm very interested in how Nigel plays because I've had a couple of games against him in the past where I've had a lead and I feel he should be busting the board open. Now, he's not desperately behind at the moment, but he tends to make very restricted openings. He tends to keep it still quite tight, unless he's 200 behind and has to make a 9-timer opening or something. Whereas I think some people, when they fall behind by 50 points, all of a sudden start blowing the board open left, right, and centre.
Right.
Sometimes I wonder if Nigel should be more aggressive in those situations. Because I've certainly seen games where I think the board just chokes and I can't ever see him coming back.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think what is optimal is probably much closer to how Nigel plays than how most people play. Like, I mean, most people, yeah. Like,
I wonder how much Nigel's style, it depends upon his opponents making mistakes, and he gives them an opportunity to make a mistake. Yeah.
In the past for the North American Championships, that did seem to be a pattern a lot, where he would get given games. That doesn't seem to be the case nearly as often anymore, but yeah, what you're saying certainly was a theme on our side of the pond in the past. Not sure if that happens as often anymore, but certainly is a factor.
Yeah, I think that, like, when I look at this, as what you said applies to the situation, like, we're not even halfway through the game, we're maybe 2/5 through the game, and he's only down by 50, and so it's, for the most part, you should just play for the highest equity you can, without trying to do anything special for an open or a closed, whatever. And yeah.
Conrad going for a nice high score there.
Whereas a lot of even expert players will be 50 behind a third of the way through the game and start sacrificing equity for, like, opening stuff, which often doesn't make sense. It makes you feel good about you're trying hard, but probably detrimental to your overall winning chances.
I like this play a lot because he's got the seed to hook the MY a little later on.
Ooh, yeah, very nice.
And unlikely that Conrad is going to accidentally block it. All of the scoring opportunities for him are elsewhere on the board, really. Nigel does have this nice way of the openings he creates. When he bingos in them, it closes the board down. So he's not making a wildly open board that his opponent can then come back at him. He bingos, goes 50 up, and the board is dead.
Nice play.
Wow, that's awesome. Guppa.
Very nice.
What is a guppa? That's beautiful.
I think he was an English rugby player. He was an English journalist and television and sports commentator. There you go. But he didn't spell his with an H, so even he wasn't as good.
Cool. I feel like playing Gubba has made up for text.
Interesting. So I just looked at the chat. Some Joel Sherman put in a request for the definition of Gubba, and the Aerolith robot responds that the definition is a white man, and it also is Gub. G-U-B is the exact same thing.
Like,
that's lame.
Yeah, Gub means a pig, and I think a long pig was the term for a human, a man generally. That's the link.
And how times have changed. It's actually interesting now as I think out loud. I remember watching a Flintstone Christmas Carol when I was a kid, and I remember when Mr. Scrooge has had his, awakening and becomes, you know, a better person all of a sudden. He throws a bag of money to the kid, and I can still think of him saying, after Scrooge sends him to the store to buy a big turkey, he's like, "All right, on me way, Gub." And now I can kind of make sense of that. I'm guessing it was probably a Breton or someone similar who wrote the script for that. But cool, I learned something new. I never knew what Gub meant in that context. I just assumed it meant some kind of man, but as you mentioned, possibly.
Did you know that the people in Qatar do not get the Flintstones, but the people in Abu Dhabi do?
Really? Amazing.
I was going to have a more serious conversation. I mean, Azoth scores obviously a lot, but the synergy of ETH, is it worth playing Zoea and sacrificing some points to keep F? These are the kinds of situations that sometimes I'm not quite sure how to go, because that obviously Azoth scores a lot more. Do you bank the score now?
Yeah, I think so. In the sim likes Azoth by about as many points by 7 points, like 2 win percentages, 91% versus 88%. It might be different maybe if the bag were more Val heavy, but there's not that many Vals. There's a lot though. Also 3 S's and a blank. And
So are those scores correct? Those Conrad's 95 ahead.
Yes. Now, from this perspective, the bag is very Val heavy, including 6 E's and 6 I's, 2 A's, 2 O's, and 2 U's. I guess it's pretty clever to play fag instead of fall to make it more likely to bingo there.
I think that's the Q, not the O.
Oof, yeah.
Nigel's right.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is a Q.
First thing I thought was,
Nigel's
he
right.
set up Collette's beautifully, but oh no. Maybe considering something like WAITE for Conrad now, often Fay. Kill that bottom left, plays underneath.
Yeah, I like that.
No argument from me.
While everybody else is probably looking at Conrad's rack right now, I'm just looking at Nigel's face. These are rare opportunities to study the tells. I think there's a slight quiver in that right shoulder. I like that.
It blocks the NYC spot. But I guess it opens up its own little thing.
I think probably, yes, it takes up the NYC. It's probably more restricting the players underneath flag, but the NYC spot I wouldn't worry about too much. I mean, you've got to have the C or the blank. It then has to be the beginning letter. Would he have seen weight and not played it because he doesn't want to give away a play onto the triple?
I'd say fairly likely, yeah.
It's also possible it's not 100% sure of weight.
I know he knows it for certain.
But he's drawn out a very strong route there.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah, I think maybe Aviette. Or something similar.
Peter Andronowski says, Nigel seems human this tournament. Yeah. I would say so.
The thing is, people say that. I'm sure I've read Kenji say that somewhere else, that Nigel is probably playing at the same standard he always does. What this shows is that Scrabble can be a great equaliser, and that regardless of how well you play, sometimes you just ain't going to win. And if Nigel played the same way and the tiles went slightly better for him, everyone would be remarking about how amazing he was. I think Nigel is still as inhuman as ever.
I totally agree that he plays at the same level every time.
I prefer to deviate in that situation, just to leave the villain slightly more obstructive position. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, played naivete.
Oops.
It'd be interesting to see what Nigel plays here due to the reduced usefulness of the S's on this board. Or there may be something like QIN and Boreen. Making another S hook down that right hand side.
Yeah, that's nice.
two decisions in this kind of situation. You either say, well, S's aren't worth that much, so I'll use it for a little bit more of score, or, oh wow. So as I was saying, Nigel tends not to make openings. Well, that's a do or die move, I think.
Yeah, I mean, any play loses, right? So
yeah,
this
allow your opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the remaining tile pool looking like?
We can put that up on the screen, in fact. We'll put the remaining tiles on the screen so you can see exactly what's there.
Brett, what is your favorite Nigel story?
To be honest, it's all clouded by the 180.9 timer he played against me in move 3 at the World Championships, smashing all my hopes and dreams. Do I have any? I think every game with Nigel I find fascinating, whether he plays bonus or not. Actually, probably the most interesting story I have in my mind is nothing to do with him over the board. As a lot of people watching this will probably have seen and know, I did the commentary alongside Chris Light for the final of the World Championship this year, and we were all staying together in the same hotel beforehand. So I had breakfast with Nigel, and I was speaking to him about what he sees the future of Scrabble being, and what motivates him and drives him. And what genuinely fascinated me is his love of language. And actually, he's got a really deep understanding of how the dictionaries are structured and the makeup of each lexicon. So he was talking very knowledgeably about how the French language is constructed, how the number of base words in French varies from English base words, and so on. And I found that quite refreshing in a world that we're always talking about equity, and we're talking about the numbers that lie behind the game. What we see here is really the best the world has seen in Scrabble, or certainly in the top 2. Sorry, present company excluded. But it's great that he has such a passion for language. And as someone who came into this game as more of a linguist than a mathematician, it sort of gives me a nice warm feeling inside that we still have some of that. So I think we do lose that sometimes when selling the game to new players, because some new players come in genuinely because they like words. And I think it's important we have people representing the game who genuinely excel, coming at it from that point of view as well. So yeah, it was a good breakfast. It was a good chat.
Good chat. Did he talk about...
I also spoke to him actually about why he never does interviews. And he said it really has nothing to do with the game. It just detracts from the game. And also he said the interviewers do nothing for him, so why should he do anything for them? Which is a valid point, I suppose.
Jesse was mentioning that Nigel was thinking of studying and learning the Spanish dictionary and then competing in the Spanish championships.
Yeah.
Did he talk about that with you?
That was his next plan. I think he analyzes the languages before he starts learning to work out how easy and accessible learning the entire language will be. Because obviously when anyone wants to learn an entire language in 6 weeks, you go for ease of learning. So Spanish, I think, was the next in terms of how many base words you had to learn. French is so accessible from a Scrabble point of view because you're talking only in the tens of thousands of base words, and then everything else is inflection.
Really?
So as long as you learn the base word plus what part of language it is, you instantly have another 10, 15 words that are added to your vocabulary.
Why are there so few base words in French?
I don't know, lack of imagination.
No hatred for the French third.
So far in this transmission, I have alienated the French, I have alienated TWL players, and Brexiteers. So it's going well.
Nigel, I mentioned the Spanish dictionary with him at lunch today as well. We talked about a few things, and that was one of the ones that came up. And he said that there would be, if you were to learn every single word in the Spanish lexicon, it's over 600,000. So he said that was nearly double what you would have to learn all of the French ones. So it's a new level of challenge just because there are more conjugations of words. So like you said in French, if you learn a certain number of the base words and learn the conjugations of them, then you have many more. Spanish is even more an example of the same thing, just because there's more moods, there's different ways to conjugate in the subjunctive in Spanish that don't exist in French, and so forth. So as a result, you get many more different ways to do the exact same word, and it's inspiring for me as someone who, on a smaller scale probably than both of you, loves language. I enjoyed getting to study applied linguistics in university, and wish that I had more courses available to me besides that of my minor. But yeah, like you said, it is nice to see someone who just loves the words as well, and to get further in the game at an expert level, you kind of put aside the inconsistency of the dictionary and have to focus more on the love of the game, whether it's the mathematics or just enjoying the words as they are. And yeah, it's nice to see someone like Nigel who just appreciates genuinely the words and all about the words.
So you're saying that Spanish has twice as many base words as French?
Well, not so much twice as many base words, but more conjugations. So like when you have twice as many of the inflections that Brad's talking about.
Do you know how the base word number compares?
That's a good question. I don't know how that would go, but I know that conjugation-wise there would be many more ways to change the same word. Some of them are really close though, right? So like you might have something that ends in A for one conjugation in Spanish, another one where you just add an N to that, another where you add an S. And in that sense, you know, they're almost the same word except for one or two letters different. Or where you have an A before, you can put an MOS at the end because that's the we conjugation. So there you already have like 4 or 5 different spellings and it's the exact same word. Takes that game by just over 100 points.
He played well except for text.
Yeah, probably just text. Be rolling, rolling, rolling. It's the last day!
The last day!
Oh
Big day!
Oh my god, big day! And it's the most hyped up match of the entire event, possibly. It's Nigel Richards and Ganesh Aservatam.
Whoa, it's the world's number 1 and number 2.
Fireworks! Jesse Matthews here with Jason Katz-Brown, providing live coverage for the final day. Quid. quad, quid. Question is, which one do you do? Or do you chi? Looks like a quad is the answer for today.
Good playing.
Feldgrau from Ganesh. Whew, that was fast. This is only bonus. Nice play.
Very nice play.
But Nigel's got a nice bonus he's going to come right back with.
Whew.
This is what we like to see. Firepower. No one-sided matches, please. We want to see a hotly contested match.
Yes.
So we should probably find out in the chat, since we don't get to see this very often. Do we have Team Nigel fans out there? Team Ganesh? Let's see, who is rooting for who? I want to see. What do you think, Jason? Who's going to win?
Who's going to win?
Well, win the poll, and then win the game.
Oh, are we going to make a poll?
Oh, no, I mean, like, we can take an informal one, right?
Informal poll.
An informal poll of the chat. Who do they think? Who are they, Team Nigel or Team Ganesh?
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know what the pulse of the community is nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Especially given that mostly people in North America are awake.
Scrabble Liz says, go that Kiwi lad. No nepotism there at all, hey?
Rise scores 94, so Nigel's back on top, 122 to 165.
Budak says, go G. We have someone on Team Ganesh out there. Colin Northmore is Team Nigel. Euclid 2005A is Team Nigel. James Curley is Team Nijesh.
Ganesh has a huge 6-letter play through the F.
Rebecca Slivka says, bread is in the oven. Wow, 2 bingos already. Yep, we are starting with some action here for sure. What kind of bread are you making, Rebecca? I remember one time I stayed at your place when I had an irregular flight, a change of plans. You made me cookies and they were delicious, but what is the bread you have? Oh, chala. Nice.
That's a great bread.
And still one of the comfiest couches I've slept on, so thanks again. Carfox says James Curley. Yes, indeed. That is the high-scoring play here. Chris Hawkins says Ganesh 470, Nigel 485. Yeah, that's, you know, given the pace of the game so far, not outside the realm of possibility.
Should we recap the team standings while we wait?
Team standings? Sure, we can go over that.
Always played Axe. That's quite poor.
Oh. JJ Australia. Hello, welcome to the chat. Nigel hit 122 by playing quad to open and then writhes right after.
Just about Axe. Crackle thinks Axe leaving CGMOR wins about 33% of the time, and that playing Carfox for 12 more points and a much better lead would win about 42% of the time. So it's hard to make. I mean, that's a huge blunder. I mean, we've kind of seen Ganesh be prone to making those significant blunders when he's on the live stream, so you wonder what it is.
And besides that, of course,
Hello.
magnitude
Whoa.
of this matchup plays a role. Oh, I hear a Brett Smitheram out in the wild.
Hello, Brett Smitheram.
I would say our roving reporter, except he is in England, which is decidedly farther away from the action.
Significant rovings.
Yeah, onto the words blunder. And I feel I've missed something. What have I missed?
You've missed a better connection for one thing. But as for words,
God.
as for words, Carfox was available in the last turn for Ganesh, and he played Axe instead, which scored well, but not as well as Carfox. Also wasn't as good as Aleve.
Also sets up a huge 40-point play of bad tiles for Nigel. Interesting that he plays WAE instead of WAI. I don't immediately offhand understand why he has done so. Maybe to keep the QI available? Any thoughts, Brett Smitheram?
No.
No thoughts at all.
In a simulation, Quackle thinks they're the same. So, that's cool. I would expect that if there were like not very many eyes left, but there's 7 eyes left. Heaps of eyes. Only one on the board. Ganesh is very fortunate to have drawn the best possible vowels for his rack. But his lead was so bad that it's still not a great rack.
Colin Northmore asks, is CH a common start for Jewish words, pointing to Chadarim and words like that? Omri Rosenkrantz is in the chat. I'm pretty sure he can answer that question better than anybody else. I'll leave that one for him.
Any thoughts on what Ganesh is optimal for Ganesh here? His highest scoring play is cameoed to the EED of Way and Feldgrau. That scores 30, but it's certainly not best given how much it opens. So he's probably wanting to play fewer tiles, keeping a better leave. For example, he could just play off MOG, Mog, making Med above Way. Groma also fits there, but you should probably keep your bingo-ish letters, given that there's not a whole lot of score to be had by playing more tiles.
Just thinking back to Nigel's Way over AI, potentially that's just to frustrate the hooks on the end of WAI. And with the G plays ending or things like that. I mean, actually, it's image option play down there. True. And also it gets rid of the, if he's fortunate enough to get a double, he's not going to get one there. I don't know. So it's a mild, the strongest difference. And does leave Ganesh in a problem. He could have just offloaded something like cargo or something. But actually, that's still pretty rubbish.
Yeah. In a simulation, Quackle likes Mog the best, followed by Mock, and then Cargoed. It has Groma at 7th place in the simulation and got 3 winning percentages, 5 points behind Mog. Probably because Groma gives quite a bit back that Mog, for example, does not.
I think maybe he's concerned about a tight board against Nigel. This is a little less straightforward to lock up. Certainly still possible to lock the board down again, but not quite as easily as after a play like Mog.
Maybe. Also maybe not. For example, a 3-tile play through the M of Groma locks things quite well too.
Eldan, yeah, Jason was a little quiet when talking about that. Quackle suggested Mog on top of Ed as the candidate play for the last turn there.
Nigel has Manioka lined up. He won't put the A on. That would be very un-Nigel. So.
That's useful. I mean, there's a bunch of A's already on the board, so keeping his A makes a lot of sense. Nice.
Zev, yes, the website schedule mentions 8 a.m. For the broadcast time for the last day, so we did start exactly on schedule. We also did mention at the end of the broadcast yesterday that the start time would be a little bit earlier. So in the future, any doubts, check the event website. Start times have been posted there for the duration of the event. Should Pierce be considering non-creed?
Might not want to play it though.
Yeah, I would recommend not playing it.
Too many options that will score anything there.
Yeah, there's no good scoring options. One option is END under Manioc. That's winning a sim. Second
I don't
best
like
is
cred.
Yeah, the leave is rubbish. Another option was CERNED to the ED there. That's also strong in the sim.
I was considering something like DEND, keeping REC. But yeah, I prefer all of that over cred really.
Yeah.
And again,
I
cred gives
agree.
a lot back, potentially.
I just lined up IF there, which both takes advantage of that spot and then kind of totally locks that part of the board. Impressively so. While leaving quite nice letters.
but not picking out a nice letter. Yeah. Instant play, I think that probably had to be the.
Yeah.
I was about to say Tav and Viad.
Yeah, I don't see anything better than that.
The board the way it is, I think we're going to get a lot of streams. There aren't many options for scoring. Should be able to predict well in advance.
Yeah. At the same time, the pool is full of bingos. So you got to think that at some point we'll see a lot of, a few, maybe 1 or 2 bingos from each player. For example, a bingo from the O of quad or the D of quad would lead to lots of places to play lots of bingos for lots of turns.
Looks like Nigel's considering valet through the A and Groma, possibly to exhaust some of the options with the N.
Interesting. Oh man. A simulation does have that as second behind Tav, within 1 win percentage point. And given that you infer from Conk that Ganesh has been developing his rack for a few turns, that might change the sim result such that valet would be best. Ganesh has no place scoring more than 20.
Honor here. Interesting if he plays it that way around rather than wire.
Yeah.
Zev Kaufman asks, what did Quackle think of Cred keeping 2 ends? Quackle didn't like it compared to some of the options that went up from the ED. I think Cerned and Dend were 2 potential options that did much better.
Yeah.
And then just besides the balancing aspect of it, as you can see, Cred is a little bit easier to deal with locking off, and Nigel did so in his fashion.
Whoa, it's gone to leave 3 E's.
Hasn't given place for starets at least.
Oh, good point. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, it's a good play.
Yeah.
I'm going to step out for just a moment, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. Leave it in your very capable hands.
Yeah. Brett Smitherams are the most capable of hands.
We're thinking he's got the ZF So he must be thinking Manioka and zany, given how he's been playing. Yeah.
That's quite clever.
Val, well, big help.
Oh wow, yes.
So he's restricted against opportunities. Ganesh now to play something off the Z if he's got a stronger rack, because he's suggesting he has.
Yeah.
And then Nigel Bingo's down onto that, so say Ganesh plays Z now, Nigel Bingo's down making Zs, and all of a sudden the board is almost completely dead.
Another option is Ajee, A-J-E-E from the A of Feldgrau.
Yeah.
And then second, Quackle has Hefe to the F-E of. And those two plays are quite above the rest. I mean, Ajee is nice just to score 25 and leave your best possible leave.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really worry
So
about.
it'd be the kind of move you would expect if you actually did have a good rack. And you can say, not if you've got the rack that he's got.
I mean,
No, I
DE
agree with
and R
that.
is a pretty reasonable rack, not a bad rack. Yeah, Z is, wow.
Right. It's going all in with a pair of two.
Yeah, yeah. That doesn't seem to have any upsides, right? Like no particular reason to play Z. Quackle thinks Z wins about 18% of the time to Ajee's 25% of the time. But even those are probably inflated numbers because Nigel's rack is much better than random. Who sees Nigel's highest scoring bingo? Oh yes, Eldon has found it. Eldon 726. Good work. Or Rosity. Or Rosetti. That's 90 to give him a 115-point lead. Oh, and he's got the other blank. Plays Jet. At least that sets up Steyr to somewhat make that part of the board available. But it may not matter.
Sorry about that, I'm backing up.
JJ Australia points out in the chat that, to quote him, Ganesh has been otherworldly 21 scores of 500 plus in 39 games before this. Yeah, indeed, we've seen kind of a pattern of Ganesh scoring incredible scores in the games that have not been live stream generated, and then appearing a bit more human on the stream. Maybe it's nerves being on the top board, or maybe, yeah, it's a little bit of a mystery. I think Nigel's gotten the best play here of Bio for 23. Now he's up by, again, 112. It's yet another move where none of Ganesh's possible plays score more than 30. In fact, only Ganesh's first two moves scored more than 30, Feldgrau and Axe. Since then he'll have 7 straight plays scoring 30 or less. Which is, I mean, not really. Yeah, he hasn't missed anything super crucial, but maybe some just suboptimal leaves.
Ooh, Rosity.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
I like it.
And you can spell with only one T also, which is weird.
That is very strange. Should be some law to prevent me and Brett leaving the room at the same time. Oh, technically we left our own rooms at the same time. And we're both governed by different laws.
Can you guys hear me again now?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Oh, good.
Yelp was a nice play to have to score and leave somewhat okay letters. Open up a new lane. He didn't really have much in the way of other options there, though.
Nigel's very close to tie break on the bottom.
Oh, whoa, cool. Pie break.
Instead, he's got hip break on the bottom. That's more relevant to those of us who are older.
That's
a little bit of a twist there. Also not valid, of course, but.
If you've had a hip break, then you probably need a spare rib as well, which is an R and S. Game of clappers, you'd have bagpiper through the P.
Yes, actually I saw that and I was like, oh, that would have been so cool. Nice play.
Do you think he's going to play PI and QI?
QI. Anyway.
That's cute. I mean, there's 3 ends unseen to him, none of which, and he has none. There's 4 eyes on 4 eyes and 4 O's also unseen to him, so that might be a good reason to get rid of the eye. And there weren't really great other options to get rid of eyes. Anyway, it seems fine. It's one of many plays that Quackle thinks win 99.9% of the time.
Nigel's got the classic bro mate.
Will you be my bro mate?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll be your bro mate. Bro.
Squish 761 suggests last turn Barney was also a good play to score a bit and avoid big bingos to the K. It's true. I think one reason he didn't play Barney is the leave of. I mean, he probably didn't want to keep an I because there are so many I's, and there's also still 3 U's unseen to both players. And then his R was his best tile to keep for bingos.
So tough to create another opening further down. And Colin Northmore notes, oh my god, Nigel Ganesh head-to-head, 12-24. Yes, that's one of the reasons this matchup was so hyped, is Ganesh has a fairly commanding head-to-head record with a decent sample of games. Keep in mind, this is from before Ganesh took his hiatus, so that's part of why we're so hyped about it, to see how things go.
Mm-hmm. It's worth noting that when they appeared, though, in the World Championship finals, when it really mattered, Nigel swept Ganesh 3-0. Thanks for the bread rep, Slugbecker.
Mm-hmm. Nigel's doing that 45-second thing again.
Yeah. From Nigel's perspective, there are 23 in the bag, of which 14 are vowels. So his next track might not be very good after timbres.
If Nigel removed the letters of rides from the board right now, he'd very nearly have Brett Smitheram.
Oh my. Sadly, Smitheram is invalid. Smitheram, in fact, is unacceptable. So is Matthews,
One of the
sadly.
situations. One of the situations talking about earlier on, where Nigel has seen the obvious play, and yet will sit for the requisite time.
Yeah. Is timbres new? Sort of.
No.
No. What do you think he's thinking about? Because it's been longer than his requisite time now.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he's been playing this game very slowly. To have only 7 minutes left with 20 in the bag, that's slow. It's not enough time to have left.
exchange of bonuses back to back.
Let's see, how many vowels does Nigel draw? Still has a 100-point lead, so he surely cannot lose.
Rebecca
Two
Slipka
in the bag.
wonders, is Nigel going to draw a triple-triple?
He's more likely to draw 7 vowels than to draw triple-triple.
Yeah. One can dream, says Rebecca. I would have to say so.
He has a continent. He has 2 continents.
And then 2 U's, an O.
That's
an A.
Could we show the unseen tile pool?
Think there are any 9-timers?
Not seeing one off the bat. Yeah. And Colin, there's 2 in the bag, 9 unseen tiles.
The 2 in the bag being LO.
Hmm.
I think I can't see any potential bonuses through the O, so is it worth Nigel emptying or playing he? Oh, he's got he now on his rack. I was going to say playing he now because he now seems to block the 7s that I can see.
Yeah, I agree. I like he now.
Yeah.
Quackle thinks the optimal endgame starts with in year through the R of origins. That would
Chris Hawkins says the world comes tumbling down for Ganesh. Maybe just for this round, but looks like it will be Nigel dealing out the 500 game this time.
blue is optimal for Nigel.
Are we surprised? Nope. So, Brett, guess who we have coming up next? Did you get to see?
No, who's next?
It'll be Ganesh again taking on Adam Logan in our next round.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yes, and I was told to ask you if you were willing to stay up one more hour, but if not, I understand.
Well, it is 1 a.m. here, so I think, in all honesty, yes, of course I will.
Whoa!
Excellent. We have one more round of Smitherum Insight. Thank you, good sir.
Yeah. That's my
So Quackle says that ON alongside Tamers is optimal here. And Vin is 1 point worse. Yeah, it's notable that we've not seen Ganesh play perfect endgames when he's been up here. Are these players both left-handed?
Would appear to be so. Wonder if that's the secret to getting to Scrabble Nirvana as being left-handed.
Oh no, I guess Ganesh is writing with his right hand, but does all his shuffling with his left hand. I guess that kind of makes sense.
And so Nigel takes this one by just over 100 points. 527 to 420 is the score we have to end the match.
I'm still here, so what is fun game?
Nigel pulling the Adam Logan strategy of covering.
Yeah, which is kind of nice, unlike the last couple of years. We're going to be going to the American TWL dictionary to see Nigel Richards take on Joel Sherman. Both have won national championships before. Nigel's got a 2-game lead and just needs to win 1 game today to take down his 6th championship. Let's see if he can do it here.
So we're going to keep on TWL until that has been decided, and it could be decided, as Conrad said, as early as this game. Nigel just needs to win 1 more game, and he will clinch it, at which point we'll switch over to CSW. On that board, Jason Keller, who is in first place by 2 games.
1 game.
Is it 1 game? Oh, yeah, 1 game, sorry. Is going to be playing Craig Beaver, so that's a bit closer. So we will just follow the energy, and we'll just bring you always the best possible game that we could bring you.
So Nigel's staying about 10 kilometers from the hotel, and it is raining pretty hard today. So maybe biking over in the pouring rain, maybe it got him off on the wrong foot. We'll see. But he looks pretty dry right now, so anything's possible, I suppose.
Well, he's the last person in the world to carry a personal blow dryer with him, so I guess he got here nice and early.
Could fit in the fanny pack.
Oh my goodness, a rare trade, early trade by Nigel, early on. At least we're spared the vertical placement.
Heck yeah. Except Joel's going to exchange also
it's always
when
the
it's
way.
his turn, and then we will be vertied.
If he could get rid of the V, he might keep, but I think the best he can do is pry, or everybody loves that P. We've been having this discussion. I am not a P fan.
Well, there are a few things Quackle can do correctly. Quackle being the artificial intelligence that teaches us how to play Scrabble, our robot overlord. And, it's just a darn close to, if not a better play.
All right, we'll see how this plays out. He picks an F, he's toast. He's profusely toast.
Well,
pro legs.
Yeah, in this case, if he kept the T.
And gospel.
Well, I guess he would have gotten a bingo after.
Well, he's going to get a double-double, so there you go.
Yeah.
That worked out well.
Sam, how's your collection of brats doing today?
That didn't take long.
Zev is throwing
Thank you, Zev. Thank you for, of all people to have repeated that. I really would not have expected it to be you.
Repeated it. All right, I'm like
to repeat.
My coffee hasn't kicked in yet, so
What
you know,
coffee? There was too long a line at Starbucks. I'm
there's
dying
coffee.
here.
There's coffee in the
I'm
room.
dying here.
I made the in-room coffee. It was
oh God.
It was idiot-proof. And that was really all I could ask for, because you know.
It's not idiot-proof because I made my own cup of tea and put too much water in it. Went everywhere. Yeah.
Oh no, that's what I tried my best not to do.
So we might get a chance to see that sexy extension that we talked about the other day when zebras, if somebody sticks an S on it, they can stick another S on it to make zebras. We'll see what to go. Budgeted blocked.
Oh yeah. Would have been a nice.
Oh my goodness.
Nice start.
Degusted he has instead.
Oh yeah.
So there you go.
There's the S hanging out there.
And here we go again.
The rack ended up pretty tasty after all.
Okay, I'm sure Jason's going to play mauve to start. There we go.
Joel almost has iPhone noob, but not quite.
Okay. Well, he's not going to miss that, especially since he has it on his rack.
Sam, I think you should bring a set of brats to a tournament. That can be like your new persona for Scrabble. Reinvent yourself. Show us your passion for fashion.
Elfin Magic, yeah. So I had a discussion about why the pairings were changed, and wanted everybody to know that the decision to have the pairings the way they were originally was as a result of the tournament committee, which, according to Chris Crease, had debated this exact issue for several years, actually, as to what would be the best. So you know that they actually put a great deal of thought into it. If that was a T, I was going to... Oh, it's still a good rack. Okay.
He still drew a bingo.
He still drew a bingo. Okay. So the decision to have Nigel play someone other than Joel, in this case it was Joey Malik, was as a result of the tournament committee. It's not just John Chu. This is a committee that makes this decision. That being said, there has been precedent in the past, as goes back to Las Vegas with the Superstar Tournament, where David Gibson, who's a wonderful player from North Carolina?
South Carolina.
Spartanburg. I had two choices. I knew I'd get it wrong. Spartanburg. He was so ahead of the pack that they decided that it would be ridiculous for him to keep playing people who were in contention to come in second and third. And they created a rule which we now call the Gibson rule, or a person becomes Gibsonized. That's what that means. And that, in fact, will happen if Nigel wins this or the next game, or this game. He will be Gibsonized, and he will no longer be playing people who are in contention to be second or third. All right. So because there is precedent that the players can actually change the rule in the middle of a tournament, it was decided to speak to all four of them individually to see what they thought about changing the pairings for this round. All of them agreed that, I'm sure Nigel didn't care, the other three agreed that it made the most sense, that Joel had the greatest chance of usurping Nigel. Joey would have had to win all of his games by... What was it, 260 points? Yes. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? No. So they made what we all agree was the right decision, and that's why you're seeing this pairing today. And that being said, Chris also said for me to tell you, we need people on the tournament committee. This is one of the most important committees in NASPA because it determines so many things all around, every issue around tournaments. So if you're interested, make your interest be known and come join us.
Yeah, Sam, I do agree that asking the players involved is not right at all. But, you know, this is just kind of consistently what happens at Nationals. We're still kind of working out how to handle pairings. I know my year, when I won Nationals here a few years ago, there were some pairing issues as well. Ones that, you know, favored me a bit, and I tried to get them changed, but no go. It's kind of a mathematical belief to some degree, too, that puts us in this situation in the first place. But, you know, that's part of what keeps it interesting, I suppose.
What's not making it interesting is Nigel bingoing 3 times in a row in a game that would be really, really good if...
well, Joel also has very easy bingos, so
yeah.
There's still hope until we see the rest of Nigel's tiles.
Well, it would be really important would be a triple right now, which is not happening.
That's not happening.
But we'll take it.
This game is based on the official club and tournament word list. It's basically the dictionary you'd see in the store with bad words added.
So while we're waiting for Joel to play, I'll give you an update on CSW, which is also very important. if Jason loses, he will no longer. He'll probably be in first place because I think he has the best spread.
No, he doesn't. He has the worst spread.
He has the worst spread. You think I would do some research before coming on the air? Okay, so he won't be in first place anymore. So we're going to have a barn burner over there. But he got the first bingo down with leisure after Craig played croquet for 22 points through his mauve. But Craig then picked up the blank unplayable, was able to get a 40-point waif play. And I'll get you an update on the score. Still unable to play the bingo on the very next turn. And now we're waiting for him to play. So currently the score is Jason 152 to Craig 82. Craig holding blank DIIORS on an open board where he can hook the D or the S onto leisure.
Yeah, so just to go over the dictionaries again for the morning once. So in North American play, we use the official club and tournament word list, aka the OWL 3, I think, is the number we're up to now. It's put out by Merriam-Webster, and it's used primarily in tournaments in North America, where the trademark is held by Hasbro for the game. And Collins Scrabble words, made by HarperCollins, is used around the world, where the Scrabble trademark is controlled by Mattel. We also have a division that uses the International Dictionary here, so you might see games using that dictionary as well.
Nigel plays what I would think is the best play.
Probably the best is the best play, but I mean also just like knowing I don't know, seems like a fairly obscure 6-letter word to me. It's just to play it almost instantly. Not that many people know all the sixes that cold.
Yeah, we definitely concentrate our study on the 7s and 8s because that's where you get the bonuses.
Yeah.
And the 5s and the 6 often are left alone in the cold. But honest to God, you can win your games with those middle plays.
It looks like, I'm assuming Joel's going to bingo again.
Oh
here.
my goodness. Does he have a triple-triple? Wow. Let's look. First, I'm finding a bingo with the D. I can't see anything with the D personally.
Yeah, I don't think there is one.
There's Olafine for sure.
Yeah, that's what I...
Which, let's see if that plays. Yeah. Oh, no, not Baronets blocks it. That's the only 7, I believe. I don't know. It may not be as easy. Let's see. Through the R, nothing. Wow. I don't know if he's got anything. I don't know. He might have to make a small play, getting rid of the F, or scoring with the F.
I mean, he can play foiled, keeping E blank.
That
and
seems
scoring.
to be the most, yeah.
I mean, he's got FOE on the left side. Kind of depends. You know, Joel is behind on spread here, so it does behoove him to maybe keep that open and go for the triple-triple.
He can't stick... I mean, he can stick the F at 6I and score a little bit there if he wants to just balance the rack a little bit, play something like Fe.
Yeah, but he's got the left side where it can get rid of FOE, which is even better.
Even better, yeah. That would be even better.
4 lies is Collins only. That's why we're not saying it. But we do see that, I promise.
No, defoiler is not good. Yeah, we like faux as well.
Yeah, I think when you need the spread, you kind of have to go with something like faux. Unless he really just wants to go for a win right now, then just take foiled. I won't be surprised if Joel still takes foiled anyway, because I think Joel has some kind of fatalistic views about Scrabble where he just assumes Nigel's going to have like a really good rack. And I guess in this case...
Well, he's got me God. That's what he says.
In this case, the fatalism is correct.
And Joel is the kind of person, so many people will play Nigel and they actually won't take it. They'll always just take the one that gives him this incredible play. And Joel, as I think I even said yesterday, is just the kind of person he tends to block exactly where you're about to go. And you could see because he really, really thinks things through really, really carefully.
But I think at the same time that can also sometimes be the detriment, is that he can overthink things a bit. But
he can.
I love talking with Joel about what goes through his thought process.
Oh, he's going to play Fee. He likes OL it better. Do you like OL better or IL better?
Well, you're keeping an E, so probably the I, but looking at how many... There aren't that many O's left. It's about the same. I think you're going to bingo
There's a lot of
bit
E's.
more.
There's a lot of I's left on C and compare. There's 6. And I'd much rather have 2 O's than 2 I's. So I think I would play, personally, I'd play faux.
Interestingly, I would rather have 2 I's with EL blank.
Yeah?
You're going to bingo more.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You can make the blank a C or whatever. It's more flexible. Maybe without a blank, you might be able to score more points on average with the 2 O's. So that I could get on board with. Rich points out that Joel actually just needs to straight up win all 3. I forgot how to do math because it's a day ending in Y, as it turns out. That said, in terms of Joel's spread against Joey and any of the other players, he's got a ton of spread up on Joey, but still a chance for someone a couple games back to come past him.
Yeah, so he definitely sees the bingo. We know that he doesn't have anything playable, but he doesn't have the advantage we do. So he's just making super, super sure that he can't play anything. That's what's taking so long in this turn.
We do run other Scrabble tournaments on Twitch, but they're much smaller scale. This is kind of our hallmark event for the year, just as it is the hallmark event for our organization. But I think we've been streaming on Twitch for 3 or 4 years now, and every year I feel it's getting better. We're getting a little more used to it.
Well, I had a discussion with Chris at lunch yesterday. Never say that a working lunch isn't important. Yeah. And I brought up the idea to him that, when I do the Worlds, I do it every single day. And I'd love to start doing it every single day and start creating a narrative and excitement, and people watch from the very beginning and they can follow along. And he goes, we hadn't really thought of that. Nobody was ever said that to us.
Yeah, I kind of just assumed that had been suggested and
rejected for money or for whatever. It's an expensive thing.
Yeah. And for context, Chris is one of the co-heads of the North American Scrabble Players Association.
So then we started playing with the idea of maybe starting the tournament on Wednesday and ending Sunday, so that if we only can do 2 days, we end on a weekend where everybody can show up and not have to be at work. So you might be seeing some changes next year. We'll see.
I think that belies the fact that many of our wonderful observers are currently on summer break. And I don't think the whole concept of work matters that much to them. So let us know if you are not of working age yet and you are enjoying the Scrabble. Maybe we can keep it for a random weekday that helps, deal with some of that summer boredom or something. Yeah, we're hoping that we're going to have a great set of Scrabble streaming, great broadcast in Malaysia. I'll be representing Team USA at what can really only be considered the equivalent of a championship for, Team Scrabble. Not an official championship, but in terms of the level of play, pretty spent. That was going to make up a word. Pretty spectacular.
So you've kind of noticed, even though we've been filling the time up so beautifully that you're not even aware, but Joel is taking a long time on this turn. I mean, the last time I checked, it was 5 minutes ago.
That's amazing.
So I'm watching Nigel, and what I really admire is that he's not fidgeting. Often when you play, often the younger players who are full of energy, so it's not a criticism, but they'll start moving around and twitching and turning and And Nigel, but you got to wonder though how it's affecting Nigel, which I'm going to assume not at all.
Yeah.
Joel's going to have to make a decision. He can get so many points and balance his rack so beautifully by playing faux or fee next to Pokali. On the other, and he's got the blank. So the decision is, once I can't find the bingo, do I play that faux or fee, or do I play foiled and block the triple-triple? This is almost certainly what he's thinking. And so Nigel's going to play McGod, almost certainly.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a very Joel thing to do, to spend all that time on a consequential play, but one where I don't think spending 7 or 8 minutes debating it is really going to change your mind. You kind of just have to choose how you want the game to proceed. Do you want it to stay really open? Do you want it to start to close down a bit more? And he waited a long time to do that.
So he's got, easy like Outlove and all that without even thinking, which he can play on top of Baronet. So we know he's going to bingo. The question is, how volatile will that bingo be?
I hate to tell you, Robin, but ought is not a word. As much as we want it to be.
We had this whole discussion yesterday. We have to change it.
Yeah, but he has Outsoul and Gospeler is.
Yeah, okay. Oh, there you go. That's even better. We really got to change ought.
So, Papa, what goes into making the decision between the play he did and blocking the possibility of a triple-triple? There's a few things in there. For starters, because it's a close game, the board's really open right now, and I think he just needs to decide, because you have the E and Baronets, that's a big scoring spot. The spot he's taking is a big scoring spot. There's a good X spot, with the B under Gospeler, really just trying to decide, how much he wants to leave up to chance, or what we'd call variance, and how much he wants to try to start controlling the board. And given that he's, down a bit on Nigel, keeping that variance and keeping a lot of things open, could work to his advantage, especially as Nigel's arguably a slightly better player.
And Nigel has another bingo through the T.
Yeah.
It's almost like impossible to pick a bad rack, or to pick a bad rack like he had with McGod and not score 42. But he found it, Not everybody would have found McGod. But he's for sure going to find the bingo through the T. Or through the E. He had two of them. This is the better choice.
If Joel were to win this game, he will play Nigel again. If he loses this game, then Nigel will win the tournament. But
okay, I was about to say this was the most important rack of Joel's life. He just picked J-E-E-D through Baronets, saving a blank.
Even better.
Even better?
Hefe.
Hefe's even better.
So
that just saved his cookie, boy.
Yeah.
This rack was going to determine whether we already were going to crown our champion. Outvised. But I don't know if he has a place for it.
It looks like finally he doesn't have a place for it.
Is it like, how does one, what does one do to pick like this? I don't know what one has to do.
I mean, it's every now and then it happens, and you just have to be ready for it. And I think part of it is to some degree you make your own luck. So if you're not making every play correctly, you never know if you've just killed your own chance of doing that. And Nigel never kills that chance. So
that's true. But it's just annoying to pick UV on a bingo rack.
Well, then Scrabble might not be the game.
I took a break for a reason.
Yeah. I think a lot of people know about me that I'm one of the most staunch, anti-luck complainers about Scrabble. Being a top expert, people come up to me and complain a lot. This is in no way throwing shade at Robin, just people in general. I'm just like, look, until you're making the best play like Nigel every turn, don't waste the time complaining.
So you're saying that there's some sort of higher power that is allowing, once you've created the best play, to pick better tiles? Is that the implication?
I think the implication is that you don't know what you would have done if you had played every move correctly. So I'd rather spend the time personally trying to get better than wondering why I had bad luck. That's basically what it is.
All right.
Well, honestly, this is truly a great game. They're both playing excellently. This gives Nigel a 3-point lead. Joel's going to have 2 open E's to work with. Obviously, can't do much here in terms of bingoing, but he can play off an N and an X for 26 points, and keep things open. He's got axing up at the top left, which leaves the I, the E, and the E open. It's not going to keep Nigel from trying to draw balanced racks, but
that's really nice axing. You're far too coherent this early in the morning.
I think the coffee's starting to.
Oh, you got the coffee. I didn't get the coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it.
Morning, Cyborgin.
So,
Borgren.
According to Joel, right now there are 9 vowels unseen.
Well, Cage Disa, you're watching the number 1 player right now, so he would be the one to challenge. You can find him in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where he bikes around, just generally having a good time.
I'll give you an update on CSW.
The people want you to get some coffee for your sake, not for their sake. Where's the coffee for
I'll get
Robin?
my people. I'll get my cabana boy. Where's my cabana boy?
Yeah.
It looks like in CSW that Craig Beavers is going to beat Jason, who got down Ironside and then 2 turns later Epinaos, Yutz for 48, and then aerated for 82. Really impressive to get down aerated so late in the game when the board was pretty tight. And yes, he made a 5-tile overlap next to Epinaos and aerated to, I think, put this game away pretty. I mean, right now it's 90-point difference, 92. We'll see what happens, but it's looking good for Craig Beavers and not good for Jason.
So what does Nigel do for a living? As far as we know, he's not doing too much these days except studying the dictionary and biking around Kuala Lumpur. There is a guy, I believe, in the UK who does have a t-shirt that says, "I beat Nigel." He has since beat Nigel a second time, if I recall correctly, so I don't know if he got a second t-shirt. But having beat Nigel in a tournament in Thailand, it's going to sound so lame, but just the joy of knowing you won is really great. Nigel was in the national championship that I won, and I got lucky in that he started out poorly, and I always had enough of a buffer where I never had to play him in that tournament. I believe he did used to work for some sort of security system company, but I think at this point, his overhead costs aren't that high right now. So
once he bought the blow dryer, he had everything.
Yeah, pretty much. And probably a new fanny pack. But yeah, Ray Tate, he's the one with the I Beat Nigel Scrabble t-shirt for sure.
Well, actually, someone mentioned his beard, but he's looking really dapper. I mean, he used to have that what was it, IKEA beard, we would call it?
It was getting pretty long.
I think there was a family of ravens in there for a while.
Well, we used to joke that all of his tear ducts had been replaced by beard ducts.
Ooh, he is not. Oh, he's worried about that triple, which of course he should be.
And so this is where you can see Joel's really fatalistic view coming in. I mean, he's saving Onyx, if nothing else. So almost certainly he sees that play as a potential. But this is just such a paranoid play to make at this point in the game where you really have to have some sort of like predetermined belief that things are going to happen a certain way. And I do know this about Joel, that he kind of has these interesting, I can only call them fatalistic views of how things are going to work. But
the Onyx he's got in the bag.
Yeah,
as long as it's not taken, he's got it with the blank.
Yeah, and it sets up QAT for...
Well, it's the only
40.
way he's going to get it. There's no O's left.
Right, and then he'll have QAT left over for 40 to follow it up. The problem is he's just expended an entire turn scoring almost nothing in a game that's quite close when he, could have gone for another bingo quite easily.
I don't think that Nigel can use the H on the double letter and double the Ryans.
And he'd have to use both of his
He would have to use
S's.
both and make hiss. So I don't know that that's going to happen. He might just play dish, saving the U for the unseen Q.
Then he'll draw the second Q. Which we are...
Well, but in his mind, he doesn't know that it's gone.
Right, but given how he's been drawing...
Come on, I'm not that
No, but given how he's been drawing, he
he'll
will
pick
draw the second Q.
Because there's a 60-point Q play somewhere.
Yeah, it's like it'll just show up, and, it's kind of how it's going for him this tournament. Entirely joking in the sense of throwing any shade on Nigel, but...
He almost certainly will also see the possibility for Onyx. And he might just decide to stick the H at Ha between the two A's and Baronets and Oliveri to prevent that from happening.
I think part of the question is if Joel does play Onyx, what's his follow-up?
You see? You see?
Yeah.
You see? There you go. Do you think he should have played Onyx last turn?
I mean, honestly, no. I think he probably should have played like Axing or something and just gone for the bingo.
This is 61. Wow, that's a lot of points to give up. N issues. actually needs the X for unisexes.
You know, playing Nigel in Scrabble is a pretty great thing. He has a genius is spelled out on his rack minus the G.
I mean, how many people would have played Dish? So many people would have done that. Recognize the possibility of Onyx. So you can't, you know, I bitch about how he picks well, which I do. Look, he started the game with Zebra, Degusted, and Oliveri. This is nothing to do with making the right play. This is what he picked in his first 3 turns. That's where I have a little bit of difficulty that he does that. But in this case, this shows a deep, deep thought and forethought.
And of course, for the Collins people would recognize that Onyx is actually still valid.
Yeah, but it's not. Han is not good in, yeah. Over in CSW, maybe Jason played prophetically can't, K-A-N-T, showing that he can't win this game. But right now it's 452 to 368. I think there's one more play to no more 452 to 368.
Oh, there's no docs. This is why I play Scrabble. There's no docs in Collins. I tried playing docs a couple days ago against Quackle, so that's why. Maybe my coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Well, I'm gonna have to live that one down. That was pretty embarrassing. Yeah. So, whoops. Apologies for everyone. I'm just let down by saying a phony 3.
You said docs?
DOX.
Okay. It's not good anywhere, I don't think.
No, I mean, I think it's good in real life, but...
Like documentaries?
I think it means something else, but...
Okay, let's keep in mind that Joel now is 20 points down and 15 and a half minutes less than Nigel.
Yeah, that's what I thought it meant. Doxing is searching and publishing private information about people on the internet.
So good in Collins?
No, it's not. That was the joke, was that I just came up with a phony 3 in Collins, but it's just because it's a word in real life. And real life words and Collins words are currently getting mixed up in my head.
I think Joel's going to really, really regret using all that time on the fee play, because he really needs to think a lot on how he can maximize. He's got really the best tiles in terms of being able to score a lot, but he needs to be able to play them in the right order to maximize both of them. And that takes a great deal of thought.
They start with 25 minutes. Yeah, I mean, you know, Joel needs to score, and that's kind of what you saw last turn, is he gave up a whole turn of scoring. And that, I still would argue, was not a good idea. You know, he can consider something like a Niqab using the blank for 30-something, keeping axe. You know, he's got to score well with both of his power tiles both of the high point tiles and the blank, because he's also aware there's CCHM or something left. That
this is almost his ace in the hole. If Nigel picks up the CC and doesn't have places to put it, they can get quite clunky in the close end game. But
that's a pretty cool play. He's saving Niqab,
and he can play Kadi.
And he also play Kadi. If he draws one of the eyes, he has QI saving the blank.
I think Kadi is what he's looking at, to play Taxa and Kadi. So that's exactly the kind of thing he needed to do.
He drew the eye. He now has QI.
Oh my goodness, and he didn't get either of the C's.
Yeah, wow.
Wow. There's nowhere really to bingo, though, now that he played Rind. Through the E, he has to. So he's got to... How many tiles? Oh, he doesn't... He can't futz around for a bingo. Okay.
Yeah.
If it was Collins, he could play Kin up at M1. Okay, things have just changed, folks. That pick was everything.
That was could be a tournament saver right there, amazingly.
Are we actually seeing what's left in the bag, Rashad? Did you do that for us? You lovely man, you. Look what he did for us. I asked and he made it happen. If only life was like that for everything.
Yeah.
So there are 4 tiles left in the bag. Okay. Now we got us a game.
They're playing for 10,000 bones. Exactly. Yeah, I mean it's a wholesome channel, except when it's not. I mean, this should still be good news for Nigel. I'm sorry, for Joel. Uni will leave one in the bag.
So he can't. Here's my coffee boy. Thank you, coffee boy. Who's lucky? Thank you so much.
So Joel's gonna have, Umiax, unique, all sorts of stuff that's gonna give him the win. And despite Nigel drawing chesses,
I think he picked the worst possible.
That's not chesses. I still can't spell. Wow, what am I doing here? Can someone just send me home?
Well,
please?
I've got coffee, so now I'll take over the smart comments, and you can take over the ditzy one.
There we go. Perfect. We're all good then.
There's 2 left in the bag. So again, Nigel anticipating the Cadi setup.
But unfortunately for him, Joel has too many good plays there. So even after chess, I don't think that's going to be enough points for Joel, who's going to...
You think Umiax? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, unless he decides unique is better. But hello, great.
And he's leaving... not having the C in the bag is just so huge for Joel to be able to go out quickly. I don't know if he has anything if he pays Umiax.
Yeah.
That he is going to play that.
Yeah, no reason to make our stream toxic. I studied Twitch. I've designed games for Twitch before. You ain't gonna get a reaction out of me. It just ain't worth it.
Which one?
So
yes, God of Tony, you missed out on a great game.
The God of Tony, I love it. No, the prize pool is 10 grand. I wish it was 3 million. Then I wouldn't have to work really hard at work. As a result, we still have to work hard at work. So unless my math is pretty terrible, Joel has pulled this one out, which is pretty sweet. And in that event, we will come back to Joel and Nigel in just a bit. I mean, we can argue all day whether or not Joel's play of Rind was good, bad, genius, terrible. The way it played out, he did draw the right tiles he needed after that play to make it happen.
So what can he
Tony.
Play to make sure he doesn't lose? He has eyeing, but I'm sure he can do better than that. Just EH next to out. Oh, it's finished.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, what just happened? I looked down for a second.
Joel played knave.
Was there no H? There was no H in the bag. That was a mistake then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nigel drew CCH out of the bag.
Oh my God, what an exciting game! So we'll get the final score up there in a second.
Great.
485 to 461. I mean, what more could you want?
If it ends in a tie, they would split the first and second place.
Yeah,
money.
but what about the trophy? Do they split that too?
Then I will hope and pray with all my very theistic beliefs that there's not a tie, because that would be the literal worst thing in the history of excitement.
If they split the trophy, it would fit in Nigel's fanny pack. So there is an advantage to it.
I think it would be interesting if Joel and Nigel had to either co-hoist a trophy, or I don't know, take a pickaxe to a crystal, or I don't know. I think there could be something funny there.
Okay, so we know that Joel's going first because he went second last game. Although that's not always the case. It really depends on how many firsts and seconds he had in the previous tournament. I think we're going to see him dumping UU.
In terms of why there can't be a tiebreaker game, I think a lot of it is just the timing of, needing to get people back home to the airport. It does seem, because we have a lunch break, maybe there would be some way to work it in there, but I think that would be something that would have to be worked out for future national championships.
And there we go. There goes the UU as expected. And we're going to get Cat, obviously. Nigel makes it, I don't know if he makes it easy on us or himself by typically placing the tiles he's about to play on the left of his rack. Oh, that did not work out well. And he will get to play Fab underneath Cat. Oh, no, he won't. Sorry. On top of Cat.
I put Joel at about 40% against Nigel, so...
Well, that's pretty high.
Per game, so 0.4 times 0.4. So I would give Joel a 16% chance to win the tournament. Maybe a little closer to 20, because I'm apparently being cynical, but you know, something like that.
You cynical?
Me cynical? No, never.
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 Craig Beavers is playing Evans Clinchy, so that's 1-3.
Evans could essentially clinch the tournament here, I think, depending upon how things go, just because he's got so much spread on Jason.
Or lately I was helping create an app for my work, and I've now pronounced it Jason.
Yeah, it's pretty common to, at least in the world I come from.
He passed? He didn't play cat?
He traded too. I don't know.
Sorry if I'm squeaking in your ears. Like, what do you think about that?
I thought it was a very strange play. Yeah.
Well, he's gonna. Okay, just a sec. He knows that he passed 2. He knows that he is probably going to bingo this turn. Therefore, I'm thinking, let him just have the double word rather than a possibility of a double-double or to the triple.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. He's hoping that the way it's going to work out is they're both going to bingo. He's betting on Joel being the first person to bingo and him bingoing right after, or Joel missing and him drawing a bingo. It's exactly what he's going for.
So he would have had by neatly if the Y was out there.
Who is commentating? Who are we?
We are the wind.
We're the wind?
Yeah.
No, I'm Conrad Bassett-Bouchard. I won the National Championship in 2014, and I'm joined alongside Robin Pollock-Daniel, one of the top Scrabble females in the world, has epic word knowledge.
Epic!
And
epic.
Neither of us are playing in the tournament, so here we are.
Yeah, both of us are taking a bit of a break from Scrabble play. Both of us went back to school, and both of us graduated.
Yeah.
Conrad a year ago, me just 5 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
But this is our way of contributing to the Scrabble community, of being involved, even though we're not playing. I think it makes us happy to do this too. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be here. I think I'm back to a point in my life where I might want to start playing again. So I don't know if I don't know if you'll see me commentating next year, but we'll see. Why in versus bin?
To set up another hook.
Yeah, and I think it's setting up the hook. Table is like actually really, really, really good as a leave. There are so many bingos in that. The Able's just very potent there, and adding it to a T, it's one of those like 5-tile leaves that you wouldn't necessarily think of, but offhand, I know that it's pretty strong. Like AELT, part of what makes that a good leave, or the tiles you're keeping, 4 tiles, is that it's tiles like B that drawing them actually really improve the rack. So he's kind of on his way.
Decomaniac, you said we had dinner in Paris. I think I know which. Was it that great steak place? It's Pierre. Hi, Pierre. Welcome, welcome. Somebody from France. How lovely. Good to see you. So that's an interesting choice. It takes the W in front, takes the C in front.
But I think it doesn't take the S. I think the S is just Collins, as in restings, not resting.
Yeah. Could have played Stinger, which would have opened to the triple. So probably the right choice.
Yeah, re-sting to sting again. I have one of my good friends who plays Scrabble. We have a whole like language in which we kind of talk like that. But I won't even try to explain that on the stream. You'll just have to come out to San Francisco and see us acting like idiots.
Are we going to go digital?
We
have different ways of being digital.
Yeah, are we going to go to digital Scrabble? I mean, I do want to throw a quick shout out to Austin Shin and David Eldar, who are starting to pilot some tablet-run Scrabble tournaments in the UK. So I think it could happen eventually. I've played in a tablet-based tournament for a different word game, and I think it worked pretty well. I kind of had fun. San Francisco, it all makes sense now, huh? What gave that away?
So we see that every decision you make in Scrabble is important. Had Joel played Stinger, he would have exposed an E, and Nigel would have had Feeblest. So everything you do has a consequence for the next turn. But we see that Joel picked up a mittful of heavy consonants, and Nigel did not give him anything to play through. If he wants to play through a vowel, he's going to have to play through the I for very little points. So
Lady Luck, any good sentences that you guys have come up with once the game was over? Because I could see some good things coming up there. Scrabble is totally lit. AF. I like to say AF. I'm an AFer. No, Scrabble can be a little slow, but it is actually.
That's
pretty
why we're
fun.
here. We're here to fill in the gaps.
That's why I learned how to play games at a pretty high level in 1 minute. So that when we ever popularize 1 minute or 0 minute Scrabble, I'll have an advantage on Nigel.
So I'll give you an update on CSW.
That's fair.
We have Craig Beavers playing Evans Clinchy. Can Evans clinch, as you said, with a win? I don't think so. Started well for Evans, who doubled through Craig's Fiend to play Cantinas for 90 points. Craig has clunky tiles, lots of consonants, so he played Forb, which takes the Y that is conveniently on Evans' rack, who played Yui to get rid of his 2 U's, one of his 2 U's. And I'll give you a score where we're at right now. It is 115 to 106 for Evans. So despite doubling, Craig has been able to chip away with small plays that score quite a bit. And he played the lovely Way, W-H-A-E, underneath Yui, extending 4 by, which had been with an E. So you can go online and look at it. It's kind of hard to hear me say it, but he made a lovely play for 55 points to catch up.
Yeah, so what is 0 minute Scrabble? Well, think about like Blitz chess, where you don't get very much time. A few of the top experts just decided to go to the extreme and say you get no time. So basically, for every second you use, you lose a point. So it behooves you to play faster than your opponent. And a few of us have gotten good enough to the point where we could play, pretty much the level of top 100 Scrabble players or so. In terms of Nigel or Joel's play of Raj,
look at that.
I think what he's thinking there is...
Yeah, he had set himself up not only to score, but to open up an easy bingo lane.
Yeah.
So you obviously can't play to the left of Raj because there's no letter. OJ is not good. Joel's looking at words like exoderms, clearly, which is not playable right now, but he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, we could be seeing round 31, which is pretty amazing.
Nobody would have predicted that.
What is 0? It's literally the idea is it's just for every point. Every second you use costs you a point, so you don't get any time to start. Is basically what it means. Yes, as someone who works staring at pixels all day and oftentimes bright colors, I would get like the worst eye strain headaches looking at bright Scrabble tiles, even though I have bright green tiles. So maybe I'm not the best person to respond, but that's kind of why the board is not terribly exciting. Is it hurts your eyes. God, how lame do I sound? Sorry, I'm lame.
I'll give you a 7.
I'm pretty lame. No, if I had my way, like the board would have like bright pink around the outside and like a nice like teal thing going on in the middle. I don't know.
So interesting strategy. So Nigel is behind, yet does what he often does, which is to play small within the board, not opening up anything, limiting the possibility of sticking a Raja play and coming across. There might have been something to be said for playing something like Phoebe to rain, and he's paying the price for it by having picked up VL. XO is not good in TLW. It is good in Collins, so that now is a dead area unless somebody extends X to maybe extend.
Yeah. So games are not typically resigned. We determine tiebreakers using point spread, so how much you've outscored your opponents by. So if you resigned, we wouldn't be able to use that statistic.
Lady Luck, you can't play to the left of Raj, certainly not now, but because there is no 2-letter word ending in J. So the closest one that you might have thought possible is OJ, but that is not a good word in either dictionary.
But Raj is already there.
No, but she wondered why we could not play to the left of Raj.
Oh.
And I said because there's no 2-letter words.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be, I guess, like.
This is before X went down.
Got it. It's like now it's like the most interesting part of the board. Solid. That's a Spanish word there, maybe. I mean, it's good in Scrabble, but Joel picked up some protection. I see what you did there.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh, Moondogs. I'm going to move the mic further away from my mouth if he plays Moondogs, because I'm going to howl at the moon.
That was a word that was missed by one of the players during the tournament. We talked
Yeah.
about moondogs.
Yeah.
And if somebody remembered that because of our commentary, then we have served our purpose.
You get gout from eating a BLT? Well, I used to work in a sandwich shop before I went to grad school, so hopefully I didn't give too many people gout.
So Joel has a somewhat obscure word to the S. It's endosmos. But he should know it, and he plays Aerolith, and it comes up quite often. So let's see if he's able to kick that in. That would be the best play for him right now. If he had not blocked the end for the double-double with X, he would have had mid-noons.
Now, Joel is trying to think very hard. I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to think of if it's endosmos with or without the E on the end, because we have exosmos, but endosmos is only Collins. As we know, it's
with an E at the end, you mean?
Yeah, which is just Collins.
Okay, I don't think he's. I don't think he's studying his Collins nines lately.
Yeah.
I don't see his name.
He might just not know how it's actually spelled. He might just be trying to figure out, is it endosmos that he's thinking of?
Okay. Yeah, but you know it. But this could be the Nigel factor. I don't know. I didn't talk to Joel about his intimidation factor in terms of Nigel. I did have a talk with David Gibson at a Nationals a couple of years back where he was in contention to win. He was playing Nigel, and I think the word was Sadiq, whether to stick an S on it, and he, kind of insulted me by saying if I was playing you, I would have played it, but I was playing Nigel. I would have known it too. And he says, I talked myself out of it, and it cost me the game, and it ultimately cost him the tournament. So I don't know if, so he's going to go with Moonseed, I think. Oh, no, Mono, okay. Mono Ds, that's fine too. So he's tripling the D. But he's, again, the suboptimal play, which could cause...
We're going to try to fix the sound difficulties here.
What's the matter?
I think, is it Robin's mic problem, since I haven't really said much
What's the
lately?
problem? Is it too loud?
I think it's just being weird.
Okay.
We're going to try to fix it here. Sorry about that.
Well, if I can, I don't know if I can keep talking or not. I don't know. Guys, tell me if
Sounds
I sound
fine.
okay or
Okay.
not. The suboptimal play, which is not going to cost him too badly, but Nigel could have had something quite dangerous down the left of that. So you really cannot make mistakes. Sometimes Scrabble is not a fair game. Sometimes you'll actually make the worst possible play, the wrong play, and it will allow you to win the game. So sometimes doing everything absolutely correctly is not the way to go, but the trick is in knowing when to do that. Not easy.
Frickin' Mike. I blame Mike.
Back footage and fast forward. Okay.
The worst possible play doesn't work out except when it does, and then it's the best possible play.
It's exactly what it is. And I remember playing somebody, a very good player, and he says, Jesus, that was absolutely the wrong thing for me to do, but it's what resulted in him winning the game. So you never know. It's very hard to ask Nigel why he did what he did, because it's usually the answer is just like, oh, I thought, it's going to be fun to see what would happen. And okay. I guess when you won as many tournaments as he has, it's not about winning it anymore. It's just about experimenting with what will make you a better player.
Yeah, Scrabble being complex as chess, I think they're both in a sense equally complicated, in the sense of one is dealing with probabilities of what is and isn't going to happen. The other one, you do ostensibly have perfect information beyond not knowing if your opponent's going to screw up. So Scrabble, as Rich mentions, is a higher dimensional space. That said, it's harder to know for certain what's going to happen. So in a sense, you can make more certain decisions in chess that you can't necessarily do in Scrabble. Yeah, I think two T's may be worse, but also the letter B and the letter L just do go well together. But we've had some chess masters along the way. I don't know if anyone's made it to chess grandmaster level. Someone out there in the community might know.
Over in CSW, Evans Clunchy has just made the lovely Visioner for 83 points. It is only revision in TWL, but he had Visioner off the V. He also had Vibroins and Visoring, but he chose Visioner. And he's now up 305 to 190. Now remember, he is in first place. He's playing number 3, who has one game less than him. And Evans has a cum of 962 to Craig Beaver's 842. Jason really is in the most vulnerable place. Even though he's got one game up, he has a comparatively poor cum at 499. So Jason obviously has to just keep winning his games because he's not going to do it on cum.
And if Jason wins and Evans wins, then they'll just play one game for the finals.
And whoever wins it is going to, then all that cum, all that work for that cum is down the drain.
Yeah, and interestingly, that is looking like what's going to happen here as well. Unless Nigel pulls off a...
Well, it's still early. Geez, we haven't even seen the second blank.
Yeah, well, down 107 with only blank S, JQ left, and a terrible rack. And another good rack coming up for Joel. I'd be willing to take pretty good odds on Joel winning this game.
That's quite a feather in your cap if you had to win 3 games against Nigel to win a tournament and you do it. I think you can say, you know what, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, well, once upon a time in 2009, same situation. Dave Wiegand had to win 4 out of 5 against Nigel to win the national championship, and he did. That was his second victory. What would Scrabble be like constrained to only the top 1,000 most used words? I feel like that's kind of like what some of the school games look like in terms of bingos.
It's like playing Volost.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're good, we'll tell you what Volost is, but we'll keep that private for now.
Wouldn't that be if they were bad?
That's true. If you're bad, we'll tell you what Volost is.
Well, there goes Nigel has discovered the other blank and a nice spot for it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And Nigel did it against Brian as well.
Now, obviously, Joel's not going to play Quate to the R in resting because it takes an E in front. But I don't know what more he's got to do.
He has Quarte or Quatre underneath the M, just in a sense of...
I think that might be fun.
Yeah, I mean, it scores well, and if if Nigel bingos underneath...
He opens up a
ME,
triple.
he opens up a big spot.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Interestingly, this game, Joel, is actually only 1 minute off of Nigel in terms of time, so he's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable and not as pressed.
Yeah. So in this case, it's not a best of anything. It's just how things have worked out. Joel needed to win 3 games this morning. So far has won 1 game and is well on his way to winning the second game, in which case...
Although Nigel does have the blank, so we'll see. He's got Bristol lined up to play MO and Oil.
You're making me feel like an optimist.
I don't know how anyone can do that. Okay, so Bristol, I have a feeling, hopefully, it should be blocked because there aren't a lot of choices for Joel right now. It really does make a lot of sense to play Quarte, Quarte underneath me. And we're looking at our championship player, and right now it's agreeing with us as well. Or you can play Quatre. There we go. Now, we could have a discussion about whether Quatre or Quarte is better. But, sometimes that kind of minute detail could be the difference between winning and not winning.
Yeah, and I think it's up to the player to know when it is or isn't and when you should not waste your time and, kind of go for it.
So we have a score of 282 to 143, so that's a huge deficit to overcome.
Yeah, we'll probably see Bristol still come down now, making mites, just trying to keep the board wide open for that last S.
Yeah, the B will double, and he'll open up a triple-triple.
There is also Sorbitol over on the left side, but knowing Nigel, he's going to want to keep lots of things open. So given that there's only one S remaining unseen.
Is there a Y left for Mighty?
I think both Ys still remain.
Open. I think he's going to play Sorbitol. You think he's going to play Bristol?
Well, he does have Bristol spelled out on his rack.
Yeah, but
that opening that S hook at the bottom is great for him right now. He's down 140. He'll still be down 60 with one S remaining.
Because it's probably the right play, I'm going to say he's going to play Sorbitol. Because he just does that stuff.
You're making me feel so optimistic today.
it's just what he does. Even though I'll say you're behind. Why aren't you opening the board? And he just doesn't do it. It's not a matter of points. It's really just a 1 point difference.
We could like Scrabble prop bet right here. What is Nigel gonna do? Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe I shouldn't be making prop bets right now.
You know, this is one of the reasons I get this job. I'm the Scrabble whisperer.
Yeah.
I just know how he plays. He just he defies logic. And she wins. The duck liked sorbitol, I believe. I don't know how far an iteration we did.
I would say Quackle doesn't really know how to handle this position, so I don't really care what Quackle says here.
If it quacks like a duck. Now he's put that dangerous L.
Yeah.
Okay, so far not looking good. A little better with the peak that we all love. We hate that WU. Not good. Not good. Not good.
Wow, I pun. Oh yeah, you guys haven't gotten to hear my terrible puns yet. Oh, thank goodness. I won't start now. Fortunately, I'm too tired. No pun hype.
If he had played sorbitol, it's not like Joel had anything good to play there. He actually did him a favor.
Next best turn is Ow, I pwn you. And resting.
I'm looking to the left of Tug and Monades to see how he can come down. Maybe just something as simple as Dan.
I'm not.
It's not necessary right now.
The reason I would consider a Quackle play being wrong is that, and I'll get nerdy for a sec here, is if you're making simulations based on plays that aren't being simulated, then it's really hard to prove that a play is right. So basically what I'm saying is there's no real reason to assume that Quackle's right when the simulation heuristics being used are fairly low level.
Somebody like Amended. It has its positives for sure. But one of the nice things about leaving that lane open, lane 14, for to bingo on, is that it does then expose the triple lane below it. He made it very easy for Nigel to get off his W's. But he's got a pretty nice rack. It's just a little difficult to bingo now without it being, I think it has to be a 7 unless you start off the L. You have sudation, duration.
Yeah, so for starters, Quackle, Ed's right. Quackle doesn't take into account knowledge of the opponent, which is something humans are able to do. By low-level simulation heuristics, what I mean is when you ask Quackle to simulate a play, it plays out the game in advance thousands and thousands and thousands of times to try to tell you how the game will play out. The problem is that the original list of plays that Quackle generates for each play, it's not simulating those plays. So if the list of candidate plays that you're seeing in the simulation further out are not correct, then it's hard to base the actual simulation decision on that.
Right now, Evans is still beating Craig Beavers by a score of 348 to 267, so an 81-point difference. Altogether, there are 20 tiles remaining. But it's looking like a win for Evans Clinchy. So what does that mean? If Evans wins and Craig loses, Craig is now incapable of winning the tournament because he'll only have 20 wins, and Evans will be at 22. It's entirely then incumbent upon Jason Keller to beat Evan Borofsky in order to challenge Evans for the tournament. Otherwise, Evans will have clinched the tournament in this round. And that's all she wrote. What do we do? What do we do? Still 2 Ys unseen. It would be amazing, Joel, right now, if he could get a Y and block that mighty hook right there, forcing, it would also then block row 14 under ME. That would be ideal. It would force Nigel to either bingo off the L or to bingo in row K, opening up a triple-triple. Unless he can bingo to oh no and make an S there. So that's what's the options that are starting to be limited to Nigel right now. Anybody have any thoughts about what should be played now? What is the MEOU is being suggested? That's not bad. Well, there you go. That worked out really well. Again, DT can be a problematic combination. There's so many words using D as the past tense, so yes, it's lovely. But if you don't have the E, the DT is not very synergistic. They fight each other. So we'll see what Joel picks up. We'd love to have an E right now. All right, Daintier.
I'm sad Moondogs didn't get played either. I wanted to howl for you guys. But I guess I also like, you know, if it was the best play, then that's life.
Dinitro. Very, very hard soon to get things to fit.
You have a question from Not Just Numbers. What's your favorite grocery anagram?
What's your favorite grocery anagram? Oh,
Getting a tough one.
This is my son, so I think he thinks I know an answer. What do you mean by grocery? The actual food or the name of a grocery store? Tell me what you mean. Distrain, very nice. He's got nothing right now. Those Y's are proving really elusive. I liked Mew a lot, actually. It forced Nigel to, you know, bingo off one of those 2 letters or through. Oh, okay. How did you know about that, Mina? Okay.
Oh, it came up in the chat a few minutes ago.
Oh, did it? Yeah. So what did he say? Did he say, yeah, so we have a board? Did he explain all that? We have a board in the kitchen, and if we need cilantro, I'll put contrail. I'll put chipotle. I'll put helicopter. I'll do stuff like if we need eggs, I'll put ova. I don't know. It's just kind of fun.
Tony, do you know the anagram of Wegmans?
Swagman?
I wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know you know it.
I'm
You've
sorry.
spent 8 billion hours learning words.
Sorry. Sorry. I heard an anagram. I jumped.
Yeah. Next time I'm going to give you like a 15.
Because you know I only do the 14s, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's a time to start. This might be it.
Yeah.
All right. Nigel continues to pick crap. The lead is only 48, but he ain't going nowhere. He does have the Y. It would probably behoove him to play something like AYE off Mighty to open up the an easier hook. He doesn't have an S right now. You're not often going to bingo with that Y. So, but again, the disadvantage is that it will force him to bingo along row N, which will open up a triple row. I see Evans Clinchy over here has moisture, trisomy, erotism, etc. on his rack, and we'll see if he got to play something. Yes, he played erotism.
ShopRite is trophies, just so we're clear. Safeway is, I don't think, anything. Like Wayfarers.
Okay, Joel is now has half of the time left that Nigel does, and he's going to have to at some point make some decisions. So you're seeing that the racks are not terrible racks, but in terms of the right thing to do is that's exactly what's taking so long right now. How do I make sure I win, limit Nigel, and not give him anything? He doesn't have an E to go to the right of resting. We've never seen a C. The C haven't come out. None of the W's went on top of it. Oh, that was something that, if he had not given him wow, we probably would have seen something with resting with a W from Nigel over there.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say if Joel holds on here, the next game will be TWL.
So you see what Joel has done. He's made a word that does not take an S. So I'm liking what I'm seeing with Joel. He's doing some neat stuff.
It's definitely like it's very Joel-ian.
Quackle had suggested Inti, and it does take an S, so probably not as good a choice. He did pick up an E, did he? Look at that. Ah! Ah! Now, we have our Ladybug moment. Do you know what that reference is to, my co-commentator? Ladybug is at a World Championship many years ago. Dave Boyce had Ladybug on his rack. He could have played it, but it would have opened up a triple-triple, and he did the math. He saw there was a triple-triple available, and it would lose him the game, so he forewent playing Ladybug. Same thing here. Will it make sense for Joel to forego Thorold to the right of resting?
Well, Nigel's keeping a leave that would go quite nicely with a well-placed T.
That being said, I believe a similar situation happened to Joel Wapnick at a World Championship. He did not play the bingo, and he ended up losing not only the game, but the entire championship. I think that was to Mark Nyman.
Well, it looks like Thorold is coming down, and it looks like Nigel drew too many vowels there. So,
I thought he had drawn 8. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
No, Joel has gotten away with it, and I think we are going to game 31. Who would have thought that last night, that we were going to be doing TWL exclusively?
Yeah,
Wow.
I was offering to give people 100 to 1 odds on Nigel. No, not quite 100 to 1 odds, but certainly 20 to 1. I was willing to take action on 20 to 1. Guess I'm glad I didn't do that. Also, I have a lunch writing on Nigel winning, so...
Just a second. Somebody bet you on a Nigel? Did you take he's going to lose?
Mac Meller, one of the top players in Division 1, let me have Nigel, himself, and Will, and he got the entire field. The winner, or the loser, had to buy lunch in Vermont, where we're headed after the tournament.
Over in SW, Evans Clinchy could have used the blank to make Zulu, Zo, Ut, Lu, Li, and Us, but decided just to play the Zo because it was on a triple letter. So he's up 412 to 323 with no tiles left in the bag and no place for Craig to bingo. So almost certainly, and Evans does have a blank and an S on his rack, so almost certainly we're going to say that Evans has won the tournament, actually. So we didn't need to go to CSW this morning.
Wow.
That's quite a turnaround because he was not in first place for much of the tournament. It was all Evan and Jason, and wow. So never count yourself out in a tournament.
No.
You never know what's going to happen.
Although Nigel is probably going to bingo again. But, I mean, it'll be too little too late, I think. But
I was looking down. Did Nigel play Ani? Just
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
I think he was trying to go for a big bingo. Or
Of
the
course he
triple-triple.
was,
I mean,
of course. But hoping that he didn't have the L. But wow.
So while he did, in fact,
Okay.
draw a bingo, it won't score enough to win the game.
So a little bit of strategy. The reason why Nigel did that is that he already has the triple open, and he wanted to create another very scary opening. A bit more scary if he didn't have 1 point tiles like Ani to double with his S. But that was exactly the reason why he did it, in order to create 2 huge openings that would give him the greatest chance of making over 100 points. Yeah, he will get overside, but it will be too little too late.
I mean, it'll almost be enough with all the tiles left on Joel's rack, but he'll still come up about 20-ish points short.
I guess one of the disadvantages of having the word knowledge that Nigel does is that he can't sit there for 2 minutes going, what is that bingo through the T? Like, he knows it's not there.
What if?
The hope gets quashed much faster than it would for a normal person.
And so with that play, it's going to make a final score of 451 to 422. Joel has now won 2 of the 3 games he needs to win the championship.
Definitely made it look like it was closer than it was, but this was Joel's game all throughout.
Yeah.
And he did a good job with the Raj play, and he got rid of the J and the X, made some points, blocked the board, and things worked out well for him. Made quattro when he needed to, made the right play.
Yeah, so I gave Nigel about a 60% advantage in each game. So that's why I was kind of taking 20-1, but I want to make the wanted to make the action a bit interesting. 100-1, I think I was just thinking it was unlikely. Really, 20-1 is really what I was thinking about, I think.
Well, this is utterly incredible.
Yeah.
We're so thrilled to be able to bring this extremely exciting final to you. We thought it might be, well, who would have thought last night that the championship for one of the 2 tournaments, for two tournaments, would be decided in CSW before TWL, with Nigel 2 games ahead of the pack. We almost certainly...
And yeah,
we thought it would be over in the first or the second game, and here we are going to a 3rd game, and it's still not decided.
Yeah, between the 2 of them, they have 6 national championships and I think a similar amount of world championships. Granted, Nigel owns most of those.
Most of those.
But Joel has, in his own right, won both a national and a world championship. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in this final. And it's a true nail biter. We maybe didn't see it coming, but
we totally didn't see it coming.
Yeah, 1 game to go. 5-time national champion Nigel Richards taking on 1-time national champion, but one of the greats of the game, Joel Sherman.
Oh my God, he's absolutely one of the greats of the game, and it goes to show you, Scrabble is not a game just for the 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds. It's a game for anyone, and as long as you can keep the brain cells up, you can keep winning in this game. And of course, it's a sedentary game, so it's a little bit easier on the muscles.
Yeah.
We're obviously waiting for Joel to show up. That's
Joel's not currently sitting at the table, but we'll get there eventually.
There we go. That is not a proxy for Joel playing at a remote table.
Yeah. But we do want to say, if you've been enjoying what you've been seeing so far the last couple of days, bit.ly/Scrabble Connect. We'll try to hook you up with some cool things happening in the Scrabble world. Scrabble tournaments happen all over the world. And we highly encourage you to come get involved. It's just a great group of people. Josh is not a bot; he's a real human being. I'm looking at him. I'm looking at him right now. Although I could see like Josh bot. I could see that being a thing. No, he's a great dude, and yeah, we're getting started. Nigel.
We're gonna see Rookie go down.
Yeah, Nigel won the draw to go first.
Oh, did they do a draw? Did they need to?
Yeah, because it's usually 15 and 15 firsts, or 15 firsts and 15 seconds.
Sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but this time it did. So we're going to see
yeah.
Rookie for sure, which actually compares Rookie or Rookiest.
We maxed out yesterday around 6,200 viewers, which is great. It's really nice that that we can make that happen.
All right. So the good news is, for Joel, on his side of it, is that he picked the Q with the U. The bad news is he picked it with a mitt full of stuff that ain't going to play through much. The question then becomes, if he does pass, does he get rid of the QU? That's an interesting question. If you had the QU, you knew you can get it. It won't be a part of the end game. It won't be, you know, would you hold on to it?
Oh, QUE for sure. Yeah, it's great. I actually did it like twice in 2 games recently. It was really weird.
Toastier for Nigel.
But Joel's going to play queer for sure.
That's absolutely the right thing to do. So there goes Toastier. What did I tell you? This knack for blocking the right place.
Oh, it was also the only play.
As it happened, you know, I'm not saying, but often the best play for him would be to block, you know, often even rows that are not what you would consider to be the most dangerous one.
Yeah, and this is a clear situation where the fact that they're playing TWL, the American Dictionary, changes things. In Collins, you'd have out of sight here through the U, some other things, but in this case, Nigel's left with
not much.
Nothing.
No doubles through the K. The closest would be Okiest. So now he's got a bunch of, I mean, this is the bones of a very, very good rack. There's just a few things in there, the O, the extra T, that are preventing him from making it into a really, really good rack. The question, though, becomes, and this is where the art of the game is, how does he get rid of those undesirable tiles, make the most points, and set himself up?
Yeah.
Nigel, you'll see, is frequently, we haven't seen it too much, these obvious setups where he's got a high-scoring tile and he's setting it up. We haven't seen it today, but we'll see how he does it today. He's going to play Taiko, which, could be...
Well, the funny thing is, and I'm sure there are red lights going off in Joel's head right now, is usually if Nigel makes a play like that, he has the Z
Yeah,
hanging out on his rack. If I was playing against Nigel right now, I'd be like, oh God, he has the Z, he has the Z, he has the Z, he has the Z. And I would probably do everything in my power to block the spot. Ironically, of course, he doesn't have it. And it was a good play, just the same.
But I know that Nigel actually enjoys, and he's told me this, he enjoys doing this kind of play and watching people scramble to block him.
Taiko got added to TWL, I believe. And you can see actually immediately Joel's play is trying to block the Z for sure. There may have been better ways of doing it. That seemed kind of risky, but...
Yeah, he's saving, obviously, 2 vowels. He would have loved to have just gotten rid of a couple of vowels and saved the RN, which are very nice tiles. But a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Yeah. So Nigel picked up 3 I's, which kind of sucks. And Joel's looking like
Eclogite? No, that's not going to... Let's see what he's got.
We'll probably see Nigel play GI and QI. The question is, and another vowel pickup from Joel. So right now, neither of them are doing too well in terms of bingoing.
It's very interesting what Nigel just did, because Rainey takes the G in front.
Yeah.
And I think most people would have held on to that G in order to keep the hook alive.
And Nigel's drawn another I and another E, so I think we'll probably see an exchange from Nigel next turn. The question is...
I think he should have probably made the exchange already.
Yeah, I mean, I think variance-wise, you do bingo a fair bit after EIIST. It's just when it doesn't bingo, it is pretty bad. Again, bingoing, playing all the tiles at once for the 50-point bonus, which we haven't seen here yet, despite some decent-looking opening racks for both players.
So probably the best bet for Joel right now is to play Kui on row 13 underneath R and TAE. The question is, with Nigel futzing around like that, playing off 2 tiles, he knows that the man is grooming his rack.
And that's exactly what Joel is thinking right now. And I honestly won't be surprised if we see like an exchange 3 or something.
And I think we'll see Nigel do the same thing as well, saving IEST.
Yeah, Nigel's will be swift and obvious.
So, he's
Olio.
Okay.
So I think that's a very reasonable play from Joel. Doesn't open too much up. Keeps, a very decent leave, all things considered. But I don't think this will change anything for Nigel. I would be shocked if he did anything other than exchange.
And if this vowel picking doesn't stop soon, we're going to have a very clunky endgame with lots of heavy.
Yeah.
So let's hope he picks some... even 4 consonants would be fine. 2, 3, 4. Maybe not those, but...
Well, he drew a bingo. I just don't know if it's Collins or not. He's Rectrix.
No, yeah. Oh, you're right. He did.
But I don't think it's going to play anywhere, unfortunately, for Joel.
But look how quickly he found that. So typical.
Yeah.
He can't take advantage of the spot on rookie and queer, the EO intersection, because there's no words.
But this time Nigel did draw a bingo, so...
Oh, Fellsight and lefties, and Leafist.
Yeah.
I know the wreck. And unless Joel can actually block it by playing Ox.
Yeah.
And that will do it.
But is he going to be able to score more points elsewhere that's going to make him...
I'm not seeing necessarily that he is, so... yes, obviously under Olio would be the obvious choice.
I don't know that Joel would feel able enough to block sacrificing so many points right now.
But it is an interesting, thoughtful thing to do. And we were talking when I bumped into him in the hallway in between games that we were very impressed by his thoughtfulness, and he actually was very touched. He says, I'm glad that came across because I really am thinking really, really hard each play. What's the best play?
Yeah. Queer lefties, your kind of game. Well, I mean, I don't think either of them are queer lefties, but I can certainly think of one.
X and XI have their problems, obviously, underneath Olio. Both of them opening up very, very dangerous spots.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing, especially for Joel, who's probably a bit more emotional about this game, is that it's hard to take a risk at any given moment.
Remember, this is not. Before it was okay. I have to win one of three. I know I can do it. I'm good enough, but is it likely? Probably not. But now this is it. This is the final game, and wow, that's got to play on your brain something awful.
Yeah, having been in the situation before where I had a winner-take-all game, I was pretty nervous.
I'm nervous.
to say the least. So I know how Joel is probably feeling. Nigel, of course, as we know, doesn't really care. He's just here
my
to...
heart is really, it's pounding. I'm nervous. Like this is, remember we talked about that exquisite point in the game with the, this might be the turn this early in the game.
Yeah.
That could change things around.
Yeah.
Ox off the rookie will block everything.
But I just don't see why.
I don't see why he would do it.
Why would he do
for
that?
that exact reason.
Yeah.
Forcing him to bingo underneath Taos or to the E. At the worst case scenario, to the O in rookie, and still opening the board beautifully. Exciting, eh? You think we're all crazy? You know, another thing that he can do is XI underneath GI.
Yeah, it's safer, but it does sacrifice quite a few
sure
points.
It does.
Zerotic almost fits, but not quite.
Ooh, sexy.
Sexy queer lefties? What? Huh?
So we have a very slow start. I will give you the update in the CSW game, if for nothing else, to give us something different to talk about. And in that game, we have Jason Keller playing Evans Clinchy. I guess Jason now is not in any position to be a factor, so he's playing Evans. And starting extremely slowly with both players just passing off extraneous tiles, YYL for Jason and EIO for Evans. But then Evans picked another S, so he played SOG to start the game, which it's not always my favorite. I know we don't want to have two S's, but I really don't like giving up an S for 2 points.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Joel has finally decided to play XI.
He's going for the points.
Going for the points, and as it's gonna... might work out for him. He's going to have that spot for himself if he can draw the right tiles, which he...
so now we're starting to get the consonants. Here we go.
Yeah, and so it's going to be an early lead for Nigel, even though Joel's up 31 when Nigel bingo's here for roughly 80 points.
Would you play it off the queers or off Tychos to be safer? It's a good question. Definitely not Felsite off Tychos.
Yeah, I mean, it's... maybe
Leafist off Tychos and not play lefties to queers?
Well, I mean, it's almost the same amount of points. It's only 3 points, I think.
Lefties opens up the triple, though. I would probably play to Tychos then, because it's very similar point. It's exactly, 3 point difference.
Yeah, I mean, if it's me playing against Nigel, I take lefties for 77, because I don't have a big enough lead to justify starting to close down the board.
It's not so much close down the board, but making it less volatile by not providing that triple row to the left of lefties to come down and maybe score 45 points.
Right. So if I'm playing Nigel and I don't have a big lead, I want the volatility.
Okay.
So that's...
What if you are Nigel?
If I'm Nigel here, I play Leafus for sure.
As he's putting down Leafus.
Oh, yeah, but I said that a minute ago, too.
All right, so Nigel's going to take the first early lead. And Evans Clinchy, his dump again of more vowels. Remember, he got rid of 3 vowels, picked up 3 vowels, played EUGE, which is Collins only, gave Jason veinlets through the E. So Jason's up 73 to 29 at this point.
Well, Nigel,
and has picked up D-worms naturally right after, which he did get down.
Nigel did not draw a bingo, but he's drawn TOPH for 50-something.
Yes,
doesn't
underneath
look like
OXO.
Joel can do much anything about it. So
see, what would you say? That one turn might be the difference in the whole game.
Yeah.
We don't blame Joel whatsoever for not playing Ox, but there was something there to consider very, very deeply.
If he had played, I mean, maybe you could see Toxic or something that scores well, keeps well.
Pre-cut is good too, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's setting up some volatility. He's played off the X, so he's not as worried about that spot next to the E and recut. Definitely we're going to get tough coming down. There's just no question about it. And Joel now has a bit of a hole to dig himself out of, and this pick will determine a lot about what. There we go. Here we go.
Oh, there's
a blank and a vowel is exactly the first two
and
things
an
you need
S,
to pick
wow.
up. Oh my God!
All right.
Unsnarl. Okay, so
Keeping it interesting. He's going to be down about a bingo, so this really should bring it back to a tie, assuming there's something that plays, because
urinals, insular.
that's I think 54. So wow, this is good.
It
This
is
good stuff.
54. Beautiful. And it was the right thing to do. If he was going to play down there, for two reasons not to play X versus XI, one being simply it's better to get rid of an I than an E, and number two, if you put the E to the just over the triple letter, and the person has MO or HO or whatever, it's worth so many more points.
So Joel, with his maximum scores here, will not be able to quite catch up to Nigel, but it will make it ostensibly a tie game. And I think
He's got purlins to make pre-cut. I don't know. It doesn't hit any double, but it might be. What does he have now that he can play to the right of Leafist?
he doesn't have Perlins. He has an A.
Oh, he's got an A. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Lurdan's looks like it would max out the score. Slurbin, if he wants to go crazy, I don't think he's going to do that. I would expect to see Lurdan's here for sure.
Yeah, because it doesn't open the triple and it maximizes doubling up letters L-A-I-N and E-S.
Yeah. So right now, Joel's pretty much just iterating through all the possibilities because he knows all the words. It's more a question of finding all of them and finding the one that plays for the most points, which in this case...
he'll be at 183 with Lurdan's.
Yeah.
I did talk to him about his the time he took on that olefine rack. And he confirmed everything that we talked about.
Yeah.
That he said he could not believe that there was not a bingo in that rack. He just, he just was going over and over and over again. And then he was doing exactly what we said. Should I play foiled? Should I play faux? Should I play fee? That's everything we were talking about.
Yeah.
So confirming the great a deal of attention he put on that play.
We do have a version of Scrabble where if someone plays the blank and you have the letter, you can take the blank and swap it with the letter. It's for a different kind of Scrabble, but we have played with that variant before. But Lurdan's does in fact come down.
Lurdan's takes an E for Launders, and it's also Lurdane's is good. Okay, here we go again. Oh my goodness. We did predict this, that there was a lot of vowels early on. This is really bad for Joel.
It's kind of one of those situations where, like, as long as he's got one good scoring play every time, he can kind of keep pace, but he always needs to make sure he's still scoring. So, something like Jane or Jape next turn still scores, but it just keeps relying on him needing to have a good play every turn.
He cannot take advantage of Jin and La off of Leafist to make Raj or Haj or Taj. He might choose to, I don't know if it's worth it, to just play off some heavy consonants, keeping the AJ in order to pick up one of those letters to double the J in both directions. It doesn't seem...
And this is a pretty key play. I mean, I don't
Every
think
play is key.
Well, no, he can't do much about Nigel's bingo. That's the problem.
Oh, did he pick one up?
Yeah, he's got Alidad, yeah.
And does he have two places, though?
Above and below the M, so I don't see how you're going to block the spot above the M. It won't score as much.
Yeah, but this...
there's no way Joel would block that with only one vowel.
So we might be looking... Our first prediction right now, Nigel's looking to be the strongest to be winning this tournament right now.
Yes, Nigel would know that Tofacious was Collins. Oh yeah, Alidad is in the way on the other side. I'm an idiot. That said, the top spot... Sorry, eyes are hard.
Really? Someone had to look up mauve, or was it aerolith? Okay.
Interesting suggestion from former champion Brian Capoletto of penning through the E and the I and the N. Saves the vowel, saves good plays for next turn. Pretty remarkable play, honestly.
Brian, come back, Brian.
Yeah, we'd love to see. I sadly only got to play against Brian in tournaments a couple of times back before I was any good too. But yeah, I think if Joel finds penning, I wouldn't be surprised if he went for it. I think he has the J, the A, and the P spelled out for jape as a potential, although the P, the N, and the G are also spelled out as well.
So I think he's going to take quite a bit of time on this rack, even though he's got mostly consonants. There isn't a huge amount to think about. I'm looking through the OE and rookie and leafists and gin, but I don't think I'm seeing anything there. Obviously, the goal would be to save the vowel, if possible. Another problem with jape is, number one, it would play the P that he could use to hook onto recut. Number two, it wouldn't undouble the N, which is what he just established here. And three, there are 4 Ds unseen, and it would be so easy just to make japed ED in both directions a 40-point play. So I think this is a pretty good play. I think penning was more elegant and a better solution, but that was quite lovely.
Yeah, and here comes Aladad. So it's really going to be up to Joel here to draw at least one vowel.
If that's exactly what I was going to say.
He's got gem. If he just draws one vowel, he'll kind of, still be hanging around. If he draws no vowels here, we're headed towards GG territory sooner than we'd like. So we'll see in a sec. This makes the score 287 for Nigel, 210 for Joel. So again, one vowel, that's, good enough for right now. He still can get down big for a bunch of points, PNST, if he can get a couple more vowels.
He would love to use off 3 consonants, however.
He would love to, but
he can't. Nem means no in
sometimes.
Hungarian, I believe. Or maybe it means yes. Okay, not much to think about here. Still has the P hook for pre-cut. Listen, you pick a vowel, you pick a blank, you bingo off recut, you're back in business.
Yeah.
He's got the S hook off tau. He's got the ES, his hook off ES.
Mauve also is going to be hard to do much about.
Yeah. He's got the E to play through in mauve, even more importantly for him right now. But he needs, and that needs to be a vowel.
Well, I mean, if it wasn't going to be a vowel, the Z was about
as
good as it could be.
So he's got res on top from Alidad.
Or just zap even right through it, keeping ENRST. You might consider
I wouldn't
sacrificing.
Do that.
You wouldn't do that?
Zap through the A in Alidad?
Yeah, for 28, not giving back a huge spot.
I understand. Well, how is it not? You can make a 3-letter word, 36 points for.
That's true. Yeah.
He would have whiz
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. But this is actually a good situation for Joel. If he's, I wish he had one more vowel, but if he's able to play the Z for good points, saving a beautiful rack, pick a blank, bingo, he's right back in it. He's only he's more than 40 points off because it's Nigel's turn.
Yeah, I mean, what you're probably going to see here is White is going to come down and it's going to set up Zap in Zap in 2 spots, but likely he'll take the spot above for 50 points. So Joel is actually going to gain some points on Nigel here. Despite Nigel's playing for 34,
he's going to play Zap.
33, 34.
And there's no way for Joel, unfortunately. If he had an I, he could have played Zine on and Lie for a ton of points. 58 points.
But Zep leaving 4 scoreable consonants is not bad, all things considered. And Nigel he's not drawn anything very bingo friendly, but tiles he can score with, which having about a bingo lead is he kind of just wants to keep that, so that if and when Joel does bingo.
So Joel has 52.98 now. So he's still a healthy turn behind. He absolutely, the blank now is
He's-
almost required.
Yeah, and amazingly, I believe that was the last E of the game. Unseen to him is just one that Nigel has. So it's Joel's gonna need something really good here to happen because Nigel's just gonna keep scoring.
He picked the tiles really quickly out of the bag. I know for such an important draw, he go, oh, here's a consonant B. That's not good. I probably would have taken my
Yeah,
time
oop,
picking those
that's-
tiles.
that
Yeah, I
could
think
be-
this was everything. This turn.
He's gonna have to go for probably a miracle out bingo,
Yeah.
which would be playing all your tiles out to end the game.
He doesn't even have something off paw to make pawn.
Yeah.
Bont isn't good. Ugh. It's exactly the kind of thing he needs. He doesn't have it.
Thank you, C-Corax. We trying our best here, trying to have some fun.
Yeah, the game has been going very quickly. You'll see that Nigel's only used up less than 10 minutes. Joel a little less than 15, a little less than 14.
Yeah.
So we've been bopping along here, and I haven't given you updates in the next game. But I don't think it's gone very far.
Yeah, and it also doesn't
Oh,
really
it has.
doesn't really matter. That
It doesn't
much
matter,
either.
but just to give you an update, that Evans clinches at 233 to Jason Keller's 207. So it's a tight game. So he's going to play. Okay. So a lot of players now in this position, up by 30-ish points, would consider trying to find ways to close the board down. Nigel wants none of that.
Yeah, it's
and he's
just
just
not really
scoring right now.
Yeah, it's not really, I think, a good way for him to do it too, and he probably.
this is why
he
people
probably
lose,
recognized
is
that,
my
yeah.
point.
Right. No, exactly, and that's something that I've certainly tried to capitalize on. Is when people, if I'm losing and people try to shut off the board, I just kind of let them do it, and keep opening stuff up, keep scoring well. You know, you can make up points.
People sometimes forget it's not so much how much the other person scores, but how much you score.
Right.
And if you keep scoring 30, 40 points a turn, that person, even if they bingo, it's not going to make the difference, the gap close.
And I think one of the things Nigel was thinking here was with Fumed, he kept an H and an E. That if you notice that V over in Mauve, if he draws one of the remaining A's or O's, which are, you know, pretty much the remaining vowels unseen,
Hove.
He's got another 34-point play, saving, you know, more strong tiles in reserve. And sure enough, that's...
And that's all he's going to need. He doesn't have to go for the bingo. Just keep scoring 30, 35. Yeah. And remember, 2 turns of 35 is a bingo. 70 points. It's right there. So he's got Hove for the next turn if that's what he wants to do. Joel absolutely cannot afford to play a vowel right now.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, you know, most of his best scoring plays will play a vowel, but...
So the remaining tiles that
really...
we're seeing include Joel's rack, I believe. So we have to figure out what's left. 2 A's, a G, an N, an S, and a V and a blank.
There's no S left. He has the S.
He's got the S. I apologize for saying that.
There's the blank, though.
There's the blank, but there's also a V. And there's another N.
Yeah, in this case, Joel really needs that blank. So that's one situation which I could see him playing off the O is just another shot at the blank. You know, Knob, Ab, and Joe does score pretty well. And unseen to Joel, there are quite a few vowels. He doesn't know what we know, which is that
there's just 2 A's in the bag, and that's it.
That Nigel has most of the vowels, which is unfortunate for Joel.
I predict he picks the V on the next pick. That's unfortunate. I just feel it.
So in a startling turn of events, Conrad has now become the optimist of the stream today. It's the most optimistic I've ever felt about virtually anything. Yeah, it is just a strange situation because playing off the O is really, in a vacuum, you know, not knowing Nigel's tiles, probably the best play. I mean, Knob just scores really well.
Well, the question becomes, does he need to score to stay close, or is it enough to balance the rack and get the 70-point bingo to go out? Is that enough to win it? That's the question.
Yeah. I mean, the alternatives, you can play Nab through the A for almost no points. It doesn't seem very good. You could fish off the B.
Well, Bone
with
and Bin
Brainy.
and No was blocked with Fumed. That might have been a way to go.
Yeah.
Even Boner and get rid of one more tile.
Brainy and Blip would be good, again, in a vacuum, but not that many of the bingos will play, and if they do, it's for not very
No,
many
he can't
points.
save 5 consonants. He's got to get rid of 2. There's no question about it. The question really just becomes, does he play for more points, Knob underneath Jane, and sacrifice the O for the points? That's what he's going to do. I think I agree with that play.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's definitely it's the right play. It just we're sitting in a position where it doesn't feel like the right play. Like we know it often isn't going to work out for him.
I think he needs to stay close because otherwise the out bingo is not going to amount for much.
Yeah.
Because Nigel's about to get 35 points.
Yeah, and that's the question. I mean, if he draws, a blank here, which he might, then he could become the next champion. If he doesn't, then Nigel's going to draw it. So it's those 3 tiles really could mean everything here. Nigel could.
That's not good. No.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's over. Yeah.
And I think
I'm sure he thinks that Nigel has the blank.
Yeah, I noticed a tell from Joel there. I don't know if it was very obvious, but he put his tiles down a little harder. Not that Nigel should necessarily use that information, but it is.
No, he shouldn't use that information.
It is pretty clear, from afar that Joel missed his fish. So now unseen to Nigel, still risky, and I think. The funny thing for Nigel is that he doesn't really know that Joel might not. Cool. Sorry, a little random coffee break in the middle of the stream. Apparently, I'm not really sure why. But our needs aside.
We're getting refreshment for the throat so that we can be mellifluous as we speak to you.
What Robin said. Unseen to Nigel really is the blank, the S. He doesn't know that Joel doesn't have it. So Nigel needs to consider the situation that Joel does bingo.
So is that correct that there are 8 left? Those are the remaining tiles. Are we correct on that? I think we are.
Yeah.
So there's still tiles left. It's not.
Those aren't right, but
they're not correct.
No,
What's
because
wrong?
both W's are seen.
Both W's are seen. So maybe we can get that fixed. That the
unseen tiles means the other guy's wrapped. The guy who's not playing, he doesn't see them.
Well, that's not completely true.
Yeah.
But that's what the program does.
So what have we ascertained are the remaining tiles?
Yeah. Currently, the score is 342 to 321.
So there's 1 tile left. Is that?
That's definitely correct.
Okay. And what tile is that? Let's see if we can figure that out. If anybody out there can figure it out, is it the G? I think it might be the G. Echoey.
So with Nigel playing echoey, what this means is he probably knows that he's blocking most, if not all, of the bingos. And and hoping that he's gonna score enough to win. And we know that he's about to pick out a blank.
That's what was left? Oh, an MV. R. Okay, we weren't expecting that.
Oh, he didn't get the blank. Wow, who would have thought?
Okay, so we don't know what's left in the bag. Wow, how many tiles are left? Let's try to figure this out.
I believe there's like 1 in the bag, and he just left the blank in the bag.
I'm going to count 6. I'm going to count what's left.
So amazingly, Joel's playing really fast here.
87. There's still tiles left.
So Joel's now down 2.
I think there's 7 left. But they're all consonants.
Well, and a tile that doesn't have anything on it.
If he doesn't pick the blank. Oh, he doesn't want that. He wants that. Strings.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Joel's gonna win.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Wow.
Oh my god, he's got a bingo in 2 places.
Wow. Holy wow.
He emptied the bag. He gave him a place to score a ton.
Holy cow.
He almost has strings down. If HAI was a word,
yeah,
he would have played own and eng.
Wow. Joel is, I think, just sitting here, just like shocked out of his
my
ever-loving
God.
minds. I mean, Nigel left pretty much, a lot of draws that.
And this is
Joel
why they
get,
put
yeah.
us in the basement this year.
Yeah. Yeah. This is number one sports/game moment of the day in the world.
If Nigel had picked the blank and not the V, if like just
Yeah.
wow. So who's making a lot of money today? Wow.
I'm pissed. I'm gonna have to buy my friend lunch. This sucks. And I think the thing that's gonna get debated from here on out is playing echoey that fast. You know, he had
Yeah.
easily opportunities to outrun a bingo, and he opted not to do that. So
I do also want to give props to Evans Clinchy in the CSW game. Through discontiguous A and E along the triple one row, played equalizer, making the blank a Q.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
But,
a nice play for a champion.
yeah, but in terms of champions, we're about to have a new one as he puts down.
I'm watching Nigel really closely.
Yeah,
But Nigel knows.
Nigel knows. He knew. So I'm buying my friend lunch because I lost a bet that I didn't think was going to happen, but I saved myself many hundreds of dollars as a result.
Let's look at Joel. He's going to throw down the pen. Watch this.
And it's been 16 years for Joel since he last won a national championship, and in one of the great performances in the history of our board game. Joel has won 3 games in a row against Nigel. He's going to win. He's going to win $10,000, and is our new 2018 National North American Scrabble champion.
And good news for us, he'll talk to us.
Yeah, and it's good news for us because we'll actually have someone to interview because Nigel does not do interviews.
Oh, and I was not going to stay for the award ceremony, but now, like, just to watch, he's a very poignant man, Joel.
I will be staying too, given who I'm driving home with. We agreed.
You're staying?
Yeah.
To the end. Joel is, if you got to see his interview that ran a couple of times, he's a very poignant man. He understands the significance of things. He's spoken poignantly about himself that Scrabble has given his life purpose. It's given his existence meaning. Because he knows, he used to work. He hasn't worked for a long time. He's at home, and this has just, I think, given another 10 years to his life. I'm just so delighted for him. I'm sorry for Nigel. You're a brilliant player. Nobody needs to even say the obvious. And you both played absolutely beautifully. What can we say? They both, we just had the best possible 3 games to annotate today.
Yeah, two great guys winning. And I suspect we're going to be hearing from Joel in just a minute or two. He probably needs to process things for a minute here, but I'd love to, pick his brain on
the champion of 2018 of the North American Scrabble Championship. He wins $10,000 plus a trophy, plus the honor of being the 2018 champion. He had a record in this tournament of 23-8 plus 1,306. He had to be perfect this morning, and he was. Our champion, winning $10,000 in the championship trophy, our 2018 North American Scrabble champion is Joel Sherman.
Good. Thank you.
We always give the champion the option of addressing the assembled multitude, and I'm happy to hand over the microphone to Joel Sherman.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, John Chu. Thank you, Art Moore. Thank you to the whole tournament committee that runs everything so smoothly. Thank you to my roommates, Mark Abadi and Albert Hahn, who were also both cashed in their divisions. Way to go. Thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you to everybody who won prizes and played well. Thank you to Ryan Fisher for running the rotisserie. And the rotisserie is the main reason I came here with any expectations at all, because I just wanted to spoil the teams that didn't pick me. All right, thanks, guys. Show up again next year.